versus. I just have to copy paste from the ladder. I'm not gonna.
Yes,
I'm not
you
gonna
do have
memorize
to
that
copy
weird.
paste.
Corn on Jacobe. It's very weird of a name.
Let's call him Corn, alright?
Yeah.
It should be, or Jacobe, or
Yeah.
either of those
So
two.
he must have gone through the qualifier, right, to get here. I think.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'd have to check. Let me check that. He might have qualified through.
You could also watch VortiX
tournament,
versus Niroxs. I think this might be more competitive, actually. What do you think, Kuba? Maybe that would be better. Because VortiX versus Niroxs, like, they are very good, both of them.
Yeah.
I think...
We could actually watch that.
Yeah, because...
And I know VortiX is a very, very solid player.
Yeah. And Niroxs is also quite good.
Yeah.
I've seen him on the ladder a few times, like, when I was... I kind of saw him, like, in those very high-low games, so... I think it would be interesting to see that. So, guys, we're gonna watch that first. We're gonna get started immediately, I think. And yeah, let's just. I also have to stream for you, Kuba, right? So you can actually watch the games with me, sure. So.
Yes, Corn on Jacobe was actually qualified with from the qualifiers. So.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get smashed. Marine Lord is like too good. It might not be a pleasure to watch. I think.
Right.
So, let's go with Niroxs versus VortiX. That's gonna be fun for sure. It's guaranteed to be enjoyable essentially, right?
Absolutely.
So let's go with that, and then we'll just kind of try to pick. I was actually caught off guard because I thought the tournament would only start, you know, like after in 2 hours actually, but it starts now. It has actually started as we are in it. So we're gonna go to VortiX's game immediately, and we shall see how exactly those two madmen perform. Like, VortiX is going to be probably very difficult to contest. It's actually very fun of a matchup as well, because you don't see too much Delhi on Abbasid, to be honest, so that is cool.
And it's going to be a really, really hard one for the Delhi, if Abbasid goes aggressive.
Is it? Are you sure?
The Delhi kind of struggle with early aggression.
Do they?
Like, a lot, yes.
I didn't know this, actually. I mean...
because
I don't think the Abbasid like to go very aggressive. Look, I think they're very strong in castle, like with those, you know, building artillery on the fields. I would say like that's when you would probably just go for that kind of power spike sort of an attack. So I would say this is probably the moment.
Delhi is extremely good in fighting like mixed maps with a little bit of water and like a river, for example, because you can just place that dock and forget about it, basically. There's no way for the enemy to contest your fishing ships until feudal age, basically, and they still have to invest quite a bit.
So let's have a look at this matchup before we start talking about this. So it's gonna be in the blue, in the bottom. Dry Arabia is the map, by the way, I think. Yeah, it is. No, it's actually Ancient Spires. What the hell? This might be game 2 already. So it is VortiX in the blue, playing the Delhi Sultanate.
And it's Niroxs in red playing as the Abbasid.
It's weird. It's weird. So it's like water map as well on top of things. I really don't like
that's
water
why.
maps
That's why the Delhi. That's why the Delhi.
But why the Abbasid on the water map? There's a question for me. Like, because I don't feel like the Abbasid are really like they struggle on the water. They have very cheap docks, but that's where they kind of their power on the water does end. I believe, right? And that's something that is really important. You can see, by the way, there is a single scout sent immediately towards that kind of potential dock position by VortiX, so you will definitely see like some sort of a scout fight. The scout does see the dock, so it's going to be probably a point of contention. There is no additional scouts queued yet by Niroxs, so he's going to probably have to deal with those double scouts of his opponent alone. There is obviously nice auto. Look at how fast. So what he's doing here, I told you about this. So can you see how fast he's going?
His animation canceling.
No,
like crazy.
There's double cancel because you attack and then you click on a building, then you attack again. And this automatically allows you to attack more and more and more. It's kind of double cancelling. Broken. That's double cancelling. Yeah. So he just does.
He killed that village in no time.
Yeah, he killed that villager like immediately. It's only possible when there's a villager constructing something, because then the scout gets to kind of anchor themselves right on that building. So you can just kind of click the building, then click. I think if you're very fast, you see like you have like another building in your vision. You can probably do this, but I'm not really sure even. But yeah, that was just insanity. I think he did like essentially like Knight's DPS in there almost with that single scout. That was obviously it's kind of something that should go away with patches, right? I don't think like I don't mind like regular animation. Look at how fast he is, by the way. So VortiX is super good at animation canceling, to be honest. So he's gonna get this one again. Like look at he just kind of is timing this perfectly well. That, look at, no, he's actually so fast. What the hell?
I think he was clicking at the dog.
Maybe,
Or
I'm not really sure how
something.
that is supposed to work, but he's just insanely like fast with this. So he's gonna get this, like, I think this is almost GG at this point, to be frank.
Oh my god.
That's what that freaking guy did to me yesterday. Like, he was just like, he won with a scout. He won. Essentially, this is what can happen. Like, games can be won by scouts. Oh, this is a dead scout as well. You don't do anything. Yeah, VortiX is too good.
Yeah.
I swear. I mean,
And
this
that's
is
just
not
a single scout getting one villager and
know,
a scout.
yeah.
That's...
The problem is, this is also an Abbasid dock, not the Delhi dock. So if you're playing against Delhi, then you can just, you know, build a fishing boat and your aggression is over because there's nothing you can do. Like, the boat just demolishes scouts, right? And here it's not the case. And by the way, VortiX, I mean, Niroxs is not getting any scouts extra. He's gonna get a spear or two. I'm not really sure they can make it there on time, to be honest. Probably they can, actually. He should be fine-ish. It is a very scary prospect, though, we have to say this. It is a really, really scary prospect. So, VortiX is working with a very nice lead from just essentially the beginning of the game. That's kind of a mechanics check that you can fail, and then you essentially just set yourself very, very far behind. Because you can see, like, VortiX, that's what really happened to me in the Delhi versus Delhi yesterday, right? You just kind of go with... you are ahead, like, by 5 fishing ships, and of course you force your opponent to get something military as well. You force them to get a barracks. So it is really, really nasty for you. Like, this situation is not really something that you can... I guess, like, if he actually animation cancels as well, he can probably kill the spearman as well with those scouts. Because there are 2 scouts here, to be honest. I'm not really sure if he's just kind of comfortable doing this.
No, it would be really hard to do, actually.
He one-shot a villager in, like, 5 seconds. I mean, he did one-shot them.
The thing is that Spear's DPS is also quite formidable. So...
Yeah, it is. I'm not arguing with this, but I think he could have done. Maybe. Okay, VortiX knows better. Probably he just knows better. Yeah. He's gonna go for the safe play. He's actually dropping the mill relatively late for that. Question mark. VortiX? Question mark. Is it like for walling purposes? What is he doing here? Or is he just trying to get the mosque in, like, in the AOE of all those buildings? Maybe that's
I think it's just the mosque.
Because he's not getting that on the berries, which would be optimal-ish. But I guess he just wants the tech for now. He's gonna rely on fishing solely for food income. You can see the difference is essentially, like, he managed to get 7 boats against 4, which is good. I think that's kind of a good win. You know, you have 3 workers more, and you also killed a villager in the process. So.
Yes, but he also made a scout, so basically it's like a 1 vil difference. If once Niroxs makes a scout, if he does make a scout, it's 1 vil difference basically.
But Niroxs was forced to get... No, Niroxs was forced to get a scout as well. It wasn't he? Oh no, he never made the additional scouts.
He never made the additional scouts, so basically they are even in vils. But Niroxs is down 4 fishing ships, I think.
Yep, 4 it is.
Also, he doesn't.
Large. It's a large deficit.
And also he doesn't have the deep fish that VortiX has. VortiX was really, really lucky with that dock with deep sea fish.
Yeah, I think that's kind of map generation problem. They should definitely address it, because I don't like the way this works. Sometimes you can just kind of be very unlucky and not have anything good near you. Especially that I honestly feel like, I mean, that's kind of unlucky for Niroxs, to be honest, because he didn't scout this pond. If he had actually scouted this one, this would have been, like, way better for him. I think it's essentially, like, a little bit closer even. And it has better layout, right? It's just got more fish. It's probably easier to defend this position as well, because you can even wall this if you want to.
Yeah, the thing is that VortiX actually does the masterful play of VortiX by just making those 2 scouts, sending 1 to instantly go for that villager, right? And second one to just scout for your own pawn to dock.
Yeah.
Right? You could see that one of the scouts was actually circling around Niroxs' base and basically instantly found the dock that was being placed. That was lucky, yes, but at the same time he was scouting for his own dock placement. So the second he saw that deep fish, I saw like a blue dot popping out, on the map. So
the problem here is actually, I mean, it's not that bad because he actually has more fish here in this pond than he had in the previous one. This one has fewer less fish overall, but this one definitely has, like, obviously a small disadvantage. He's gonna double dock this actually, which I'm not really sure about. I think, like, if you're docking, you like to dock. I mean, you are spreading your resources thin. Like, defending this location alone is easier than defending these 2 at the same time. But at the same, I do believe that getting, like, 2 docks means, like, you are kind of you have late game potential, which might not be exactly what Niroxs is actually shooting for. I think as the Abbasid you want to probably go aggressive Castle Age. So that's the thing.
The amount of resources that VortiX is actually accumulating right now. Can you switch the perspective to VortiX?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, of course.
you actually don't need to. You
Yeah,
have
I
the
can see
current
the resources
resources.
there, but he's almost
So
castle.
yeah, and the second the the Delhi hits castle, the problem is gonna start because he can actually go on aggressive, right?
Yeah,
There are how many? 2 sacred sites on this map, right?
yeah.
So it's very easy for him to just wall it off and basically get what 20 villas on gold
Yeah,
permanently.
which is great. I mean, the problem is, of course, that Niroxs has just hit feudal as well. It's been a very extended Dark Age. We have not really been paying attention to this, but he's like working with very, very long Dark Ages. There's actually also 2 scouts here attacking this dock, unfortunately, and there is no spearman in the sides. Actually, I thought there was a spear. So it's over here. Actually, I'm not really sure what Niroxs is doing. The thing
I think
is,
he was chasing his scouts, and oh
Yeah.
no, that Vill's gonna die now.
Yeah, definitely, because he's gonna just
That's a
animation
massive
cancel this
mistake.
poor unit to death if he wants to. Yeah, it's like, he's gonna repair this, sure, but it's actually going to be a Dao produced, which is also not optimal. I think like if he has just this single spearman walking around, that's enough. Like obviously losing a villager, not optimal at all. I'd prefer not to have that happen to you. The problem is also that VortiX is essentially like, you know, probably like 30-40 seconds from Castle Age, and Niroxs is going for like a very aggressive build somehow right now, which is something I don't agree with personally. Like you really need to kind of chase your opponent down at this point. I mean, you can drop some infrastructure, sure, I think that's not a bad idea. But do you really want to use, I guess it's going to be Lances against like whatever Delhi has to put on the field. I really don't think that's a viable strategy, especially that, you know, the Delhi are getting lots of those barracks. So we might get lots of spears very, very soon. Like that's
the thing is that Delhi spears are not very good when it comes to early Castle Age, because you do still need that research, right?
Yeah, that's
right, and
true,
it
but
takes a really long time. Yeah, but it
2
takes
minutes essentially.
Mike, it takes 3.5 minutes for that spearman upgrade to actually get done. If you have literally 0 mosques, and
he has minute 30, it's gonna take minute 30 for him, which is not terrible. And he's actually...
yeah, that's the first one. That's the first upgrade. Not the Castle Age.
Shit! He has not started the first one yet. Oh, that's just hardened. So it's actually kind of a big oversight. He's just gonna go men at arms though, so he doesn't care. I think men at arms crossbows is good as well. Or elephants.
It's gonna be men at arms. No, it's gonna be men at arms and crossbows, I think, because the elephants are not that good. They are very costly, but he does have food, right?
He hasn't even done the fresh foodstuffs. Look at this. So he's actually that's because I guess he forgot about it completely, because he has to go to castle, because otherwise, he just gives up. He realizes that he's screwed and he just gives up. Man, it's such an anticlimactic ending. I think that's like partly because of those fresh foodstuffs, which is a very, very big part of what makes Abbasid viable in the first place. And he just never got those, so that's just kind of very unfortunate. VortiX just super good, man. He was super good. It was just so surprising to see this go so fast. He just got deleted there.
Absolutely, that animation cancelling from him on that villager near the dock.
He's just too good, man. He's just too good. I'd like to see. Yeah, he's 2-0, so that's over. Very, very quick 2-0, by the way, because the tournament has just started. He's already 2-0. Like against it's not like Niroxs is a noob or something. Or Niroxs is very good. We could see Zertan versus Korix. That would be interesting to see. We could go to Leenock versus Vivi, because I think Leenock is, generally speaking, a very late player to the party. Like, he starts late into... where is Leenock on my friend list? He's actually not in the game right now, though. Leenock is, generally speaking, like, starting those tournaments with a slight delay. I don't know what he does in the meantime, but he's actually quite slow to the party.
By the way, Mike, that was the first game, first series of the match that was actually completed.
Yeah.
Right?
Of the bracket, yeah. We could watch the Muslim versus Fitzy.
We could also watch...
If I have Fitzy here, I need to see if I have Fitzy on my friend list.
Lucifron against Hacks is also really
Oh yeah, cool, because there's a guy who killed me yesterday. Let's see that. I actually want to watch it, so it's gonna be Lucifron versus Hacks. Yeah, I want to see how good this guy is against like someone who's actually like, you know, a top tier pro.
If you have Lucifron on friend list,
I do. I just watch it. I just entered.
Perfect.
So it's Lucifron 7 versus Hacks, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go into this game. Hacks is the person who defeated me 2-0 yesterday, quite relentlessly
Mike,
as well. Yes.
Did you check the Hacks' game history, whether it's game 1 or game whatever?
I did not. There is no time. I can't, by the way, because I have no access to it. I could have checked Lucifron's. But let's just let's not dwell up on this, okay? we're gonna have a look at this one. So it is going to be Lucifer 7 playing as the English in the bottom. It's high views. It's game 2. It's game 2.
All right, and then we have Hacks playing as the French in red.
I'm gonna assume Lucifer won this. By the way, I'm gonna assume Lucifer won the first game. It's going French versus English is kind of a cool matchup, and it does seem to favor the French to a large extent in terms of statistics, right? Like if you look at the kind of stats posted on AoE for World, it is indicative that like in most elos, even the highest elos, it is still kind of favoring the French by quite a bit, like by quite a decent percentage. So I would say this is a matchup that is going to be, you know, just kind of dependent on how well the English player does actually perform. You have to say this is Lucifer, right? It's going to be quite exciting to see how he does on the English. And you've seen quite a plethora of strategies, including the tower rushes, but also the strats which involve just essentially just massing armies and just kind of sending them across the board to get the advantages. That was what Give You Anxiety has been doing, right? He was just kind of not making any towers almost until it was very late. He was not getting any sort of kind of big tech, right? He was just kind of going towards like a mass of archers and infantry, those spearmen of course, and he was trying to get things done. The opening here is going to show us how Hags does it though to defend. I think he's going to be on the defender's side here. I would wager, you know, the French are going to be forced into defending this. So
yeah, they can be forced. While they can be forced into defending, they will still be able to deal quite a bit of damage when it comes to raiding and such, right?
Yeah.
Those Royal Knights are really, really powerful when it comes to raids, and we'll see if he can exploit that. Actually, because this map is extremely open, right? The front of Lucifer's base is not looking too good. He can wall back slightly, but still.
I mean, that's actually not bad. This is completely walled off, so you can get like a wing here and you're fine. Just kind of to see when the knights are coming. I think also English bases can be very compact because they can just build farms. So I think that's also quite a good thing. You can just kind of get a nice setup from the get-go.
And the TCB will basically 4-shot those knights in full garrisons, so
it's actually easy to defend as the English. I mean, unless you get completely overwhelmed by knights, which can happen, right? If you lose a battle decisively, then the knights just kind of get under your TC. Obviously, it can only have like 20 villagers inside, so everybody else just dies. That's not what you want to have happen. But it's going to be a very aggressive opener from Lucifer, and you can tell because he's not getting any gold. So he's going to go for like full all-in opener here, I feel.
Absolutely. And when it comes to golds of both players, actually Hags' gold is slightly in the back. He also has a secondary gold also in the back, so that's really lucky spawning for him.
Yeah. So it's gonna be nice to defend this. Like I guess like the problem for the French, of course, is they probably can't mine with more than 5 villagers on the gold against the English if they're like being attacked, because you can only fit 5 villagers into a tower. I think though getting a tower here is going to be very nice for him. Like you can just get a tower here and you can just mine very efficiently, and you can be safe because you'll see the archers before they get in range. So you can just pull them back if you need to. So that's not too bad for the French player, is it?
Absolutely, and also he has like a slight. He can also like wall the corner where he has the market. I think is it.
Yeah.
And in the other corner, yeah, that's the market, 2 goals, and relic, and some game. So...
It depends on what he wants to do. I think we're kind of overestimating things in terms of walling. People, generally speaking, don't wall unless it's just Give You Anxiety, who has been crazy on walling. Everybody else is just kind of, you know, just playing their own game. See, by the way, there is also barracks dropping, so obviously that's kind of what you have to do against the French. You need to have some sort of anti-cavalry unit, because knights will obliterate your archers very quickly. So you just need to have something available that will deal with that to some extent at least. And Hax is gonna be feudal at the very same time. It's gonna be 4:30, which is relatively late for the French actually. I think he went for wood relatively early to get some sort of a backbone to the army. I think he's just gonna get some archers in response.
Yeah,
right?
and actually Hax spotted the villager that was heading to his base.
So it was going to be like a tower rush. It's not gonna be tower rush anymore, I guess. It's very fortunate, of course, for Hax. He needs to see this, because obviously getting tower rush is not going to be anything that you like to deal with, right? You really need to have some sort of a heads up to know that this is coming and that you are supposed to have like maybe a secondary scout even somewhere on the map. There is no mill, by the way, so it's not going to be professional scouts. I guess the French just don't have the money to do this. You just need to have some sort of a military production to just hold the line here against those very cheap and massive the cheap and the cheap quantities of the English army, right? You have like lots of those archers and spears. You need to be able to field a decent army. I don't think you can afford, spending those resources on anything else right now. So it is going to be what Hax probably does. He's gonna field like a few archers, a couple of knights. He's gonna try to get something done. Also, there is a knight over here in the brushes. So he's gonna try to find some sort of damage. There's also a villager, by the way, coming from Lucifer.
Villager coming again.
Yeah, and there's no villagers on stone, so he's not gonna go like for those emplacements. I think it's too early for that as well. I think you can't. If you want to just kind of have a nice army production, you can't afford anything like this. There's a second knight joining.
He is coming for it. He is going for it. The mining camps just dropped when he lost.
Yeah. So here we go. It's going to be an aggressive opener. But Hax's knights are going to get into the wood line. Not really sure how fast it is going to be. How fast Lucifer is going to react. Actually, this is super poor micro from Hax. He could have definitely got a villager down or two with this. He gets one and he loses a lot of HP on those knights. I think if he microed this properly, if he got the charge, he's going to lose it. Oh yeah, that's terrible. So Lucifer just kind of, that's really bad, because if you're going to be put on your back foot here, you really have to have some sort of damage dealt again, especially that this is gonna deny a lot of your mining time. Getting this tower down, like units moving into your wood line, this is obviously going to do some damage. You see, obviously, like one villager does fall immediately for the French as well, so those archers are doing an excellent job here with that. So he's going to get like this nice opening here, just kind of this nice foothold in the base of his opponent. He's gonna kind of try to expand from there. The knight actually gets into the wood line, just immediately dies, because I guess Lucifer is just very fast on the on pushing that garrison button. He also has a spearman here. That's actually a terrible opener from Hax. Like, this is exactly what you don't want to have happen to you in this matchup, because you want to kind of keep those knights alive if possible, like for the entirety of the game, to be honest. If you don't do this, you're screwed, because like if you can actually here, Mike, shave off these villagers every now and then. That's perfect. Those villagers are gonna migrate, by the way, which is interesting.
I think he's going for the game in the corner. Either game in the corner or something else, like a mining camp in gold. Yeah, I think it's a game in the corner.
It's those, of course. And she's gonna get the emplacement here, so he's...
Oh no.
She's gonna see this immediately, so this is a very unfortunate, so this archer's gonna... I think this is GG. Like, if those archers just kind of catch the smell of those villages, it's just kind of completely over for Hax.
The Hax can't see those longbowmen yet. They are not in the line of sight, so basically he's leading him to...
He doesn't see what his opponent does. Like, that's actually the problem. So he doesn't know that his opponent knows that he doesn't know. Actually, he's gonna leave these, like, I think, alone for some reason. I think he might just kind of wait for larger numbers, because, like, if you get 9 archers, you can essentially just one-shot those villages. I think that's what he's waiting for, because this just makes the cleanup easier.
Yeah. So he's just gonna go in right now.
The problem is also that's for Hax. Like, he doesn't see this until it's too late. I think he's just gonna GG. This is over. Like, losing so many villages, he's like, okay, screw this, I'm not playing this. Very, very smooth and swift execution from Lucifer. This game just ends before it has even started. I need to kind of move the dog out of the I need to move the dog, so give me a minute. You can check for the possible games that we can watch now, okay, Kuba?
Alright,
I'm gonna deal with the doggo.
Actually, Lucifer won. This was the second game of the match, and he won it, so that series ended again, so we are not very lucky. That's actually a second series that ended this championship. I mean, in this bracket, right? So, not very lucky when it comes to picking games to watch. Both of those were extremely fast.
I'm not back yet, Kuba. I can't hear you speaking.
I know, I'm talking to the stream.
And I'm back now. I just hear like noise in my headphones. So, what have you found out?
So basically, it was the second game.
Yeah.
And
we know this.
And it was the second series. It was the second series in this bracket to actually finish. So we are very unlucky when it comes to picking games to watch.
Yeah.
So both of them were extremely fast. We could watch Marine Lord, because that game is apparently going.
Yeah, let's do it. Sure.
Don Arty versus Give Anxiety is being watched on the main stream. We have Symptom against Probe. I think that's two
How about B versus
players.
XJBD? That's cool. I like B very much. Can you watch B? We could also let's watch that. We could also watch. I don't think Kaspar's opponent is gonna be strong enough. So let's watch 3DB versus XJBD. I think that guy is very strong as well. So it should be an interesting match to say.
Sure.
I just
don't
need
know
to check
any of
which
those
game
players,
it is.
so yeah.
I need to see if
please do.
he has hidden that. We'll see by the map.
Map of
Whether
choice.
we are watching game 1 or game 2. No, it's 3DB on Chinese. This is main civ as well. So it is no Dry Arabia, I think. It is Hill and Days. It's going to be game 2. Guys, in the bottom. It's in the east actually. In the blue, it is going to be 3DB playing the China.
And in the red, west, we have wait, what's his name?
XJDB.
XJDB playing as the Holy Roman Empire.
XJBD, yeah.
Yes, playing as the Holy Roman Empire.
On the turtliest map of them all. This is where you turtle. This is where you just kind of try at least to turtle if possible, if your opponent allows you to. And it's going to be interesting.
That's a really weird. Yeah, that's a really weird map for B, because look at that, the walling potential, and it's so weird. The whole front of his base is basically closed, right? There are only while there are 4 entrances, you can actually wall it super easily. So
it's actually terrible. It's not usually you have just 3, right?
Not really, but you can wall to the edge of the map. On right.
Like here, yeah, that's true. So we can actually do it like this, yeah. But it's a weird map generation again. We have not seen maps like these before. So
absolutely.
I think the new patch might have changed something with the seeds, because we had the weird kind of the weird mountain you had yesterday. That's kind of one of those maps, I think, again. So yeah, 3DB is just gonna go for the classic opener, I guess, like one villager on wood. Everybody else and the Imperial official on that mill getting the extra resource generation. He's probably just gonna start gathering the taxes in a while to get the gold flowing as well, because he does need that. Like, you don't mine gold as China, you just use the taxes, right? You kind of use the official to gather the tax from that mill to get that 200 gold, allowing you to age up. That's what we'll probably see here.
In the late game, Mike, in the late game, look at the southern corner of the map. Like, it can be really easily walled up. Right, and there are 4.
There are so many golds, by the way. Look at this.
Yeah, total of what 6 times 4, so 24,000 gold plus 2 relics.
No, I think it's like 32,000.
Oh wait, that's a big gold in the corner.
Yeah, those are all big.
Wait, all big golds. What is this map generation?
But there are also 3 big golds here. I don't think you can mine all of those, to be honest. Like, those games tend to get long, so I guess it's fine. I think it's. I don't think you can even mine out all these big golds. I think like every player can wall something off and just be comfortable.
Exactly.
So I really like to see. I don't think they'll be contesting this gold for that reason, because they have like lots of those kind of back convenient golds for the late game. If we even get there, because you have to remember that games can end very quickly and end abruptly, right? So I've seen XJBD play before. So this guy with those, I think, Chinese characters, right? I'm kind of not certain this is Chinese, to be honest. I think it's Chinese. These are Chinese characters. So anyway, XJBD is a solid player. I've seen him in a previous tournament. He was quite good. And obviously 3DB is one of the probably one of the best Chinese players in the world, like playing the China as a civ, of course. Obviously you have to mention Leenock as well, who is excellent on them, right? So I'm kind of interested to see what exactly China does here, because there are like so many possible builds. There's kind of this scary part. Like usually when you play a civilization, you only have like 1 or 2 paths, right, that are logical for you to choose from. China have like multiple possibilities, like depending on how kind of crazy you feel, perhaps, right? You can do really a lot of different things. You can essentially just play so many different styles with the China, going like for those different dynasties, and those different kind of approaches with like, you can even go aggressive if you want to be honest. So all those kind of play styles are going to be very, very peculiar, and I think it's just quite cool to see which choice 3DB goes for here in this very, very turtly matchup potentially. He's gonna drop the barbecue here
sun,
in the open.
Yeah, I mean, is it really the open? He can wall the low ground, right?
Uh-huh.
And then he has the sacred site and all that gold, all that space and all those golds, and
Mm-hmm.
actually 2 relics in back. So I think it's a really nice position.
Hmm. So the HRE are already in the feudal age, and that's just kind of going to be probably a very, very fast castle as well, because they do want to get those relics. And I really don't know who wins the late game here, because that's probably going to go for a while, right? I do assume this is going to be quite a late game match, and I do believe like I would favor the China here, because they have like very strong artillery in the late game, and I'm not really sure that this can be matched by HRE.
The thing is that when it comes to Imperial Age, I doubt that we're gonna see very, very late game. I think we're gonna see someone hit Imp, then instantly overwhelm the opponent, right? It has been like that in most games. So basically, one of the players either losing to raids or just straight up not being able to handle the opponent's composition very
Yeah.
well.
So it
So
really
it's gonna
depends,
be
right? Really depends on what those guys decide to do.
absolutely. It's gonna be. You're gonna probably see, if we go to the late game, you're gonna probably see like 1-2 cannons maybe.
Yeah.
And
But,
some Springles.
yeah, we shall see. Because of course, like I do think the Chinese castle age is stronger than HREs, right? So that's kind of another point of contention. But I do think Chinese get there later, because I think they do want to go for Song on the map like this, because they do want to have like a solid economy. And there's also going to be, I thought that he was pulling villagers to stun, but I was wrong. Actually, he's not gonna pull them to stun at all. He's actually gonna go for some horsemen. He's gonna try to raid a little bit as well.
It's not gonna be a triple TC song.
No.
It's not a team game, okay?
No, it's not triple TC song, indeed.
And we see
went
professional
for Pro Scouts. He's actually stealing that.
Damn.
That's crazy. He's gonna try to steal the Huns.
Yeah, keep in mind that those Pro Scouts are actually nerfed, right? They move at the pace of a villager or even slower at the moment.
Yeah.
So he does have something to escort those professional scouts with, and those horsemen are gonna be really annoying because there's nothing
that can stop them at this point for the HRE. Yeah. The HRE does need, like, they have barracks now, so it's going to be a little bit easier to repel that. I'm not really sure like if the horsemen are the correct choice, but he's gonna try to steal as many as he can anyway. Just try to go get out of that position. Yeah. I'm just kind of trying to wonder how much he can actually get done with these, because especially with those horsemen coming up, and it's kind of a question mark for me if he can actually do much more than just kind of steal a few deer. I'm not really sure if he can keep stealing
until
them
he gets. I think until the HRE player gets 4 spears, he's gonna have a hard time defending those deer, because he'll have to choose between protecting villagers and trying to catch those pesky scouts running away with your deer, right?
So that's actually quite nice heads-up play from 3DB that is gonna be annoying at least for your opponent. I think that's kind of a goal in the early game on those stealthy maps. You are trying to just kind of be as annoying as you humanly can. This is actually a very nice trade by those horsemen, so they trap a single spear and they kill that very, very quickly without any possible response from their opponent. And yeah, they're just gonna try to wrap around. They're just gonna try to find it. It's actually gonna kill the deer in a very, very unfortunate spot. This means that a villager gathering from this carcass is going to have a very, very hard time. He's gonna steal another carcass himself, so he's gonna get one carried away once again. He's actually managing this very well, so I do like this kind of opener from 3DB. They have to say that HRE is almost ready to go up to castles. I'm not really sure how viable this is, since this is a relatively large investment in terms of like the food and such. There's going to be a relatively weird game.
What is gonna the HRE player do in Castle Age? He's not gonna have all that much food, right? He doesn't have pro scouts, and look at that, he's already on berries, right? Yeah. He's gonna mine through those berries, because those are not the enchanted berries. I mean, they're not the Delhi or Abbasid berries, right?
No,
they're just regular berries.
all.
So he's gonna have maybe 2,000 food more in his base.
What is this?
Oh, what is this happening?
Oh, so that's actually a very, very bad fight. So he loses 2 horsemen from the get-go, though, because he does 3 now, because he just kind of wasn't watching. I think he was trying to kind of make this work somehow, which it obviously did not. Yeah, so he's forced to just kind of completely disengage. He's gonna send an archer in, though, so he has something to do with those spears. Though a single archer, of course, not enough. He's gonna try to be annoying here once again. He's gonna try to do some damage with those horsemen. So obviously this means that, yeah, XJBD is going to have a relatively hard time defending from multiple angles. Also, this prelate or the prelate is gonna get caught. That's something that was not anticipated by XJBD. I think, oh, he's actually gonna be on time, so he's gonna be able to just defend this quite well. There are additional archers coming in. Of course, you can bolster the production of a single archery range to essentially like triple produce archers. It's like even better than the Council of the English. So it's quite nice. Of course, he's gonna lose an archer. He very poor micro, I think, from 3DB. He could have definitely saved that if you were to manage the scouts maybe or something, right? It could have been done.
That so Pred is actually getting, while you're commenting on this, the Pred was actually getting caught.
By the wolf.
Yeah, and actually by the scouts. Oh, he's gonna just wall it off, so there will be no way for those prelates or...
Yeah. But he does have a villager as well, already has. So it's going to be very aggressive opening, so you'd think that the Chinese would be playing, as I said, like, that's kind of the problem, the diversity, right? The Chinese can play a multitude of builds. But aggressive play from the Chinese is something that we rarely see, but they can do this. They can obviously just pump out a lot of units without refocusing on economy, because I think 3DB is still in Tang Dynasty. He just got the barbecue and that's it. He's just mass producing units. He's trying to just overwhelm the HRE player, because I think that's kind of the problem with a lot of things. Like, you can assume that your opponent is going to be greedy because you're being greedy, right? And you can try to get something done because they're being greedy. And that obviously means that... Yeah, right here...
he actually showed to the opponent that there was a prelate running around. He just tapped on that sacred side, which is a big warning. Hey, there is a prelate running around.
Yeah, you can see it anyway, by the way, because if you just watch the map, you see the relic disappear from it, right? So it's a different deal. But again, the second prelate just does the same thing. It just does the same thing again. So it is kind of an unfortunate situation. By the way, those spears are going to get caught by the archers. Just complete dismantlement here by 3DB. He's just going to absolutely demolish these units. Those horsemen were not pulled to leg just right in time to just avoid that wall low. And I don't think the HRE have anything that would kind of warrant them safety here. Look at this. This is also he walled that prelate with villagers somehow and kill them. Like, that's just insanity. And also 3DB is gonna go up to his own castle. Those two prelates are gonna probably draw. Oh. He managed to convert. That's very big, actually. It's very big, because he might actually be able to escape now. He probably thought this was lost. He didn't even micro this at all. And there are two horsemen, of course, who have been just converted. But yeah, it's just 3DB going after castle himself right now.
Like, as I was saying, the HRE player is completely out of food. He's actually gathering from those berries in his own corner of the map. Yeah. If you run to the left, yeah, he's absolutely out of food. There are so many villagers and berries, and I think he's gonna have to start farming, like, basically now, because there are no deer carcasses, and those carcasses are actually not so safe to gather from, right?
Yeah, and this is cute. Like, this relic is cute. Like, this is so funny. Just kind of walled it off next to his opponent's base. He's actually gonna do it to every single relic on them. But those are two relics, by the way, he's gonna wall, so it's gonna be absolutely not possible to access them. So that's actually very bad traders, because he has like so many archers here and so many horsemen they can actually take on the knight. They do it very slowly, I have to say. That's not like the fastest death. That's like a death by 1,000 cuts, but it is a death nonetheless. And he's probably just gonna comfortably get those relics as well. It was a huge investment by the HRE, because the HRE do want to get something done right now. They want to get those relics back home to get the economy going, but they're just not able to do this. Like, the China have actually managed to wall off every single relic position right now. There is like one more remaining here on the map, and there's also this Chinese villager who is gonna get spotted by the horseman. The horseman is gonna just get on top of this. He's probably just going to deny at least this little possibility, but yeah, that is probably not gonna go for that too well for that Vil. There's just 6 hits, right, and that does die. 5 and 6 tap it is. So this one is going to be potentially open for the prelates, but they're just, you know, so many of them actually coming around to try and get something of them. It's looking so dire actually for the HRE play, because they're just getting absolutely demolished by this macro play by 3DB.
And keep in mind that the HRE player has the Regnitz Cathedral, right?
Yeah.
That is one of the choices, and right now he's not getting anything from it. He lost so many prelates from it that he's really in a big trouble. He's gonna have one relic, and that's about it. He
has no map control. He has no way to essentially just, you know, get those prelates back to base. Even like, they're just gonna keep dying. That's so brutal. So 3DB just, as I said, like, he's just being annoying, but he's being so annoying that he does dismantle his opponent completely. This prelate is dead again.
That's
like
I think
that's just
5th
GG.
prelate.
Yeah,
5th
that's
prelate
terrible.
going down.
And I like now crossbow is coming out as well, so there's no way for the HRE player to defend this, and that's just all she wrote. And 3DB apparently
Exactly.
I think he just wins this matchup, which is crazy. That was quite cool.
Yeah.
That was a very cool matchup actually. I do like it. That was very, very interesting.
I really liked seeing the Chinese being the aggressor here.
Yeah, that was
and
very nice.
Denying those resources. Actually, he made the professional scouts not to gather. I mean, he made it to first of all bolster his own economy, but at the same time he didn't use it on his own deer first. He used it on the opponent's deer to take away their food income, right?
Yeah.
The HRE player was forced to take berries from the corner of the map, and basically when that thing ran out, there was no food income to make knights, because knights were like the only thing that he could do probably at that point. And once the crossbows came, yeah,
it was just
GG.
over. It was just over then, yeah. So that's kind of the problem, right? So in terms of the bracket right now, we are essentially just kind of, we can go and watch somebody else play, I guess, right? I guess that's just how it is. We can probably just go and see how people are doing in those matchups, because we have to wait for everybody to go through to see how that is going. Missa managed to lose versus Happy Cat, so we could probably just go watch that. That might be an interesting game. There is also there's actually VortiX versus Erik. I think that could be cool.
Yep.
Let's just watch that.
To watch that.
That would be interesting to see. Let's just see what the mainstream is watching, because that will obviously be kind of pointless. But
I think the mainstream is gonna follow what they've been watching, either that or casting the Viper, perhaps.
Yeah, there's still Giving Anxiety versus Donati is still going, so that's kind of a thing.
All right. So they're gonna watch Give You Anxiety, and we can watch VortiX. Actually, the thing is, we're gonna have at least a minute or more.
Yeah.
So probably from 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna
take a short break. Yeah, we have to wait for the match to start, because I would like to start like following a player at least, just kind of getting towards their full series, because this was quite chaotic. This has been quite chaotic so far. I do think the quality of games is going to go up as well. So Leenock, by the way, killed. Vivi did not show up, so it's good that we did not wait for Leenock, because Vivi just never showed up.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I'd love to watch Leenock play, by the way. That would be interesting, but that's just not happening for now.
Also, Beastie QT eliminated Soldier, and the quick. It wasn't a quick, but it was. Yeah. It is a 2-0.
Yeah, it would be fun to actually watch Beastie QT versus Kazvar as well. I think that would be interesting, because Kazvar is very good, and obviously Beastie is great as well. So that's potentially an interesting game. Lucifer versus Demonship. I think that we might see Demonship advance, because I've seen him play. He's excellent. So that might be an interesting game too.
Lucifer is actually a really good player as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Him dismantling hacks was actually quite a show. I liked it.
Yeah, we have to just wait then. We have to just wait for something to start. I think VortiX versus Erik is a safe bet as well, so that'll be interesting to see.
And also following one player is also quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about like kind of following a single person. I'd like to see like a full series though, from Dry Arabia on. Those Arabia games are very short, by the way. They are relatively short, so that's kind of something we have to remember, right? Those are really short games.
Very aggressive, very short, and with a lot of action. So very nice for the casters and for the stream. All right, so be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna BRB as well. I do need to kind of use the restroom for a second or two. So. Yeah. So I'll just kind of come back as well, guys. There's going to be a short break waiting for the players to come, and so that we can actually watch something in particular. I'm going to probably just play something so you guys don't get bored. I'm gonna play something from my YouTube, so you're gonna probably spectate a game from somewhere else or someone else. Maybe something from yesterday. That would be cool, I guess. So I'm going to pull up something on the screen from yesterday so that you guys can be entertained. And yeah, Hags versus Twitch was fun. I can just get there. Or the crazy mountain game is gonna be it, guys. I think that's the interesting thing. So we're gonna go to see that one. So we're gonna just watch Give Anxiety versus Black Magoon, the replay from yesterday. And you guys are just gonna enjoy this until VortiX's game does indeed start. Because for now there is nothing for us to follow. I'd really love to follow like a single player. So I'm just gonna switch the view. Hello, yeah, unfortunate camera shot. So guys, enjoy that. We're just gonna wait for the players to be ready in the meantime. So here you are. We are gonna go into the round of 32, which is gonna be fun, I hope. I guess, in the bottom playing the English. Or I think perceived as one of the weakest civs right now. And
but at the same time,
yeah,
the most played civs. So
and in the north, in the red,
we have Black Magoon playing as the Abbasid dynasty.
And they're also perceived as one of the weakest civs. And unlike the English, they're also one of the least played civilizations. Probably the least played right now. There is gonna be high view of sorts.
Yes,
Lippany, what is this shit?
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at the minimap.
It's Lippany, it's Lippany. It's just...
What is this? It's like a volcanic rock.
I have no idea what this. I've not seen this. Like Lippany is usually very different from this. I'm not sure what the map generating algorithm was taking, but those are some happy mushrooms, man. What is this? It's like it's insanity. Actually, I've never seen a map like this. Again, like this is crazy. Because we've been spectating those games for a while.
Yeah.
And we have not seen maps like this. Like, usually maps are like, okay, that's Lippany, right? You can see this by the shape of the tree lines. Or is it, here's just, it's Lippany, but what the fuck is this thing?
I was like, oh yeah, it's Lippany because it's like middle of the map. And then I look at the sacred sites, right? Two of the sacred sites are...
There's a relic in between them as well. What the hell is this map generation? It's crazy.
And then I look at the southern sacred site and I look north of it. I'm like, Mike, there's a...
Question mark? What is this?
Mike, I think your map is glitched. And then your mouse over it. I'm like...
I mean, like... I think those guys are gonna have fun once they discover this mountain over here, among other things.
Absolutely.
And we see, you know, the sheep being contested, both players actually trying to get the equal numbers here. I'm not sure, like, we have two scouts from the Abbasids, actually, probably a single scout from the English. Yeah, just one. So the English are actually going to opt into getting as much in terms of villager numbers as they can. I'm actually curious because I've seen those matchups go very wild in terms of like the Abbasid just kind of trying to get the second TC and defend it. Never really worked for the Abbasid players, to be honest. Unless they would go for that very late. So I think it's going to be what we'll see again. Like, I don't think you want to go for that early second TC. I think you want to just kind of play defensively, just get some units, spam them out, and just kind of be happy with yourself. I would not go for that extra madness here as backmode, but I would just go for the single TC play, just kind of play the staple normal build. In terms of walling, that's a difficult map to wall as well for the Abbasids, because there are no like neighboring tree lines that you can secure.
There's a massive fucking mountain to the south, so you can...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can wall like this, but then like, okay, I can maybe do it like, maybe like even this like, but
yeah, that's the far.
That's really far, right? There's no convenient walling spot, I think, for that. I mean, you can definitely try to. I'd love to see some cutoffs. Like this is gonna be good because then you deny the towers. Like it's gonna be nice if you can do this. I think there are like some small nice things that you can do, especially that you secure a wood line with this. That's what the Chinese player did to me, right? They just kind of secure the wood line completely with a few like two walls essentially, like one wall here, and there is a set, like you have to walk all the way around the villager to get something done on the wood line then, which is great. So I think that's actually quite a good idea to just wall this segment here, right? If I were the red player, the Backmagoon here, I don't think he likes walling though. I think Give Anxiety likes walling, and Backmagoon doesn't quite that.
But he did wall last game, right? I mean, the game was
super over. He was like 60 supply ahead. It was like essentially it was 80 to 20 as well.
60 supply doesn't actually
mean anything.
Show the difference. The triple supply or quadruple supply does.
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, it's more represented than what it was. The
soup
soup doesn't lie, Kuba. The soup doesn't lie. In this case, the sheep does go down. We see a single archer just making their merry way across the map, and the others are quite far away from getting that economic wing done. So you have to remember, Abbasis don't build landmarks. They take 2 minutes for every single age up though, so you can just click away. And that's it. So yeah, the Abbasid player is gonna go for that economic wing first.
We already see a tower coming from Bakmagun.
Yeah, he's had it for a while. I guess he saw the arch of the, like, as he lost the sheep, he saw the archers. He kind of aware of the fact that it's going to be something sketchy happening. Though you can see there are no villagers on stone yet, so it's kind of an indicator that the English player is not gonna commit to the power rush at least, which is great news for the Abbasis, because obviously Abbasis is not too great at being with any sort of kind of static defense aggression. I guess this map again that would favor the towers if it was to be done over here, right? If we can just kind of get a tower here and just kind of build from there, I think that's fine, but it's not gonna happen just yet. I think.
Also, Bagmagun's goals are absolutely terrible. Like one is in front, and the second gold is also in front, right? His third gold is in the corner of the map.
Yeah.
So if properly, like. If there's like a tower on his first gold, then he probably won't have access to gold until the end of the game.
What we've seen from people like Beastie Cutie was getting the wall like this, just to the range of the TC. So this means like the archers can't cross, right? I think that's also a smart idea. So the walling, as I really kind of like players who wall creatively, and Beastie Cutie was really showing that. Like that was just the brilliant war, because this means like you cannot just go by. If you wall like this, even, I think this opens you to get the berries, which is great, because then you don't have to rely on sheep so early. I think that's kind of cool as well. Obviously,
also Abbasid berries, right?
Yeah, which is great, right? Both Abbasid and the Delhi berries are just better berries than the normal berries. The super berries.
Yeah, and also 20% faster gather rate.
And double the number.
More.
Yeah, double. So it's going to be a lot of berries. Okay guys, I think we are ready, so I'm sorry about interrupting this, of course. I'm just gonna post you the link, so if you guys would like to keep watching, you can just go to that game on a normal, kind of, to the YouTube video, essentially. So this game was a recorded one, of course. We're watching this as a part of a break, since we are waiting for VortiX to get started. I just posted the links if you guys want to go there. You can see it over there. Now we're gonna go ahead and start the actual cast, because I do think that VortiX and his opponent are both ready to go. So we're gonna just probably jump into that game, essentially. Kuba, are you there? Okay, my brother has not returned yet, which is okay, which is fine. I guess we can live with that. I'm just gonna very quickly get the settings done, so we can actually just return to the game. And yeah, it is gonna be the next game of the series, which is gonna be VortiX, I believe. Versus, jeez, I forgot whom he was gonna face, so we're gonna see that in a second. It's gonna be VortiX versus Erik, yeah, it's gonna be VortiX versus Erik. And it is gonna be a 0-0 start, of course, as well, which is something I'm gonna account for. So guys, we're getting ready for this epic game. I hope it's gonna be fun, of course. It should be interesting to see. That's what I'm kind of looking forward to anyway. We shall see how exactly those two guys do perform, however, because this is going to be a very fresh start. We're going to start from scratch from the very first game of the series. It is really fun, I hope. It is really going to be fun, I hope, for us. So it's going to be... It is going to be VortiX versus Erik. I do think both of them are really excellent players. So it is going to be interesting to see how exactly the series evolve. By the way, thank you so much, Pelican, for following. Welcome to our humble stream. Just be informed, guys, that if you are new, please consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch, whichever platform you choose. We do essentially stream every single major tournament there is, and we also do spectate. We also play games, right? We also play Age of Empires 4, so it's going to be something that you can do. In the meantime, we obviously have to wait for those two magnificent players to load into the game before we can actually get started with the series here. So, VortiX versus Erik, it is. Actually, gonna just try to fix it a bit more, like make the score look a little bit better. I think that's a little bit better than it was. So, hopefully, anyway, I'm gonna also try to move these around. Yeah, I think it's just clearer, maybe a little bit clearer. So 2 minutes anyway to spare before the game does indeed begin. You know what? I might actually do it differently. It's a wrong font, so it's actually going to be VortiX and Erik. I'm just gonna make that size a little bit smaller. We should be okay-ish here. Should be okay. I know it's not perfect, guys. No, it is not perfect, but you know what? It is what it is. Getting a proper scoreboard is something that I really need to do. I need to get like a normal scoreboard for this, because those are generally speaking just atrocious overall. I think it looks worse than it did, by the way. I think it looks worse than it did. So we might actually just revert to the previous one. I think this is just atrociously bad. It is absolute garbage, guys. It is absolute garbage. Okay, so these scores can go here. And then the names, no, that's even worse. Names go back. We just kind of shift it a little bit. I think this is better than the previous snapshot was. We're ready to get started, guys. 50 seconds divide us from the beginning of this very game. My co-caster is nowhere to be seen for the moment, anyhow. So just gonna work with me casting alone until my brother does actually show up. And yeah, it's going to be probably fun. It's going to be probably fun to see how exactly these matches evolve. So there's going to be a cool matchup because it's Rus versus Rus in the new kind of way, because it's a new Rus in this patch, of course, meaning that the meta is going to shift most likely because the horse archers and the professional scouts both have been nerfed quite significantly. It didn't actually dissuade people from getting them, but it did actually change the way the kind of matchups operate. Like more aggression in the feudal essentially has been the name of the game now for the past few days. And guys, without any further ado, since my brother is not here and I'm casting for you in the South, in the blue, it is gonna be VortiX playing as the Rus. The map is Dry Arabia, by the way, and we're gonna enjoy this magnificent matchup. In the north, in the red,
we have Erik also playing as a Rus, so it's a mirror matchup on Dry Arabia. So basically, it's gonna be the name of the game is gonna be whoever gets more game killed, basically.
Yeah. And by the way, it is not actually north and south; it is like east and west. So just kind of to be clear, I think I started the game with the map being tilted slightly, but this being said, yeah, this is gonna be a huge contest for those deer indeed and the wolves as well. I think VortiX misses this one, which is not really what you want to do, especially that they probably know this map by heart, so they know where the wolves are. Those do appear in those rather fixed positions, by the way, so you can actually know if you have played enough, if you have like some sort of a mapping done in your head, you can essentially just go towards those fixed locations and pick out those wolves. Now VortiX misses everything, by the way. He misses the deer. You should kind of notice them here. And this is kind of a very competitive game because both those players need to get to 250 bounty. And the sooner they get this done, the better, of course. I'm not really sure why VortiX, because he sees this on the map, he just doesn't go for those there. So you have like 70 bounty so far for VortiX and just 15 for Erik. Erik hasn't really found a single hunt yet, which is really scary for him because he obviously needs to get some sort of kind of hunt going for himself. He has to find those two here. Also, by the way, 2 wolves, so it's not terrible. It's not the end of the world because he finds those 2 wolves and he kind of gets this hunt down. Is going to be great. However, VortiX is on the pathing here, trying to get to this hunt as well. So it's going to be quite nasty for Erik to contest it against VortiX's scout. He might need to pull an additional scout here to just make sure that he can secure this. He probably doesn't even... Does he see this? He probably sees this. Yeah, he knows there's an actual scout of his opponent. He's going to immediately probably pull a... No. He should be pulling a scout to this, I think, because obviously this is not a fight you can take with tools attacking you, and obviously VortiX is... Have you seen those attack cancels? But this is just insanity. He has been just absolutely pounding at that scout of Erik. Look at this, like, he's gonna get another auto. Look at, this is absolutely crazy. That's just, there's just so much, this micro is just absolutely insane. So VortiX really doing something magical here. Getting those auto attack cancels rolling, that's just absolutely beautifully done. And he's just gonna secure this hunt for himself, at least until those 2 scouts arrive, or they do arrive very late. So he's just going to take the majority of the hunt, just run away. And this means that probably he's going to put Erik at a slight disadvantage in terms of hunting, because you have to say, like, you know, VortiX is sitting at 250 bounty, which is what you shoot for as the rules, and Erik is like halfway through almost, you'd like to say. 155, he needs way more than he has.
I think he's gonna get... No, he already did deliver those wolves to these
Yeah,
stunts,
yeah,
so-
that's a problem.
Oh my
And he
god,
has
that's a
some
really,
sheep.
really big disadvantage. That's a really big disadvantage.
He
Yeah, 6 sheep.
he needs more. He needs more than this. He needs way more. He's gonna get those... Oh no! It is VortiX actually getting the scout killed. He's actually gonna run away with those wolves as well. So it's actually gonna be huge advantage for VortiX. He managed to get home with these. Because this essentially means that, yeah, he has like everything under control. So Erik is gonna get one wolf here, but those are gonna be 2 additional wolves going towards VortiX. It's just terrible. And he also does kill a scout in the process. So VortiX really far ahead.
VortiX is actually gonna have around 300 bounty, right? If he gets
Yeah,
those wolves, and
I
he
think
will
a bit
get those
more.
wolves.
He has sheep as well,
No.
so he's gonna be like 350,
Oh
I
my
think,
God.
overall, maybe,
Yeah.
if he manages to get everything in order. And this scout does actually survive this. Like, those wolves are obviously gonna get home. Those 2 scouts are just gonna try to chase and not get much done. And I guess, like, VortiX is just going to be super far ahead, you know, after this game. We might even actually, you know, see Erik forced into, if he wants to go for it, of course, going for that, what the hell is that called? The trade house, high trade house, right? He might not be able to just contest without getting contest his opponent without getting those game kills. He's super far behind.
Also, his sheep count
180.
was not really that high, right?
No. He gets
There's only
30 out
6
of the
sheep.
sheep. He needs an additional 40 gold. He's gonna get 25 here unless those scouts actually manage to pin down this wolf, which is possible, by the way. But I do think he's gonna just make it home. I would say, like, especially if this scout here is gonna... Oh, no. Oh, he gets it. That's very fortunate. He needed this. He really needed this to survive. The problem is still here that he needs to get an additional, like, something, right? A little something to work with this. He needs, like, a little bit more gold. He essentially needs, like... once he executes all those sheep, he still needs... he's gonna need, like, 15, I think. 15 extra bounty, which is very unfortunate because he was not able to make it to this hunt here on time to contest it. So this just sets him very far behind. So VortiX very comfy here, I think, sitting with a decent kind of decent opening, getting lots of things done, dropping the question mark stable here, which is gonna be probably a sign of aggression from him, I guess. He's gonna probably try to contest those deer using
kill those scouts.
the horsemen, yeah, just killing the scouts.
No, it's
off.
actually stable for both sides going down. So it's
I mean,
stable for VortiX and stable.
No, those are
he
2 archery
did cancel.
ranges. There's a 2 archery
He canceled
ranges
the
already.
stable.
And he's gonna go double archery range drop to just try to secure and defend those deer, which is obviously, I think, a good idea. VortiX, by the way, slightly ahead on the timing here. He is gonna get those deer first. And I'm not really sure how many scouts Erik is working with, just 4, I guess. Yeah, against VortiX is also just 4. Okay, that makes sense. So, equal numbers here that he's gonna try to get those deer back home, of course. I do think this is gonna be a very nice opening. It's gonna be early knights, by the way, for VortiX. So VortiX is gonna get like a nice advantage because archers don't really fight well against early knights. There's gonna be a nice kind of an opening, I think, for VortiX in this game.
Absolutely, those early knights actually shred archers. They're basically like royal knights from French, but they can't heal.
Yeah, and they don't have extra charge damage.
Yeah.
They're like essentially shitty version of the early knights of the French.
I mean, until Castle Age, they're basically the same except for the healing, and in the Castle Age, their charge is not as good.
Yeah. So you can see actually that's good for VortiX. He's gonna contest those scouts. There are also some scouts from VortiX here just kind of guarding this hunt. So this means like if there is an attempt from Erik to actually get any of those deer home, he's not gonna have a nice time with this. He's definitely not gonna have a nice time with this. So you can see those are like 4 scouts. Like this means that if you try to do something about this as Erik, you're just gonna get absolutely shafted by those scouts. And if you are trying to contest...
Mike, does Erik have professional scouts already or not?
Yeah, he should. I mean, he did research this, I think. No, he actually does. Wait.
He doesn't.
No way. He hasn't gone for pro scouts at all. That's a big WTF question here. Like question mark, question mark, question mark. An enemy is missing. An enemy is missing. What is he doing?
And he's making scouts still.
Maybe that's a bug. I don't believe I can't believe that he has no pro scouts.
He's fighting early knights with scouts as well.
Maybe he just wanted to... Oh, that's a massacre, by the way. So those knights just absolutely dismantled those scouts. Well, I think he was just trying to delay his opponent. He built those scouts not to actually go for the deer. He's just gonna go for like some sort of combat opening here. He's gonna get like a mass of archers here, but I'm not necessarily too sure about like archers versus knights. Archers versus scouts, I do obviously give an advantage to those archers, but like you have to get like a nice mass of spears to contest the knights. And preferably like a blacksmith, because otherwise those archers just kind of, you know, do 1 damage or 2 damage per shot. That's not
and those arrow knights are gonna go into the wood line of
They're gonna get
Erik,
2 kills at least, I think, because maybe 3 even actually at this rate. I think you have to back away after this, so probably not something you can do. 2 kills
every
is enough
single
though.
one, and yeah.
That's very nice. That's very nice. 2 kills down, and you also get like some sort of kind of pull from those villagers, so delay that mining a little bit. Not bad. This side completely lost in space and time, though, is gonna just get absolutely demolished here. But it does actually take a while for those units to kill a knight, you have to say.
Absolutely. It's also, Erik is probably gonna run out of food under his TC really soon, so he cannot go into the castle age having made so many units, right?
Oh, she's not gonna go. There is no castle age
he's
for
not gonna.
Erik. No. He's gonna go for like a full offense.
VortiX can actually do whatever, because he has maybe 4k food under his TC.
He
Maybe
can do
more.
whatever unless there is a ram ranch. Like, look at this army. It's not a small force. It's like quite a large army actually from Erik. And Erik is going to probably just force a fight here. Obviously, this is like 7 knights from VortiX. You can see how this matchup has evolved. So it used to be a castle age rush. That is essentially just, you know, very early fights from both sides. Like they're all trying to force something, where you're going to try to make something happen. This knight is going to completely surround it and just absolutely demolish.
Yeah. For sure, it was
very nicely done. Definitely like a mistake from VortiX, of course, like a micro mistake. Yeah. So I'm not really sure how well those knights will do against this. But I'm not really sure Erik knows either, because Erik is just gonna back away.
I think that those knights cannot charge into that number of spears, because they'll just get killed, basically.
Yeah.
But they can still cycle around, maybe try to go for some eco damage on Erik's woodline or some stuff like that. And we can already see that one knight. I think it's a...
Is it a rally?
It was not spot. I think it's a rally mistake.
Oh,
It is a rally mistake.
That's very bad for VortiX. Obviously, losing knights, and if you're under siege, is bad. And I don't think this is like actually something you can win unless you get like a nice archer mass yourself. You need to get like a lot of archers, like 10-15 archers, I think, to deal with those spears efficiently. And again, VortiX is gonna try to go for some sort of an attack. I don't think he must have been spotted actually. I think Erik knows what's up. But I'm not really sure how much he has. Yeah, he knows. Look, he has some spearmen in the tree line, in the wood line actually. So he's going to have some sort of defensive measure here available to him.
But at least one villager is still gonna die. At least one villager.
But I think he's just gonna get those. Yeah, one villager drops 2 actually. It's a very nice hit and run accident here with the villager. Gets absolutely shredded by those knights, and they do get away. So it's a nice opening here, of course. I think like 4 villagers down already, which is obviously quite good. VortiX on the other hand just managed to pull away with his unit. So those archers, actually he's not paying attention. He's gonna probably lose a villager here, maybe 2 of those archers. Yeah, 1 villager, 2 villagers, I think maybe even 3 are gonna go down. But there's gonna be a trade here. So those archers, I'm not sure why he's moving them in so deep, because there are some archers from VortiX here. There's a 3-4 villagers going down right now, I think, from that, but there are also a lot of casualties among the archers here. So that's definitely not a nice trade. Also, VortiX is gonna get something down on the other side of the map, just taking over this woodline completely. And he's gonna
trading archers for archers.
He's gonna actually destroy those units very hard. He is going to. I think this is very nice trading from VortiX already. Like he has actually he lost some knights, but he did kill like additional 4 villagers or 3 villagers here. So VortiX is working with. So Erik is sitting in 29 villages, 37 for VortiX. So as I said, very efficient trading.
Exactly, and
those
basically
archers.
at the same time that Erik was killing villagers in VortiX's base, VortiX was actually killing spears and villagers in his
and he was not losing too much.
Base.
Yeah,
exactly.
Those knights are gonna return now. They're gonna try to get a nice flank on this. I don't think they can fight it because they're like super harm. Like they're super hurt.
Yeah.
So they just get. I think this is just a terrible move. Like,
no,
4 knights. That's just for
4 knights
nothing.
going down.
That is absolutely
Almost
terrible for VortiX. Just not paying attention to this massive kind of chunk of resources. You have to say like those are like. This is a lot of resources lost, right? Essentially, like almost 1,000, like 900 something resources just gone with the wind.
Absolutely.
For nothing. That's just terrible trade. You don't want to lose those knights. Like even though they don't heal, obviously they can just be used in the normal engagement. So I think overall, of course, VortiX does hold an advantage here because he is working with. Also, like look at the food bank for VortiX.
Absolutely, that's what I was saying. That those professional scouts did pay off, and they are still gathering carcasses from all around the map, right?
Yeah.
Because since Erik is not contesting them, they can just return later, sneak those carcasses, and return back home. And that's maybe, wait, yeah, that's 1,800 food per trip, basically.
Yeah.
Those 4 scouts
And
make.
the thing is, Erik is super committed, right? So VortiX goes up to the castle age, like he's just gonna click and build that Abbey of the Trinity. I'm not really sure how much can Erik get done. I mean, this is a large army. Don't get me wrong. This is actually a very, very decent force. He doesn't have the ram range though. He cannot actually just kind of attack these this infrastructure. So
That's exposed gold. That is exposed gold.
yeah, it is. But yeah, VortiX doesn't realize this. He's gonna. Oh, he actually does pull away on time. He's just gonna lose 1 villager for his trouble, maybe 2 in fact.
2.
That's not bad, obviously, if you're behind, but there's also something happening on the other side when there's actually nice attacking those villages in the berries. 2 for 4 villages dead for 2 is actually very, very good trade. So, again, VortiX just pulling the trigger, just getting things done. He might actually lose those knights again because he's not paying attention to them too much. He loses 1 to the spearman. He pulls the rest away. He's just gonna be denied the gold access. He's gonna probably lose those. Actually, those spears are enough to actually attack this. I think it's kind of interesting to see this evolution where people just kind of try not to get rams too much. Like they instead of going for rams, they just go for like large spearman mass and they just attack and auto cancel against the buildings. This is gonna work. But there are 2 additional villagers falling here for Erik. So VortiX is absolutely just smashing this matchup.
VortiX actually realized that there's nothing that knights can do at home, so he just basically sent them to Erik's base, and he did find a lot of picks.
But he realizes also he's okay at home because there's nothing that can actually. On the side of Erik that can fight this massive archers that VortiX has managed to pull together, and he's actually getting that upgrade probably somewhere. No, not yet actually.
He's not missing crossbows. He's making crossbows actually right now.
I'm not sure why.
It's quite interesting.
Because there's nothing like heavy coming from. Maybe he thinks that Erik is gonna go up as well, but Erik is nowhere near. Erik is actually just super screwed because he has no food access at all. He's just a few of those measly farms. He's dead. I think Erik is just dead altogether. Like not going for professional scouts. I mean, he could have had all this food at his home. Like, he could have had all those deer. Like, these for 14 deer, actually. Because I don't think there's, like, a feasible way to contest those. He just doesn't go for it at all. He's just going to lose this game because he was just too reluctant to go for that upgrade, I think. You have to go for Pro Scouts against another Rus player because you just kind of get super far behind otherwise. He's going to go for Rams right now. I do think this is too late. Because VortiX is going to get the veteran archers.
Actually, VortiX was making crossbows because he thought that the opponent was gonna make some knights, right? This was the natural way to do, right? The opponent is spamming archers, so he just makes in 2 or 3 knights and to just tank those shots, right? But right now,
I'm not sure what my camera is doing actually. Oh, it was not free camera. Okay, so I was just trying to see the ram. So the ram is actually going to start hitting the golden gate. Very bad choice of targets, I think, because there is nothing you gain from killing the golden gate. What you can gain, like the possible gains, are only in those archery ranges. I think that's the major kind of objective for you. But those are veteran Rus archers. I'm not really sure how much you can do. Look at how fast they're actually dealing with the ram. Because they have some upgrades as well, so they're actually very fast at disposing.
It's the crossbowman actually. Is the crossbowman dealing so much damage to the rams because they have slight damage bonus?
Actually, VortiX is just gonna go mano a mano against this. I don't think this is something that you can do. You don't have numbers advantage yet, so there's a man at arms here actually for VortiX just trying to defend this. I'm not really sure if you want to be fighting this yet. I would honestly just prefer. I'm not really sure those villagers are doing either. What are they actually walking into? This is a terrible move from VortiX. VortiX is gonna lose a lot of those units. Actually, there's a TC that is not shooting too much at those archers at all. I'm not really sure like, what exactly the move is. This is this is still a win for VortiX, I think, because he's actually defending this in terms of like kind of just killing or thinning out the enemy numbers, but he's not gonna do this too cleanly. He could have definitely waited a little bit, just got some extra units and then fought this, because there is no time pressure. Like if you lose this golden gate, so what? Like this is something that you have like time to rebuild later. The scouts are actually gonna try to very kind of hard tunnel on the rams, and they do get 1 for the price of 2 scouters. I think very much worth it. And those men-at-arms are actually just working against those archers right now. There are 3 men-at-arms, very difficult to kill for archers, and those are very hard archers as well. The TC is gonna help, and I do think there's gonna be the hold for VortiX overall. He has like a nice, I think it was just very good micro against all odds, and VortiX is still he's still raiding those berry bushes, which is quite funky.
Yeah. Exactly, because Erik is out of food, so he has to either farm or use those berries.
And Erik is trying to completely ignore those men-at-arms, by the way, which is kind of funny, but he can't do it forever. He's gonna try to thin out the village in numbers. you have to say though, VortiX is actually sitting on 1900 wood, so you can definitely just gotta start farming behind this. If he finds like a small window to start doing this, and VortiX just loses 600 wood in those rams, so it's obviously not optimal at all.
And Erik is just targeting builds now. He knows that this push is over. So
yeah, but he does kill some of those. Like he thins out the villager numbers, but I don't think he has enough to kind of make up for it. This is actually no, he does have a decent villager number, but he does have food to go up. I don't think Erik has the ability to go up yet. He's very far away from that, actually.
He has literally gold, and that's about it, because he's spending all this wood and all this food on something else.
The problem for the feudal armies. The problem for the feudal armies.
The perspective, Mike.
Yeah, okay. The problem for the feudal armies is that they don't have like a nice response to those men-at-arms, because in Castle Age you obviously get those crossbows who work very, very nice against men-at-arms. Like you can just demolish those, and that's that. But here it's just not the greatest situation. Obviously, that's what really sets you behind. If you are a tier of the technology behind, I think those archers who are upgraded, they don't make that much of a difference, because it's still kind of possible to trade equally against them. It's not possible to win against those men-at-arms. There are just so many of them now. So I don't think Erik has anything.
Yeah, that's 5 pierce armor against 6 pierce attack of the archers. So either they would be dealing 1 damage per volley, right? I mean per shot. And VortiX is actually just playing it slowly, getting those relics. He already has 1, and he's just getting those other relics on the map. And there's nothing Erik can do actually to stop him.
No, he's got, because those men-at-arms, I think they move. I'm not really sure about the movement speeds, but the way you cannot just shoot and move, right, as those archers, because then you just either get out. Like it's 1.12 speed for those MAAs and 1.25, so the archers are slightly faster than men-at-arms actually, which is logical because they are in heavy armor. But you just run those archers into the enemy base and that's it. I think he was trying to find some extra damage. In the end, he just doesn't get anything done. And there are extra men-at-arms here in the middle of them. I'm just kind of cutting off any reinforcements. I think Erik is just completely dead, man. He is as dead as one can be. And it is going to probably just the matter of a few extra seconds before
I think Erik is gonna try to click up actually. Erik is gonna try to click up, deal as much damage as possible, click up and maybe try to hold.
But how do you hold against this many men-at-arms? This is like 12 of them right now. You have nothing. I mean, you have 2 barracks, but getting the numbers up is gonna be really hard. He pulls every single villager in creation to get this Abbey of the Trinity up. I'm actually curious, does he have... He still doesn't have the bounty, by the way. He still doesn't have the bounty. Which he could have got because he needed to kill a single ball, essentially, to get that.
Yeah, and he had the numbers of archers to actually kill that ball.
Walk by, kill a ball, and I don't think he had the presence of mind to do so, though. That's the problem for him. He just had no... he's actually also... he chopped this woodline completely, right? That's another problem. And yeah, you can get some crossbows out. I think that's the play, right? You just get some crossbows and you pray that you can just kind of hold on. I'm not really sure how well this crossbow is gonna work. You can also try to get that. I think that would be a nice play, but he doesn't have the stone. Getting that sprinkle would be great because sprinkles are actually very good. Like the emplacements, they do so well against men-at-arms and against knights as well, actually. So getting that would be quite cute, but he just doesn't have any resources to spare, and I think he's just gonna get massacred here.
And right now there's a base in his eco. I'm sorry, a knight in his eco, and there are men-at-arms in his eco, and those crossbows can't really, you hold their ground.
Yeah. I mean, to give you justice, there is a base in his eco, I agree with you. And there are also men-at-arms, you're like doubly right, there is no way to deny any of your statements. Yeah, that's just kind of the way things are. He has those, I think crossbows can eventually just clean this up, but obviously like losing the time for those villagers and losing a few of those is obviously gonna hurt me quite a bit. It takes like 4 attacks for a man-at-arms to kill a villager, by the way, so it is going to take a while.
Yeah, but before those crossbows actually clear that army, it's gonna take a while as well. So, also the crossbow numbers are also thinning out. The villager numbers are thinning out. So
yeah, they're just 3. The only units that Erik has on the map are just those 3 poor crossbows. On the other side, though, it is gonna be 12 MAAs, 2 warrior monks, and to Scott's not the biggest number of, not the biggest army in the world, honestly, for VortiX, to be frank, but it is enough to just kind of at least keep those crossbows busy and keep those villages back in the TC. That's what he needs to do.
Absolutely, and with the the villagers idle, there are no crossbowmen that Erik can actually produce. So it's gonna be it's gonna be 3 crossbows, and that's it.
Yeah.
So that's a GG right there. That's a complete overwhelm.
And the villager numbers are very low as well. He can't produce because he has no food. It's just
And
gonna.
we can see the gather point of those barracks in the middle of Eric's base, actually.
Yeah.
That hurts so much
Yeah.
to see it, actually.
Yeah, it's here. Actually, no. VortiX is. Yeah, VortiX moves it to the middle again. This guy just doesn't give a damn. I think he just doesn't give a damn right now. He knows he has won. He has so much. He can just kind of keep producing units. And I do believe he still has enough to kind of keep going with the kind of, you know, getting a bank going for himself. I would like to see him probably just go for like some sort of a ram push, because he has so much wood, he can build like 4 rams essentially. And that will be probably the end of Erik.
Absolutely. Oh, no, don't tell me he's gonna BM with a relic. No, VortiX. Oh no. Why would you do that? No, okay, he's gonna get a conversion probably.
Yeah, on a single villager. Congratulations.
This is just a BM, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it
really.
was like Erik knows he's done for. And he does step out. It is 1-0 for VortiX. It was a cool game. You have to say, like, this was very nicely played, but I think this is kind of the new way to play the rules, and yeah, it was just super well handled by VortiX.
Absolutely. Erik, I think not going for the professional scouts is a mistake.
Yeah, I think you still have to do this.
You're absolutely allowing the opponent to get that free food for himself. Yeah. And we could already see that Erik was struggling with food himself, right?
Yeah.
He had no food under his TC, so he was forced to take berries, which actually VortiX camped with his knights. Yeah. So whenever those villagers were going through those berries, they were getting slaughtered. And so he was forced into farms. And farms are not that effective, right? Sorry, no. Not efficient.
No, so, they aren't at all. Agree. It was a nice kind of strategic approach. I did love the game from 3DB, honestly. It was the coolest game of the day so far, though. I think that was the nicest one. Like, with the Chinese aggression on the Hill and Dale was just absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, that was really, really nice.
That was super cool. I think that's just absolutely magnificent. Like, the way he did
denying resources is the king in this game, basically. And that Chinese game showed us what to do, actually.
Because the maps in Age of Empires 4 are just very open, most of them anyway. You have like lots of points of access to your base. Like in StarCraft 2, you can actually essentially just drop on your opponent or just use some sort of air units to get access to your opponent's economy. Here there are like so many ways, and there's just also so much more space than in StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 maps are very small. Here, yeah, like so many points of access that essentially, the economy game is so much more important. I mean,
also, the resources are quite a bit more spread, right? You have the deer that give a lot of food. You have the berries that give not that much food, but you cannot move the berries. While the deer, you can actually move right below your TC. It's same for the sheep, right? But once the sheep run out, you have to choose between having that professional scouts milling those deer or just bringing those deer next to your town center, right? So some of those options are safe and some of those aren't, and we could see the last game that not all options are equal, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
You cannot just go for the berries and stay safe still.
Yeah.
Because those knights actually from VortiX massacred vills.
Yeah. Hello guys on the chat, by the way, welcome to the stream. Let me know how you're feeling. If you do think that maybe one of the casters is too loud or too quiet, please let me know. If you think the volume is off, also let me know. And if you're enjoying yourselves, just say hi in the chat, of course. I do highly encourage you to do so, because that's just kind of going to allow us to interact a little bit more. I do also encourage you to subscribe and to follow on Twitch. You know the drill. As we wait for the game, I can self-advertise just a teeny tiny bit. You guys are very, very welcome to the cast, by the way. We're happy to have you here. And feel free to discuss. If you have any notes whatsoever regarding those games, just use the chat feature on either YouTube or Twitch to address them. By the way, to those of you on Twitch, because I see there are some of you here on Twitch actually, which is strange, because usually I just have most of my viewership comes from YouTube. I am a YouTuber too, so if you'd like to watch any of those games later, like I do kind of have all those recordings posted on my YouTube channel. There is a button below that will take you there, so you can actually just click subscribe and join me there. This being said, we're just getting started with this game number 2 between VortiX and Erik, and it is going to be fun. Hello there, hi there, Haunting GTA. Lovely to see you back every single time. And we are going to watch a very, very cool competitive game once again. I hope, anyway, that this is going to be the case. Would you like to introduce our first competitor, Kuba?
Of course, we have VortiX in the blue playing as the French, and oh boy. Again, this matchup.
Yeah, the English versus the French, the kind of one of those matchups that you have seen in history and see a lot in this game as well. I think people just kind of feel comfortable on both sides of it, right? So in the bottom here in the red, it's going to be Erik as the English. And he's also going to give us quite a show, hopefully, in this game. I hope he does know what to do with the English to kind of push down the French efficiently. And I do think that you can actually get a lot of stuff done if you play it properly. Like, if you play the side of the matchup properly as the English, you can get a lot of things. And you can probably just kind of draw the game out enough, at least, to kind of go into that later stage. I think that's what you really want to do. You want to kind of draw the game out, just force the French player to defend and try to get into like the later stages of Castle Age, where I do think English actually are very, very good, right? They get like lots of those benefits from basically like both defensive and offensive infrastructure. We shall see, of course, like generally speaking, those games go into very long feudal ages, of course, because both players are trying, because both civilizations are extremely strong in feudal. The English, of course, the longbows are really, really good, and those French knights are also excellent units. So that's probably what we'll see. Like the English on the aggression, the game is going to draw out, and depending on how well Erik is going to execute his attack, and depending on how well VortiX defends, is going to be something happening later. Well, I would really like to see, again, the beastie cutie wall, as we call it, getting this wall over here. It essentially just, just get it like into the range of the TC. You can see how far it goes. You just get a wall here. This means that this is not passable terrain for those archers anymore, because they have to just get underneath the French TC, which does, shred any archer very quickly. So that would be probably a good move. Obviously, this means that there is no way for those archers to kind of maneuver too much around the base. And this just leaves them open. I think we've seen a lot of those very good players do this, just kind of use the walls against the English to get some sort of openings, right, into this
Absolutely.
kind of middle feudal games.
The thing that worries me the most, though, is VortiX's map. It's not the best. Both goals are in the front. The hunt are to the north of his base. I mean, northwest of his base. There's a single wood line that he has access to, and the berries are also exposed, right? So getting those resources, secured is gonna be the top priority for VortiX, and we'll see how Erik does once he scouts this. Because once you scout this map, you're gonna have to go on offensive.
Yeah. I mean, you see there's a lot of sheep, first of all, so he's gonna be safe under the TC. What I really don't see people do, I think I'd love to see them do more often if you play against the English. Go for the berries very early on, and get as much out of them as you can, because this is not much food, honestly. It's just a few hundred, like 1,500, right? Overall, in this berry patch, which means you can actually get a mill here, just get those berries. I think this could be a good strategy overall, because this means you can just go back to those sheep later when you're under siege by the English. You still have like a secure food source.
While yes, it's a good strategy for Delhi and the Abbasids, because they gather at the same rate from berries as from sheep. For French, which heavily rely on those night numbers, that would mean
getting lots of food income would be good.
Yeah, but that would basically mean you would have like -2 villagers from the start.
Yeah, I understand this. Yeah, I know, but it's just kind of something that you could benefit in the long run. It just kind of depends on how well you defend. Because I do this if I play against the English now. I just kind of go for a very early mill and just get as much food as I can, because I want to save those sheep for later. But I think VortiX has enough sheep to actually secure his position. He's gonna mill. I think this mill is just gonna be used for the professional scouts, though. He's not gonna mill for anything else. So I think that's quite cool as well to see that. So he's gonna just get that mill here and just going to try to hold on to his dearest life, I think, for a while. Obviously, professional scouts, I think that's also quite a bad, as you said, the scouts are not going to have an easy time getting to those deer, because they're close to each other. So it's very easy for the English archers to just kind of sit here and just wait. Like, or even spears, honestly, because those are so close to each other, and obviously scouts are just going to go for either of the hunts to get those initial deer back home. And this is going to mean that obviously you're in trouble, because getting those deer means that you have to just go through archers. You need some sort of kind of a standing army to just kind of defend this. And Erik is going to just also have a scout here from the very get-go. He sees the mill, he knows what's up, he knows it's going to be professional scouts as well.
Exactly. So, talking about that, we didn't actually focus on Erik's base. So we have a really exposed gold, a rather safe wood line, and really farms already farms, rushing those farms out. Oh my god, that's really interesting.
I don't. Do you like this from Erik? Do you think
I really don't like it because it makes it so that you don't have that initial punch of an army, right? You're investing quite a bit of wood into something that, yes, it does pay off in the long run, and it is quite fast when near a mill, right? But I don't think it's worth early on, right? You can just mill those berries and be quite safe with it.
He's just setting up a huge farmland here. So he might have like a very... We thought he would go aggressive. I don't think he's going to go aggressive at all. He has like... He's planning to defend, I think. Which is weird. I mean, it makes sense overall, but I don't think this is kind of the valid... I mean, okay, we'll see. I'm very curious actually what he does with this, because this looks outside of the box actually, because we have always seen, you know, the French on the defense and the English on the offense, and it's gonna be very different right now.
Absolutely.
And VortiX also just kind of...
those knights. Yeah, we already see those knights rallying next to the gold just to defend it.
Yeah, and there are pro scouts already done.
Yeah. So this means that the French player is gonna have a lot of safe food below his TC. And as the time goes on, he's probably gonna add like 2 more scouts.
Yeah.
To secure that food even further.
But he's fine. I think he's just cool by doing what he's doing right now. The French are okay. Because what you're gonna do then as the French is that's what you've seen usually, kind of those death pushes, you know, where you just kind of field a big army and you just go if your opponent is too passive, because then you can just dive the TC and just kill everything. Unless you have no hands. Because I had a guy today who tried to do this to me and he just kind of targeted the spears with his knights and died. But if you have hands, I do believe VortiX has 2 functional hands. He can definitely make it work.
Absolutely. We've seen his hands do wonders, actually.
Yeah. Those auto-attack cancellations, this is insanity. Yeah. VortiX was just absolutely like a wild animal in those games. He's just like, it was next level. This was like super sharp micro. So I do think he's gonna just be able to do it again. And I'm really sad because the developers said they're gonna take away the scout micro. And I do think it's kind of such a fun mechanic to watch. I would really love to see it stay.
Okay, it's fun when it's a little bit of animation cancelling, but double animation cancelling, I think it's slightly too broken, man.
Yeah. Just keep the basic animation cancel, because I think this is just that's something that you kind of seen in SC2 as well. You just kind of see those early fights. You know, the super early skirmishes, that's something that keeps the action going. I think you need action in RTS from minute 1. Or the kind of the viewership value drops. So I don't mind this. Actually, yeah, Erik gets the first volley in those archers of VortiX, so VortiX is going to be at a slight disadvantage, but those archers are actually forced to run. He's actually trying to fight those archers as he goes back. He does get a few punches with the knights.
He's trying to fight his spears with the knights.
Yeah.
Basically, those knights will heal up. Once disengaged, if they survive.
Yeah, you need to focus hard. Like, you need to focus one knight if you want to get something done here.
Oh, no.
That's very nice micro fight by VortiX. He's getting lots of stuff done. But he's actually, one knight dies. Second knight might actually follow in suit as well, because those archers can even probably target this one. But this is quite a massive army coming again from Erik across the map. So he has like a nice rally here with a number of those archers. So 2 knights. Well, I think it's quite of an even trade actually. I think favoring Erik in kind of all in all.
Absolutely favoring Erik, because Erik lost a few spearmen and a few archers, and VortiX lost 2 royal knights, which is a lot of resources.
Yeah.
So it's worth probably around 5 archers or even more.
Yeah. This just keeps going. I think if you get like a critical mass of archers, you can actually start contesting the knights with them even. We might see it happen in a relative kind of future. You see actually very nice kind of micro with those spearmen by Erik. He actually does manage to get those knights into this uncomfortable position, forcing them to actually get stunned or disengage. And he's actually getting a lot of nice kind of like he's getting the excellent trades here. Like he's actually obliterated. He wins this fight very, very handsomely.
Absolutely, and VortiX is gonna get chased off the goals right now. He's gonna lose 1 villager, and
yeah, this cripples the night production. This is the end of night production for VortiX. He only gets food and wood now. It's not good, because the core of the army here for the French is obviously those knights.
And look at his other golds. Where are they? In the front. He cannot take gold comfortably.
No. So there is a tower dropping as well for the English, so this is kind of going to be the killing blow. We've seen this actually work so many times against the French. People not going for those kind of, you know, towers, not going for anything like that is infrastructure based, not going for stone. They just go for pure army numbers, and they win with the army numbers alone, because this is what really kind of allows you to dominate those fights. Like getting that large number of army instead of getting those towers means that you obviously get like a nice edge in those fights, getting those dominating situations where you just have numbers advantages. and the French have nothing to their name. Like VortiX is sitting on 5 archers, man, and the English have like it's a massive number. It's like 11 here, probably like way more on the way as well. I'm just gonna kind of 14 archers total, man. It's just brutal. I think if you're, and I think this is what he was going for. That's why he dropped those farms. I think he just knew, right? He just knew that he is going to go for this kind of larger, like kind of force attack, like this kind of massive attack later. He accumulated those forces, and he just went into that fight with this kind of solid economy to back it. And he's just producing way more than a normal English player would be at this point, because he is just a very solid eco behind this.
Absolutely, and the only units that VortiX can actually produce right now are archers. And while yes, it's possible for them to fight the English archers, it's not gonna be possible once those towers go up.
No, because that's just going to mean that this is just too much attack speed, and you cannot outtrade those English archers, and especially that the English do have the numbers advantage, right? You need to be like essentially producing through 3 archery ranges to win this. You need to have like perfect upgrades. There's no blacksmith for VortiX.
That's
and
gonna
Erik is dropping his.
So it's gonna be a blacksmith. It's gonna probably be +1. Oh no, that's a really bad position for VortiX.
He knows. So, yeah, he knows he's just gonna run. He's going to, because there is a spear here actually, just kind of trying to scout this. So, but VortiX loses 5 archers for 1. This is not
That's
good.
a lot of Strelbora, man. That's
I think the Strelbora win this game. It's just kind of going to be a very decisive punch. Guys, what do you think of the French versus English matchup? Because like from my perspective, it usually favors the French, because if you micro correctly, I think you can win. But this was just such a nice kind of tactic from Erik. He's just kind of producing a lot of those archers here with this very solid economical backbone of those farms. And that's just what really propels him towards the victory. He's just continuously producing units right now. Essentially, he's had this kind of continued stream of units. And even though this matchup doesn't seem to favor him too much, I think he has enough to actually just contest this food line right now. He's just gonna move all those units forward. He's gonna get that. I think he's just trying to force a fight. I don't think he wants to even build this tower. I think he's just forcing those archers to move forward.
Yeah, and he's gonna massacre them once they do, because there's nothing that VortiX doesn't have enough numbers, right? He's gonna force a tower out of VortiX, and yes, there's a single knight that he was able to produce from all those. Who
falls immediately, by the way. So this villager dies, this stack is gonna be thwarted, but there's going to be a trade-off here for the French. They lose a large mass of units again, of course, and there is probably going to be just the attack upgrade for now, so not much yet, but obviously, like, this is just a complete stranglehold. There's nothing there are no resources available anymore, like there are no deer. So you just have to farm.
Those professional scouts, while yes, they were viable, if he had the map control, he doesn't have any map control whatsoever. He's gonna go for berries. Oh my god, he's so started, he's gonna just go for those berries, but those berries, if that tower finishes, by the way, if he just pulls 2 more villagers to finish this tower, he's gonna scout those berries to the north of VortiX's base. They should be in range exactly.
Yeah, he should see them. Yeah, you see this kind of crescent shape here. It does show you how far the vision goes from the tower, so it's going to be visible perfectly well. But obviously this tower does secure some vision for VortiX, but I do not think VortiX can contest this anytime soon. He has nothing in his... The problem is that there's also like no sneaky gold he can take to the east, right? There's just 1 gold over here that he can take, and it's just very, very unfortunate. And the English are just going to capitalize on this very much by getting like even more numbers. And I think like at some point they'll have like so much economy that they'll essentially just break even. I think Erik knows this. Erik, I think he's just gonna go castle, man. He's just gonna go castle with that.
He might. He actually might.
It is Strelbora indeed. He's using archers of all things to take down this tower. They take down this archery range. And by the way, this is actually also nasty, because that does mean that VortiX can't produce out of this without being contested.
Look, he's trying to finish the tower. If that tower does finish, that's game over, I think.
Yeah, that's gonna contest the tree line, also revealing those berries being gathered. And again, like, this is not a favorable trade. You can actually engage against those archers because they're slower, but the English archers do actually trade well at the back end of those engagements, because they do have better range, right? So they do actually find nice advantage. You can see like an additional 2 or 3 archers falling without any possible response from VortiX.
Yeah, VortiX was trying to target those villagers and stop them from finishing that tower. And I think he knows that once the tower finishes, those berries are gonna get exposed. So
yeah, so he knows he has to defend this.
Yeah.
And the problem is also like that, as I said, like VortiX is going to not have an easy time as the game goes on right now, because he is just going to be forced to farm at some point. There is no kind of safe farming spot for the French here. So yeah, and he has essentially one archer range producing, because if there's an archer coming out of this one, he's just gonna get sniped.
He knows that
Yeah.
that once the tower finishes, he's gonna see it, and he just backs off with those
But
villages.
what do you
those
do?
villages...
What do you do as VortiX now? Where do you go with those villages? Do you go like to this? Yeah. Oh god.
Oh my god. That's a long walk.
And then
All those
finally
workers.
Rams come down. I don't think there is any
Yeah.
future for in this game for VortiX, to be honest. Like, he is just getting absolutely demolished by Erik. So I like
So
this. We
that's a complete
questioned
opposite
this.
from the last game, actually. That's a
Yeah.
really interesting build order from Erik.
We questioned those farms. I think this is kind of safe, reliable economy that you can use as a backbone for this kind of prolonged offensive. That
Yeah,
allows you
because
just because
he was making those farms because he knew that those knights were gonna come sooner or later to raid him, right?
Yeah.
So placing that mill next to his town center and placing those farms there meant that he could immediately garrison the villagers and not lose any night raids. And I think that's about...
yeah, that's done, because like even
About
if he
it.
gets this food, like he has had like 18 villagers idle for like a minute now, which is obviously
Absolutely.
like a
Mike-
lot of food loss.
Mike, since this game's over, it's gonna be 1-1, and I'm gonna leave you for now, because
You have
for like,
dinner.
maybe, yeah, I have dinner, so...
Okay, so we're
20
just gonna
minutes, maybe.
yeah, I'm gonna cast
Oh.
the final game alone then. That's not a problem. Enjoy.
Alright. See ya, and good luck stream.
Yeah. Let me know when you're back. Okay, just join back.
Aye,
and
aye,
that's fine.
sir. Aye,
So
sir.
yeah, the Ram takes down the houses as well, which means VortiX is just completely done for. Like he's actually supply capped. Like he can't. If he's gonna keep losing houses here as well, that's the problem, right? He's not. It's not like it's gonna change for him much. Like this is gonna go from like bad to worse. Like he's had no gold access, he had no resources available to himself. And yeah, I don't believe that the English can actually be stopped at this point. Also, he's trying to move those archers across, which does essentially mean that he was trying to be aggressive with them. Of course, he's just gonna lose all of them because the English do realize this is happening. You have towers everywhere, and it's just completely finished for VortiX. I think losing these archers, getting sieged upon by those Rams as well, is just going to be a very hairy situation. Erik can, if he pleases, I think he can even go Castle and just win this straight away from Castle Tech. I don't think he needs to. I do believe he has enough numbers now to actually just obliterate anything that that VortiX can field. Look at the force is 16 archers for VortiX. It's gonna be like 40 archers, 54 Strelbora for the English guys. It's gonna be insane push coming through. Erik is very comfortable as well in terms of eco. 54 villages to what seems to be just 56, so even numbers. But he has a very comfortable economical kind of setup here with those mills. So he's actually going to get lots of those farms going. Also those archers rallying here in his base. Probably going to get sent around the map or just going to defend against those small archer numbers from VortiX. And yeah, VortiX is going to get sieged up on over here. He's going to obviously get ram runched here. Lots of things happening on the map. None of those actually does favor VortiX, right? VortiX is going to lose this because there are more archers produced right now to defend this small push. And yeah, there's just going to be an arrow house falling, of course, meaning that VortiX might not be able to even produce units for a while. And he's gonna just go for the throat right now. He's gonna go for that TC. So he's just gonna try to end the game by killing those landmarks. And I do think he can succeed quite easily. Those villagers pulled back from the wood line here are just going to try to deflect those rams. Of course, this means that they are open to attack from those archers. And those archer numbers are going to be sufficient to just kind of essentially outdance those villagers, probably killing a few in the process as well. That's very nicely done, I think, by VortiX. Obviously, the TC retargeting against those archers means that it is not going to be an easy ask for them to just kind of get a full coverage, but they are, I think the numbers are high enough for essentially Erik to throw away a few of those archers just to secure the position here. Every single villager that falls right now is obviously not great, especially that those villagers are not harvesting resources either, just kind of idle right now, just trying to defend this base. And it's not going too hot, guys. It's not going too hot for Mr. VortiX in this situation. It is going to be essentially just a prolonged death, I think. And I do think that there is no way for him to defend, so he should just give up. Those rams are just way too strong. And I do think even if he kills these, like, obviously Erik has enough resources to build another two, which he might actually do with those spearmen in the back. He might just kind of get additional rams as he goes forward. Those archers, by the way, the full buff of those towers, so they're very effective at attacking. So They give extra attack speed from the network of castles. This is like a full villager pool, so those rams are gonna die, guys. Don't get me wrong, they're gonna die, but the trade-off here is, of course, that the entire army of VortiX is going to also fall in lots of those villages. I think like there are like 6 or 7 corpses here, on like kind of biting the dust as well. And nothing stops Erik from making additional rams in the back of this, so that's just also there. And yeah, those are... yeah, that's just the last berry bush here, by the way, so there is nothing he can do. The game is essentially over. VortiX, realizing he's just absolutely done for, does tap out, and we are getting the winner of the series. VortiX does move on, and Erik is unfortunately for himself eliminated from the contention here, so it's going to be 2... No, I'm wrong, guys. This is 1-1. What am I saying? This is 1-1. We're going to get game 3. We're going to get game 3 from this. It's going to be cool. It's going to be super fun. And we actually are going to load into it immediately because they're just kind of playing like madmen. So you're going to just see, it's going to be Delhi at Delhi, which is cool because Delhi is such a cool faction right now with those updates. And they are actually very viable, so it's going to be a very fun matchup to watch. I do love Delhi. And I do love those kind of early engagements in Delhi versus Delhi as well, because... yeah, I do think that's just kind of funny to see those scouts fight. I love it. I don't think that anyone can match VortiX's micro with the scouts except for Marine Lord. But this being said, it's going to be quite exciting to see how exactly these two gentlemen manage this situation. I am very, very curious to see, yeah, what exactly happens here. So Erik versus VortiX game 3, coming to the cinemas near you in just a few seconds. And we just have to wait. We just have to wait. Have you guys played the new Delhi, by the way? Have you seen how strong they are? Because I think they're super fun to play now. They're actually not as hard as I thought they would be. And they're really interesting, like, as a faction. So if you haven't tried those, like, I just recommend you guys, after the tournament, of course, I would recommend you guys go for a single game or 2 on them. It's just so, so fun to watch them play. Hello to all the new viewers, by the way, especially on the Twitch channel. Welcome, guys. Please remember to follow and sub if you want to participate in the chat. Now, let's have a look at this matchup over here. VortiX versus Erik, Delhi. It is gonna be Hill and Dale as the map pick for those players. And obviously, Delhi are gonna go for a mill here, immediately getting those berries. Very, very efficient gathering from those, of course, so they are just gonna go for it. And actually, that's a different kind of play from Erik. He's just gonna go in towards the mosque. Both players actually dropping the mosque immediately. So I'm so used to actually seeing Delhi on the water maps that I don't kind of consider mosque being like, you know, the priority anymore. But it obviously is one, because you get that single scholar for free that bolsters your research rate. So we see those early upgrades dropping. I do think we'll see a mill very soon as well, because that obviously allows you to research the wheelbarrow. VortiX is already on it right now. He's actually getting the wheelbarrow very early on. And it's actually a cool thing about the Delhi now, because they get all those eco upgrades for free. So against any other civilization, they are at a kind of natural advantage. Even against the French, I think they have like a small advantage, even though the French do outproduce their villager numbers, which is very cool to see, of course. Getting those early upgrades, you know, getting the speed for the villagers, of course, because there's also extra safety. You know, this is going to mean that the villagers get plus 15% extra movement speed, which is quite huge for any sort of defense, right? That's kind of big against anybody. By the way, have you seen Mongols with that with those deer stones? So the Mongol villages with deer stones and this wheelbarrow buff are just super quick. They just dash around like madmen, and it's just super fun to watch. By the way, you see that VortiX is Erik is not gonna go for the berries. He's not dropping the mill even, so he's not gonna get the tech from the get-go. He's just gonna go towards that mining camp. That's kind of the limitation, I think, of this build in that way. Like, if you don't have a lumberjack, you're not going to be able to get everything down. So, right, so yeah, that's kind of maybe a mistake from Erik actually getting that lumber camp instead of the mill. I think that's kind of putting you at a slight disadvantage, because you cannot get that wheelbarrow going immediately. We see the efficient production. I think that's kind of the only viable Dark Age tech right now done by both players, so they're gonna both drop it. They need that, because obviously this means that your later production is going to be absolutely magnificent. You can double produce almost from those military buildings, right? It works almost like double producing. Obviously the cost is full, right? It's not like Mongol units, but it is still double production nonetheless, which is pretty cool. And VortiX is ready to age up. Erik not yet there. because I think he's not gathering from berries. I think this is kind of a big mistake, but I do think VortiX's berries are just closer to his TC. So moving those villages around was way more convenient for him. So he's just gonna do this. He's also going to move some villages towards that wood line. So he's getting that done. He's mining gold, of course. Like if you're playing Delhi v Delhi, you should know that the only viable kind of way forward is going to be not early aggression, but going towards that castle age and just contesting the sacred sites and contesting those relics, which is probably what we'll see. Obviously, Erik slightly behind his opponent here in that construction, but he's not really far behind. He's just going to be probably a few seconds of a difference. No, actually, Erik is not building anything. What the... It is double favor. I'm not really sure why this is not showing for me. But VortiX is aging up. Erik is aging up. This is not showing for me in the interface. So anyway, we see the Dome of Fate being dropped here. And there is a scout of Erik still kind of trying to gather extra sheep, of course, as he goes forward. I do think that's quite unfortunate, actually, we do not see that that mill over here. Because this would secure the game as well to some extent. I'm not really sure what he's going to do with this. But getting that wheelbarrow early is absolutely great. I think that's kind of good of a decision if you can make it. You see double mill, by the way, from VortiX. So he's probably going to go for professional scouts here on this map. That's kind of, I think that's a clear tell, right? Because then you can research both that, I think, horticulture, and you can get the professional scouts done at the same time, which is cool, of course. It gives you like a nice opening. Professional scouts for free are just amazing. So that's a lot of tech also. That's kind of a nice investment for our Delhi player here in blue. On the other side, so we see two different approaches. We'll see how well they kind of pan out against each other. I think that's kind of interesting to see as well. So whether we see the double TC or no is going to be interesting. I'm not really sure, actually. They have not posted about Tower of Victory at all. So I'm not really sure about this. I think they might wait for the February patch to do this fix, because there was nothing in the notes about the Tower of Victory. So both players age up as well, so Dome of Faith on both sides. But I don't think that's kind of hard to contest this. I mean, Tower of Victory would be a nice kind of all-in feudal landmark, but it was kind of providing it proper bonuses, I guess. So VortiX playing full macro here, getting those double mills, obviously getting the pro scouts and horticulture, and dropping the blacksmith #1 for that extra tech. That's very important for you to do this as soon as you can. Double blacksmith, of course, allows you to essentially just have full upgrades for all your units in Castle Age, which both players should be aiming for. I guess that's what we'll see. You also see that actually Erik not too comfortable, I think, on Delhi, because he doesn't have those upgrades started. He hasn't started a single upgrade here. Whereas VortiX, I think he's researching everything he can. Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised, but you can see like there are very few upgrades actually being done here. He has all the possibilities in the world to upgrade those little bits and pieces. He just doesn't do this, so he falters quite hard. And the VortiX just kind of ahead on the play, I believe, right? He's getting a lot of things done. Erik, no mills. I'm not really sure what Erik is doing at this point, to be honest. He's getting some stables and archery ranges, but he's not gonna contest much, is he? So we can see, like, in terms of tech, like, every single tech is being started, at least kind of opened up with, by VortiX. And yeah, Erik is still, I think, in the... He has nothing. He has the military upgrades. He doesn't have the eco upgrades going. He doesn't have the mill still. It is very late for a mill to be built even in this game for Delhi. And I think you'd really love to see the mill. I'm not really sure what he's getting all the wood for. I guess he might be just going for something. He might not even want the mill. I guess that's the reason. He's just going to go for something aggressive here in this game. So instead of opening up the economy, he's just going to go for some aggressive maneuver. I'm not really sure I like it, because I've seen like these maneuvers fall flat a lot of times. Like, they were just usually very short-lived attacks, because obviously Delhi are... in Delhi versus Delhi, you can produce a lot of units at home with those scholars. So if you get like double archery range just for the defensive purposes, right, you can definitely just kind of deflect most of the attacks. Now, I'm not really sure VortiX knows about this, so that's the problem. Is that VortiX probably doesn't know there is like a rather large army being amassed here by his opponent. Erik is kind of setting up here to get something done on the map. You can see he's just going to try to move across the map very soon, I guess, just kind of trying to put on some pressure. He does only have a single blacksmith, by the way. It's going to be like a full archer commitment with those horsemen just backing them up as well. I guess that's going to be the play here. Did I see horsemen, actually? I think I did. No, Erik only has the scouts. I was wrong. VortiX only has Scout's Eye as well. So, but VortiX has a sufficient number of archers right now, I think, to actually contest anything he wishes to. So, VortiX's professional scouts does complete. He's also gonna start that extra gathering rate for the survival techniques, it's called, right? For those workers who are working on the game hunts. And he's gonna try to contest this kind of middle point. I don't think he can actually fight this right now, so he's going to probably be forced to forfeit. He's gonna lose his scholar for this. But this is actually a decent archer numbers for VortiX, so he's going to produce a lot. He's going to probably be able to contest those archers of his opponent. So he does need to kill off this horseman at some point too. He doesn't do this, he's pretty much screwed. He does get that. By the way, he does get the sacred side, the bottom part. There's a contest between those. There are 3 wolves actually here, lured by Erik. They're gonna dispose. No, there's actually wolves lured by, I think, lured by VortiX. So they're gonna dispose of this scholar. And the fight is kind of going even so far. So those archers just kind of focusing fire quite neatly. But Erik does capture the sacred site in the end. So he does get this one in the middle, going for him. Going in his favor, and there's still wolves in here, like in the north, I think. Just kind of notice, actually, still just a scout and 3 wolves sitting on that sacred site, preventing any sort of capture. Now, VortiX does lose this exchange in the middle, though, so that's kind of the problem for him. So he's not going to have enough units to hold. He's going to have to withdraw this kind of middle point of contention. So, by the way, VortiX at the back of this play, he has been able to go up to castle almost. He's kind of getting the resources to go up to castle. Erik not really there yet. He's actually quite far. I think he's super committed to this play, so he's not going to have enough for a while to go up to castle. And VortiX is almost there. VortiX needs like 200 gold more. He's just going to be golden here in this game. He's going to have like a full advantage. I think VortiX just wins this, guys. Because it was a huge commitment from Erik. It still is a huge commitment from Erik. And he's just not getting anything done right now at all. And obviously those wolves very annoying here, just kind of preventing the capture. And there are archers from VortiX moving up, so they will intercept that monk as he goes towards that capture point. Yeah, it's just a dead scholar here for Erik. He loses that one as well. That was kind of a nice opening for him getting that. He's gonna get decapped in the bottom part of the map, though. So he's gonna lose that. He's also gonna, I think VortiX doesn't pay attention. He's gonna lose all those archers. I think a few starter steps away. Sorry. A few starter steps away from losing every single unit in this kind of pack of archers. And yeah, Erik is just gonna pounce you, getting 2 archer skills for 0 or for 1 actually. Good trade overall because VortiX is working with lower numbers, but VortiX is also aging up, I think, at the back of it. He's gonna go for the House of Learning, so he's gonna have a very nice advantage here right now. And once those men-at-arms pop out, he's gonna have that advantage of men-at-arms being produced here, and it's going to be very difficult to push against that, I think. It's gonna be very difficult to just kind of defend this. And we see like a large archer number here just kind of going up this hill. And I think this is kind of the only moment in time where he still can get some advantages from this. He needs to do something here. He needs to kind of either thin out the villager numbers. He still needs to kind of find some sort of opening. Nice fight here that will essentially reduce the number of units on the side of VortiX so that he can keep fighting into the castle age with him. Because obviously, like, once this, I think he's just gonna go for like an elephant or 2. Like, a single elephant can win against everything that VortiX has. I mean, Erik has right now on the map. And Erik knows he is. Hey, Kuba, nice to see you back.
Yo.
So Erik is actually in a position now where he is really forced to do a lot. If he doesn't accomplish much with this push, he's just gonna be completely dead. You can see like those first men-at-arms actually, because those are garrison barracks. You can see double men-at-arms actually almost popping here. For Erik, so Erik just needs to VortiX just needs to accumulate units, I think. That's the problem. If VortiX doesn't accumulate units, he might still lose this, but if he just gets a nice mass of men-at-arms and archers, I think he's just gonna be fine.
Absolutely, those men-at-arms should be able to clean this up once massed, but if he bleeds them out like this, one by one...
Yeah, also villagers are getting contested, so Erik is doing quite a nice job with this feudal age push.
Absolutely, and he has the... sacred sites, and it's a Delhi versus Delhi matchup. Wait, what? That's really bizarre. Okay, sorry, I'm just catching up.
Yeah, I know. So essentially, like, this middle sacred site has been captured. This one, I think VortiX managed to lure like 3 or 4 wolves here to this one. So it was completely inaccessible for either of the sides. And this one in the bottom was decapped by Erik. So Erik is actually fighting for his dearest life right now, I think, because the two different builds that we saw, like Erik was essentially just going towards the kind of full aggression in feudal, whereas VortiX was going for fast castle, but he was also getting mills and getting the research and the mills. You can see that Erik is just slowly catching up right now. He's behind in tech. He's actually kind of okay. I think he killed enough villagers to just validate his stay in the game.
And he's gonna be able to age up and clean those men-at-arms once he
gets
ages
crossbows,
up
yeah.
Gets crossbows, exactly.
It is 4 villager difference. It's not small by any means. I think 4 villager difference at this point is quite nice.
10%. That's 10% economy. And keep in mind that VortiX didn't have that sacred site for such a long time. For as a long time as Erik has had his sacred site. So he's gonna lose that right now, but it was trickling that gold for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean,
and he's gonna lose that monk. Oh, not good, Erik. That's 75 gold. That's not that much.
I mean, lots of monks died this game, but there are more villager casualties, so that's actually quite huge. Every single villager dies right now is going to throw this game into this array, and actually these are also visible, so you can actually go for those villagers if you wish it. There's no enclosure here. If he actually just exits by the bottom, he might see these villagers gathering.
That's gonna be
VortiX
massive.
to just back away.
He can see them with his scouts.
Yeah, with scouts, of course. Like that's his view now. We see that he sees them, and VortiX needs to just run. I think he just needs to get out. There's also a scholar that is actually a very nice trade for Erik. So
that's a really good trade.
And this is 1-1. So if VortiX wins now, he's just gonna take over the series. He's just going to take VortiX out of the tournament in round of 32. Can you guys believe this? That's insanely nice play.
Massive, yeah. The villager difference right now is, while yes, VortiX does have the sacred sites for now, the villager difference is, I think, at the point where actually
look at how many villagers are dying still.
I think Erik has more income right now.
Yeah.
Overall, especially with this idle time.
Yeah.
While
look at
yes,
this.
he's able to.
46 versus to 30 on 15 villager difference. This is like actually 33% difference right now. This is gonna get deeper and deeper. But I think VortiX is dead.
He does have the sacred sites. That's 6 sacred sites that VortiX has right now. But those crossbows are just gonna be able to shred.
I mean, you can decap this. Like you can. It's going to be very temporary. You can just move out and decap these right now.
Exactly.
And this villager difference is massive. Like. You cannot understate how huge this is. VortiX has a bank right now. He can accumulate gold.
And look at those idols. Look at those idols. VortiX actually misplaced the rally point of the town center. He didn't click on a tree. He clicked right next to a tree. So the villages were basically idle.
But look at how few there are. Where are the villagers of VortiX? Where are they? There's nothing.
They're just none.
And they are running. These are idling as well because they're running away. So the income is insane. I think the income pyramid is going to be like favoring. Yeah, look at this. Is going to favor Erik big time right now. There are some sneaky men-at-arms in his base, but I do think this is going to be completely cleaned up. There are also villagers here. That's really strongly reminiscent of the previous game, where VortiX was just kind of thrown out. Like, he was thrown off guard by those kind of continued assaults, and this is just what's happening. Like, Erik is so good on the offensive.
Exactly, and we're gonna see those sacred sites getting captured by Erik right now, at least being neutralized.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of kind of fresh blood coming in right now. It's kind of crazy to see, but I do think there is very little that can be done. A single tower roll elephant is not going to be enough, I think, to win against this army, because you have to say Erik is just amassing a huge force, and he can also make his own elephants if he wishes to. Like, there is nothing stopping him. He has so much income.
Yeah, I mean, I think VortiX rationalized producing that elephant because he had enough gold for it, and he had nothing to do.
Yeah, look at this.
Nothing else to do with that gold. Yeah.
Those crossbows I think they are just kind of. This is not something that you can do as VortiX. You cannot throw away units, and I think he's gonna throw away all this army again. Like, this knight is gonna kill off every single archer. Those crossbows can kite forever against those men-at-arms, and it's just kind of a huge force being deleted once again. So VortiX, by the way, losing all those things. He's gonna lose all those villages. This is GG. This is over.
Oh,
VortiX loses in round of 32, guys. This is a kind of a groundbreaking moment in the series. In the entire tournament, almost. VortiX, who was usually like getting up all the way to the finals, he's dead. He's absolutely dead. There's nothing he can do to come back, I think. Losing this many villagers.
Didn't realize.
This is game.
Didn't realize. I think he either didn't realize. Oh no, he realized right now.
This is game. This is just over.
This game.
24 villages to like 54. 50% difference in villager numbers. The army is just huge. The supply
that's 100%. 100% difference.
Yeah.
And he has 2 sacred sites only. That's
That's
not
insane.
enough
Guys, this is madness.
Yeah.
VortiX is dead. This is the game where VortiX dies. This
And,
is where
you
VortiX is
remember, Mike?
eliminated.
Mike, you remember when I said that you need crossbow mass to deal with the elephants?
Crossbow
you
men.
can see a clear example, right?
Crossbow
like,
men, not crossbow men's. But yes, you need them.
Oh, yeah, I said crossbow. Did I said crossbow men?
Yes,
Oh my
yes, you did.
God. I wanted to say crossbows or crossbow men.
Yes,
but,
that's easy to mix up. But
misspoke.
yeah, he needed them to win it. They have such high base damage that they can actually contest the Star Elephants right now. You said like 10 was enough. He has like 13
Now
here.
you need like 12 per tower elephant because those crossbow will die.
He has
right.
10 now, and he's producing more units back at home. And VortiX can maybe still. I don't know. He can. How do you recover? Do you go like for a yellow TC number 2 or something? I think he has stone. You could just go like buy some extra. He has the wood. He can buy stone and maybe go yellow TC.
I think the yellow version. I mean, he did a yellow, and those were elephants, right? That was his only saving grace at this point. So while yes, he did have. While he did have the sacred sites, it was okay to make those elephants. But right now, oh boy, I can't think of a way for him to come back to this game. Actually,
how about relics?
Not because a disadvantage.
Yeah, Erik is going wet one. The rest of them are still on the map, by the way. So I think there's a moment, there's the opening for Erik, since he has some control. You can just get the relics, just kind of at least match his opponent in terms of the number of kind of the gold income, right? That's kind of important because Erik is actually still, despite all this, Erik has like
elephants against elephants.
Yeah, Erik has a huge gold income right now because he's just mining it. I think Erik is just mining a massive. Oh, VortiX just realizes he's dead. He just says, "Okay, I'm not gonna fight this. Good game, Erik. You move on. I am dead." And yeah, VortiX is out. VortiX is dead in the tournament. Can you believe it? That's kind of the crazy timeline we're in right now. VortiX is just out.
That's quite a surprise for me because he's a really solid player. I have not seen Erik yet play in tournament, so it's also kind of weird for me. But he did crush his previous opponent, and now crushing VortiX. Oh boy.
Yeah, man, this is Hera versus the Muslim as well. There's Leenock versus Veggie. Do you want to see like Hera versus Demo? One game at least of that.
Let me refresh, please. Give me a second. I just wanna.
That was amazing, man. Erik is a god. I think we want to follow Erik. Do we follow Erik, guys? Do you guys want to? Do you want us to follow Erik? That's the question right now. But for us to follow Erik, we'll have to wait because the Kyo versus Zerton has just started, and that's going to be the result of that game. That matchup is going to define who goes into Erik's bracket. So you have to. I think let's watch Hera versus the Muslim. Shall we, Kuba?
Yeah, sure.
Can you check who is playing the main in the main stream? They're streaming Hera versus Demo, so there is no point in us doing this actually.
Alright, give me a second.
You know what? We can watch Baguette versus Recon because this is not being streamed anywhere, and both those are very good players. And it has just started. We have 8 minutes into the series.
So basically, Hera versus the Muslim is being shown on the mainstream.
Yeah, I just said this. Are you listening?
Yes, I am, but I'm also focusing on something else.
So let's watch Baguette versus Recon because that's like something nobody else is watching right now, I think. And I like Recon. There's nothing else you can watch. There's the fresh series.
There's the one. Oh my god.
There's Viper versus Hat as well. You can watch Viper versus Hat if you want, because they're not streaming that. Let's go Viper versus Hat actually.
Yeah.
Viper versus Hat is gonna be way more fun because Viper is like. Let's go Viper versus Hat. Sorry guys, the change of plans is here. Viper versus Hot is the stream.
You closed my stream on the Discord, please give me that back, because
I need a second because I need to update things first.
Oh, okay. Take your time.
Oh, my game also died, so that's why it closed. So we have to wait, guys. Sorry, it's gonna be a slight delay because my Age of Empires crashed as I was loading. So we have to just kind of refresh that. I need to still kind of change this. So Viper versus whom? Versus Hut is the matchup, and we're just going to load into the game as I get set up here. So Viper versus Hot it is. I hope it is gonna be quite cool. I'm just gonna stream for my brother first because he needs to be able to watch with us, of course. Yeah.
Can you wait? I'll message you something.
Can you see the stream now?
Yeah.
So let's go into Viper. Let's go into Viper. Guys, I need to share the screen with my brother. We're gonna take a while, but we're gonna get into the series as they start. You can see probably on your screens it's just loading. We have 2 minutes to set things up properly. So it should be fine. Hey there, Kuba.
Okay, so show me the screen and it should be fine.
No, it's still the same. I cannot go with higher resolution.
Okay.
I need Nitro for that, so if you feel like buying me Nitro, then do this, guys. We're getting started, we're getting ready. So it is gonna be that particular matchup as we wait.
Meanwhile, while the game is starting, you can actually check if it's their first game or their second game.
We'll see this once it loads up anyway.
Yeah, but I really want to know. I'd want to know. I like to know which player actually won the previous match, because it's not a guarantee. Like last match we watched was actually proof to this, right?
Yeah.
The favorite player was actually removed from the tournament, so
yeah,
we never know. It has been 30 minutes since they started, so anything could have happened, actually.
Yeah, I think it's 1-1, because, I mean, it's 1-0 for one of the parties. I think.
You need to look at their profile, I think.
Whose profile?
Either Vipers or Huts.
Okay, I actually have a minute, right?
Yes, you do have a minute. That's why I was saying.
I don't have Hut, actually. Yeah, you're right. I kind of thought I was in the loading. Viper has hidden his history. I don't have Hut on my friend list.
Okay, so there is no way for us to check it. Sorry.
No.
You have to observe it and hope.
And I can't message Viper right now because he's playing, right? So.
If any of you guys know what's the current score, then let us know, please.
Yeah. Because it's not shown here. Like we cannot watch the. We'll see in a second. I will see in a second what it's like.
Yeah, you can actually, instead of saying Viper versus Hard 0-0, if we see that it's not Arabia, you can say game 2, and that should suffice.
That's true.
Hello there, Shepherd.
Hey there, Shepherd. Nice to see you, my friend. Lovely, lovely, lovely to have you back. Guys, it is gonna be game 2 for sure. We don't know who won the first one. But it's gonna be Rus Arus, guys. The epic duel of fates is going to be TheViper in the blue playing in the northern edge of the map, I believe. No, it's not. It's kind of the eastern edge, actually.
Yeah, and in the western edge we have Hot. The stream's black. We have Hot playing also as the Rus, so it's a mirror matchup, and we'll see who's gonna get more hunt and who's gonna go for the aggression, who's gonna be able to defend those vulnerable scouts while they're carrying the carcasses, and that's gonna be the name of this game, actually.
Can you see like both hands gravitate towards the east, like towards the west? Like every single hand is on this kind of western part of the map, so it's kind of hard to access them as well.
Players.
So exactly. Like, if you send your scouts in the other direction, you'll not find them at all. This is exactly what Hut is doing, I think. Yeah.
And
now he's gonna send one scout the other way.
Mike, since they're focusing on those hunts, we don't really have to focus on them. We can just watch the numbers rise, right? On the bounties, we can actually discuss the maps of the players. we have a really nice map for Hut. He has back gold, back berries. I mean, not really back, but you know, easily to defend, easy to defend, and 2 wood lines that you can choose from. While Viper, he has forward gold, sort of, right? His secondary gold is relatively close by. His third gold is actually in that corner of the map, so it can be still accessed if he gets pushed off that somehow.
Yeah, I think it's a mirror matchup, so whoever gets the first push, they win, right? But it's my brother co-casting with me today, so he's actually the second voice that you are hearing. So we're just kind of casting with my brother today. Since I don't think Sis confirmed and he never kind of spoke to me. So if Sis, if you are there, by the way, you can obviously join the cast. Triple casting with you would be a pleasure. But if you don't want to, then obviously you are free to do so. He said he was going to be busy on Saturday because his birthday is tomorrow. So anyway, Hat luring those wolves back home, obviously getting a nice bounty hit right now. I'm not really sure if this is correct.
That wolf is gonna run out of range of TC. Both of them, one of them is gonna. Oof.
It might be caught by the Viper actually. It might be intercepted. No, okay, Hat just kind of gets this one. Snags this at the end of the trade. He's probably gonna get this before these scouts can even reach this position. He's gonna get this for free. Very nicely done actually. So Hood is sitting on 205 Viper, 245 bounty. I think they're both on a very good track to essentially get the full bounty. 250 is what they're going for. You can see the number over here. This obviously bolsters their economy by quite a bit, getting that extra villager food harvest rate and allowing them to get extra gold generation from those cabins, which is obviously amazing to have. There's actually a second wolf over here. That's something that I think Viper knows. Viper was going for this wolf like straight up.
He's gonna lure it. I think he was trying to lure it into the forest, and now he's gonna try to shoot it. And
yeah, he gets it. Lovely. So Viper does actually get this one again. Like a Viper he is. He's like, but this is actually okay because Hat has not taken this hunt yet.
So if you switch to the other player, you can probably see that the scores should be there, and there's an extra.
He's fine. He's basically equal. He might actually have a small advantage of the Viper in the end.
Yeah.
Because I think Viper must have presumed these deer are dead. Like there is no hunt here, and there is a hunt here. It's gonna be taken. So I think Hat actually gets a nice edge overall.
He's gonna have. I think he's gonna have a 320, right? Yeah, 320 plus the sheep.
320 plus the sheep, which doesn't have many of, to be honest. No, that's just 320.
Yeah.
And Viper does have, I think Viper does have more sheep. No. This map just doesn't have sheep, does it? It's just kind of very deprived. Sheep deprived map. So I think that's it, like that's all she wrote. And it's kind of nice because we might not see much aggression early, because I think both those kind of hunts are very safe to get back home. You can essentially drive this bad boy home like without any big effort.
Yes, but if the opponent scouts and knows where the hunts are, and both of the players of course do know where the hunts are, they're gonna be contesting that if they make like any early units, right? Like a spear or two. So
by the way, Dimu lost to Hera to 0, as Haunted does say. Thank you, Haunted, by the way. Ooh. That's great news. I mean, great news for Hera, bad news for Dimu, who was probably considered like the top 2 contestant here, you know, the only major tournament winner other than Marine Lord, I think, right? And the Viper, of course. And the Viper Viper has stated he's not practicing this game too much. He said he's gonna focus on AoE too. Yeah.
He has been playing a lot of AoE too recently, so.
Yeah. So I think that one of the kind of major competitors here did actually drop out. I think that Dimu is considered to be like definitely like top 2 player in the world right now. Because Marine Lord is like, I don't think he's contested. Like VortiX is out, so VortiX is not gonna be a competitor anymore. Dimu is out. We still have like out of those kind of very famous names. We have Beastie Cutie there. We have Lucifron, of course, he has also been a staple player. We do have, of course, the Viper, who, you know, despite not having practiced too much, I think he's still a very, very solid kind of name in any RTS game he might play. So he's still going to be very kind of a big competitor for this tournament, I guess. I'm not
and
really
we have Leenock.
Leenock, I don't think Leenock is. I would say Leenock is like A tier, and these guys are like.
Okay.
Yeah, Leenock is like A tier, and these guys like are all S tier. So I'd say like I would give them a huge advantage. I really believe in Leenock still, but I don't think he's kind of ready yet to take those wins. So this singular night, there's a big expenditure for the Rus, because obviously there's kind of a lot of money spent to get this night out that you don't have to kind of that you can't use, by the way, to get the early Castle Age up. But he does get the knight, so he's going to be able to kind of at least pester those scouts as they go for those hunts. So that's quite nice.
Absolutely, and we actually see the Viper going for more than 4 scouts. That's 6 scouts already, just to get those deer under his stun setter as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So 7th scout. That's
Yeah, I mean,
really.
Yeah, it's committed because that's gonna balance out the knight expenditure almost, right? Because this is going to mean that, yeah, he's just going to have some extra food that he spends that he's not gonna be able to contribute towards that age up. You can see his Hat actually aged up already now, so he's just poor as hell. Hat, you have to stop being poor and try being rich instead. That's just the pro advice I can give you, because you are just sitting on no money at all, and you do have to age up.
Yeah, he has a lot of wood though. That's really bothering me.
For trade, he's just gonna trade. I think Viper might have been trading already with the Golden Gate. Yeah, he's one.
Yes, he is gonna trade, but he has 400 wood in the bank already, and I
don't
see his
there's a big fight over here. So there's gonna be some animation casting. I think you can see actually that Hat has a slight advantage in this one because he is actually casting a little bit better. This means that there are also 2 knights for Hat and 1 knight for Viper. I think this is going to be a fight that does favor Viper over Hat overall. And he's getting a nice advantage. He doesn't kill anything yet, but he's actually getting a nice HP trade, I think, overall altogether here. He's gonna snag, I think, the single carcass, and this Knight of the Viper is gonna take a very unfavorable trade at the back end of this fight. So yeah, it's overall very nice, nice situation for Hat. He's probably gonna be able to maybe even contest those carcasses in the end for that reason.
Absolutely. And
you have to rotate those knights against the scouts, though. You have to kind of use those knights to protect that. There's a lot of micro introduced. It's kind of a huge mini game with those slow scouts actually moving across. You can see, by the way, Hat can secure those 2 extra deer just because he sent those scouts across.
Exactly, and now he's gonna take those deer of Viper from the back.
So he has not taken these hands yet, but I think he's gonna take a nice trade overall here. He's gonna be able to contest. You can see what it forces. Like, Rus can no longer just kind of recklessly produce the scouts and get all the deer without interacting with the other player. You actually have to fight them, and that's really cool. I really love this. Like, that's just going to make this very engaging, though. You have to say Hat does lose a knight in the exchange over here.
Yeah, and that's a really big loss.
Yeah,
and I think Viper is slightly ahead in HP of the knights.
But Hat has managed to get like those 2 deer. He has managed to get this deer over here as well. Maybe 2 even, I think, overall from that hunt. So I think he's okay. I think Hat is kind of comfy here. Though the Viper does have a lot of resources to age up. I don't think Hat does have the age up ready yet, no. So he actually focused on economy, I mean on production too much. He has too many units. And Viper is just gonna go up to castle.
We'll see if it's actually pays off, because Viper is not gonna have all that much food under his stun center right now.
No, so that's the problem. Obviously, Viper is gonna age up as the gold reaches the 600 number, which is probably gonna happen relatively soon. I think he can even he can't trade yet, so just a matter of waiting. Although also you can see he's forced to take the berries now, which is obviously quite a bad sign for the Rus players.
Mike, I think that the name of the game of Rus versus Rus is not about whoever gets more of those deer. It's more about whoever gets is able to deny the opponent more of those deer, right?
I mean, it's
so
kind
the
of going
is forced to do anything.
One goes head to head with the other, though. It's kind of the you do this naturally. Like if you deny deer, you're also getting the he loses 2 scouts. That's very bad micro. Viper actually gets out, but I think this means that Hat can actually contest these. The Viper doesn't relinquish the ground because he knows he doesn't have the numbers because he spent a lot of money on this age up. Then obviously Hat is not so far behind. You can see he's actually sitting at 218 gold right now.
He's sitting at 800 wood right now. What he's gonna make with it? He's gonna I know he's gonna trade, but that's a lot of basically
triple archery range. He kind of moves villagers away from this. I think it's fine. He also needs to buy.
He's just gonna trade,
Yeah, but he's also getting triple archery range.
Yeah, I can see that.
For the horse archers. And it's actually very good because he has so many carcasses back at home that he kind of comfortably
quadruple now.
Yeah, that's also double stable.
3 archer range is double stable. You're not gonna be able to produce out of all of these.
You are if you have so many scouts. If you have so much food right now that I think you can do this. Because he's ramping up his economy. He's also not spending the money now because he knows he needs to go up to castle because his opponent has just done that. Which means
Viper's
that he
also sniping those
boars. Yeah, the boar dies here. Nice. Yeah, very nicely done. Guys, I'm gonna take a second here to remind you to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, by the way, I am a YouTuber first and foremost. You can check out my channel on YouTube by clicking that link below. Very much obliged if you do so. If you want to support the channel, you can also buy the membership of YouTube for the measly $3 a month. to support my content creation. Let's continue the cast. I'm sorry.
Of course, sure.
So, Knights versus Knights, those are still early Knights, by the way, so this fight is not going to be that kind of favored towards any of those players, I believe. We see like a nice disengagement here from
Viper,
that, actually.
Viper is doing a great job, actually,
Yeah.
microing those Knights and those Scouts. Those Scouts do regenerate HP,
Yeah.
the Knights do not, so those Knights were not tanking any damage, and I think that engagement actually was in favor of the Viper. And also he has a few horse archers already, while Hut is still slightly behind in that age up. And I think Viper is gonna already be going for those relics.
I'm surprised that
soon.
Viper hasn't gone for the far relics, because Hat has 3 on his side of the map, and I think Viper could have denied 1 or 2, because Hat needs a lot of time right now to get towards those relics in the first place. He doesn't even have gold right now to get that monk started. He does have now. So he needs to get this, like, he needs to get this monk out pronto.
Oh, he still didn't click the monk. Oh no.
No.
That's
No,
gonna
he did.
hurt
I
him.
think he's just made 1.
Yep, no. Yep. I'm sorry, I'm watching on the stream, not on the... Yeah.
There's no blacksmith for... there is one, actually, never mind. So they're actually equally matched. And the Viper is getting the Boyar Fortitude, which is very expensive on upgrade, 500 gold to get this. But it does mean, actually, that you can, indeed... get the extra HP on those horse archers. We see like
and
actually
that's a lot of horsemen actually from Hut.
yeah, horsemen and horse archers as well for Hut. So Hut is actually gonna take a nice kind of advantageous fight here, kind of thinning out the knight numbers and the scout numbers for Viper. And actually him edging up so late is not so bad anymore. I think Viper is not also using that monk properly. He's actually not going anywhere with that. And he does need to get those relics. He really needs to get those extra relics right away. Look at, he's actually just... Hello.
He's confused. Oh, that monk is gonna go for the sacred site right now, but the sacred sites are not permanent, right?
And the relics are. So there's a monk here getting this relic, but he could have definitely taken this one. Oh, he actually did take one, never mind.
Okay, no, never mind.
He could have taken both, I think. He could have been on 4 relics.
Did he scout the far south one? Can you switch to his perspective and turn on Fog of War?
Yeah, he saw this. He saw both, because it doesn't show the relics sometimes, but he knows it's there. And he's gonna decap the sacred sites too, so he's gonna... So, Hut is gonna get, like, I think he has a nice army advantage on this. He's working with... So, Viper has 15 horse archers and 3 warrior monks. And Hut is working with 6 horsemen and 14 horse archers and 2 knights as well. It's gonna be like a nice front line. So, those trades are not gonna be favoring Viper, although he does have that Boyar Fortitude, which I do not believe that Hut is anywhere near to getting. So right now, Hut is actually, I think, taking a very, very nice fight over here. He's getting like a lot of damage done onto those horsemen, and even though he doesn't have the upgrade going yet, I think he's actually gonna take this fight quite nicely. He's gonna focus the villagers of Viper, which is very big because this means like those frontline, you can throw away those frontline units. If you get that nice advantage in terms of villager numbers, that's all you really need to have.
Exactly. Wait, I think that Hut is losing that battle
he
because of that
overreached.
Boyar's Place. Yeah. And now those sacred sites, Viper can actually take them back.
Yeah, absolutely. Viper can absolutely take over this, and he has the relic. So in the long run, I think he only lost 2 villagers, which is not a big deal. Overall, it is something that is not like game-ending damage, of course. Like anywhere near game-ending damage, it's just kind of far away from that.
Exactly, so basically they're evenly matched at the moment. The Viper just has slightly fewer vills, but he will have a sacred site really soon. Yep, he's capturing right now.
And the numbers actually, I think they do favor... There's still no Boyar Fortitude, so this is a problem. You cannot trade efficiently with this because you just don't have the... I think Viper realizes this. Like, he looked at the horse archer's opponent, he sees the upgrade is missing. He is going to take that fight. He gets the buff, by the way. The Saint's Blessing is going to be triggered for some of the units anyway. He does have a nice trade here overall. Those horse archers are just going to get thinned out completely. I think Hut just lost the game with this. He should have. He's not paying attention to the upgrades. It's just so bad. He has no Boyar Fortitude. It's just such a massive difference. It's 20% HP extra for... That's actually 25% extra HP for overall for those horse archers.
And now Viper is stepping. I think Viper is overstepping right now.
No, Viper is fine. Now he might be overstepping though. He might be like, yeah, you're probably right. But I think Hut had the game by the balls almost. He just needed the Boyar Fortitude to take the fights. He never got there.
He fought before the upgrade. He was able to click the upgrade actually. So
yeah,
that's gonna hurt him.
Nothing still, by the way. There is no upgrade being triggered before Hat. Hat is just fighting with this kind of very basic army. And I do think like the closer you get to Viper's base, the stronger those trades are going to become for Viper, right? Because he's just going to have the nice advantage here.
Yeah, that's still a really even game. And the longer it goes, I think that Viper is gonna trade slightly better.
Yeah.
While Viper does not produce any horsemen, I don't think that horsemen are really that big of a threat. While yes, they can tank a little bit, it's not really. I don't think it's worth it because they do not output any damage at all against those horse archers, especially if those in those numbers, right?
So Hat is getting a lot done. That's another important thing, right? In
Look
terms
at
of
that
kind of
scout.
the economy, he's actually getting Hat is getting the stone.
Mike, look at that scout north of Hat's base. Just looking at that army, like peeking.
I mean, Hat is going up to the 2TC, I think, or he's just gonna get a keep now. I think he might actually have realized he lost lots of trades, and he just is gonna go for a keep to defend himself. But that's again 800 resources that you don't have then, because the
is it gonna be really a defensive keep or is it gonna be
a keep drop?
an aggressive keep in the
maybe
middle?
in the middle.
Yes. So while he's fighting, he might actually go for a keep. So because of those horsemen, Viper will have to disengage and try to fall back a little bit, right? He cannot just let those horsemen hit him, right?
Yeah.
So in the meantime, actually, Hut should be able to place that keep and maybe get that sacred site for himself.
Yeah,
Maybe
Hut is also
forcing, like,
farming, and the Viper is just farming here. So Hut is actually getting the berries. So he actually milled these berries over here. He's getting some.
Viper is getting those berries as well to north. Yep.
But he has more farms. Like I don't think there is a single farm for Hut yet. Hut's also gonna drop a wall.
Viper is starting to place those hunting cabins actually.
Yeah, which is very good because you need to get like the. I think he realized that the game might go for long, and this means he's going to have like a nice. There's no Boyer Fortitude still done for Hut, which is a huge difference right now. There are already upgrades.
Viper doesn't have any front line.
But so Viper has an upgrade advantage. In terms of the defense against arrows, he has that
once those horsemen are down, yes, sure. But first of all, there was a Saint's Blessing, right?
Yeah.
Saint's Blessing is a massive upgrade. I mean, a massive buff for those units. So...
Oh no, they're actually equally matched, but there is HP difference. The HP difference is still huge, man. I don't think you can take this fight. You need a keep at least to do something. I think he was supposed to take this fight with a keep being dropped. He's just never done that. He's actually never got there. I think he might just kind of resign now, get towards kind of either getting the keep at home, or he might actually go for the second TC even. And Viper can just click on the summon and see how much has gone out of this deposit, so you can know how much exactly his opponent is working with. Now this is a nice wall.
Start to look for opening. Yeah, he's gonna be able to finish that wall right before Viper gets there.
Viper, so Viper can't get this, so he cannot get in and he cannot get out. So he's gonna be able to focus on the economy of Hut, but I think Hut doesn't realize how important this Boyer Fortitude is because he hasn't really got this upgrade yet. He has a lot of gold.
He can't really afford it.
He has gold.
He does have gold, but he doesn't have food. I think Boyer Fortitude is food, right? 250.
No, it is, but it's mostly gold. It's 200 for not much.
It's 200 for 100. Yeah. He's gonna get catapults, I think. Sorry, mangonels. So
yeah.
I think that's the only thing that he can actually do at this point. Right, making those area of effect units, because.
And you have to say, Mangos do wonders. Mangos are very good against early horse archers, but if you go to him, they're shit. Because the horse archers have so much HP, they're just not gonna work anymore. Like, they're just
first
terrible.
of all, so much HP. Second of all, they have a lot of attack, right? So they can snipe those mangonels basically for free. And while yes, a single mango shot is gonna do slight damage to like a few horse archers, it's still gonna cost a lot, and it's gonna cost a lot less than the damage it does, because it's like a single volley it's able to do. It's able to make one attack, it damage them, so basically that's takes away the Boyer's Fortitude from
that's true.
I
agree with you, and you have like double mango coming, but Hut is idling 21 villas right now. I'm not really sure what he's doing. I think this is the berries running out and something else.
Berries
he has 8 idols still. I think he needs to handle this ASAP. I think he is just scared, and he does actually secure this sacred site as well, which is great for him. So he's gonna have like a nice.
Keep in mind, Viper has been having 2 sacred sites and 3 relics, right, all the time. So slowly but surely he's getting that bank
Yeah, of course.
Iron,
yeah,
iron.
yeah. So he's gonna go to Imp first, I think. However, I have to say, like, Hat has gold in the bank. He's gonna keep here. I'm not really sure this is a good idea. I'd love to see actually like a move out with the mangoes, forcing those horse archers to move away, and then just see the keep drop. Oh, he's gonna go for it. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Viper just gonna somehow catches that. I think he might.
No. He can see it. He can see it. If you look at Viper's point of view, right, there's like a really small area of flash forest right around that.
Oh, he has a scout there, so he knew this was coming.
No. But look at that wooden fortress in the forest. Right, look at it. There is like a really thin area of forest around it. Right,
yeah.
It cannot get spotted by anything except scouts.
But
so
this is
that
perfect.
tower is invisible. This is
perfect.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the keep. He's gonna secure the sacred site. He's gonna get like a nice equalization of the game. That's kind of the thing. But did we just hear a jab drop for? No, that's impossible, right? Nah.
You have to switch to Viper to see it.
No, we are watching Viper.
No, it's not.
No, there is no a jab. No.
So Viper is gonna have to get some Springles or something because he cannot fight into those mangonels.
Yeah.
One mangonel, yes, you can pick it off and it will slightly cost you like a little bit, and you can still fight afterwards. But getting shot by 3 mangonels into the bulk of your archers, I mean horse archers, is gonna absolutely demolish them. And actually, we can already see that Hut already did get the upgrade, so they are evenly matched. And
both of them are getting the cabins, both of them are getting those towers. I think they're setting up for a nice macro game. It's cool. I love those kind of longer macro games. It's just really beautiful to see. You see a couple of villages pouting against that monk, and they will probably lose 1 or 2, but they will be able to just kill off this this character over here. We see a large number of horse archers actually moving towards the economy of the Viper, and this keep is essentially Viper does have some of his own mangoes though. Oh no, those villagers are dead. Oh, that's actually very unfortunate.
That's a lot of villagers. And those mangonels are exposed. Those mangonels are exposed, Mike.
Yeah, but I think there's a keep here, so you cannot just deep dive the keep. And you have to say that Hat has actually cleaned up these villagers, so it's an even trade so far. I think Viper does recognize he has an opening here to just clear up the forces of his opponent, though. So he's actually gonna go in towards the kind of northern front.
He has the numbers, and he should be able to catch those archers off guard and basically demolish them. Oh,
hopefully for himself. Yeah, he's. So I think Hat realizes he's screwed here. He really needs to do something crazy. He needs to trade like at least semi-efficiently. I think he cannot save this. There's no salvaging here to be done.
While yes, he did have the mangonels, those mangonels are not here, so he has to trade as well as he can. And Viper's mangonels are actually a lot closer than.
Yeah, I mean he's surrounded. He has to take this fight.
Yeah.
And there are 4 mangonels, and there are also Springles here now for Hat. So Hat has actually a nice kind of counter to the mangoes of Viper. Viper only has a single. Viper is like at a siege disadvantage in this game. And
yes, siege disadvantage, yes, but he does have the horse archers, and the horse archers actually shred siege. So
not in this time. No, not yet. This is not enough. Especially that there are mangoes in the mix. So mangoes will shred them before they are able to shred anything. It is about positioning, I think, right now. It's mostly about positioning. You also have those 2 Springles which are going to absolutely demolish those mangoes if they're kind of exposed to anything. Viper Springles is nowhere near.
Yeah.
So I think this might be a very nice fight. Actually, you see the Springles actually just 3 shots is enough to take down a single mango, and indeed it goes down. So Viper is going to be at a significant disadvantage.
Viper lost of HP on those.
I told you.
Archers.
I told you that's not viable. You need to have like the micro of the Muslim to win this. Like the Muslim can do this sometimes, but not here. Q25 gold, by the way.
That was a wolf.
Yeah.
Still not killed. Damn.
That means like their Viper gets 25 more bounty, which is absolutely meaningless, but he does get this. I'm kind of surprised that this sacred site has not been captured yet, though, because this is kind of another steady source of income. And I think Haji's just gonna set up for it now. He's gonna divide them up in half with those walls.
Yep. And we see Viper making that wooden fortress out there. Second wooden fortress, I really don't understand.
Oh, that's gonna be denied though. So this wall is gonna be partially denied. We can have a look at the economies and the armies, by the way. So in terms of eco upgrades, Viper is working with +1 on. So +1 on the crop, so +1 food and +1 wood. His opponent is sitting on exactly the same upgrades, by the way, so those are equal and even. If you look at the military upgrades, this is +2 on the ranged. I would say probably the same for Viper, right? Yes, it is. So no surprises there. There are 2 trebuchets actually, so that's gonna be the kind of weapon of choice for Viper. Those trebuchets are gonna be chosen here to contest that keep and contest the sacred side.
When it comes to siege, both players are actually even matched. We have what, 3 mangonels for each player.
Yeah. But a 56 eco for
4
Viper
mangonels.
and 51. The numbers disadvantage is actually working in against Hat. So Hat is actually working with slightly fewer units. And those, I think this is going to be very important to get those Springles to fire in a really good kind of order. Because if you don't get those shots immediately, you're going to be at a large disadvantage. Yes.
The lush forest is on the side of Viper, so Hat cannot actually see those Springles. He cannot fight into.
He needs this. He needs this Wooden Fortress to go up to be able to reveal them. Yeah, that's true.
And that Wooden Fortress is gonna, if it even goes up, it's gonna get trapped down, just like this. All the other buildings, right?
You can still be shooting in the darkness, like with those catapults or those mangoes, right? You don't see that they can just shoot.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen too many trebuchets in the competitive games, to be honest. I have to tell you this. Like, I have not really seen too many of these. I think, by the way, Hat is actually...
They have far greater range than cannons, right?
Hat has a different take on this game. He's gonna go imp.
Ooh.
Spicy, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he cannot fight against those traps, so he's just gonna lose the keep, basically, for free.
I think he has to just kind of keep his opponent interested.
Yeah.
And, like, as long as he keeps them interested, he's gonna eventually be able to get enough resources to go up to Imperial and maybe fight that then. Because obviously cannons are great, you know, the Imperial Horse Archers are just amazing, especially the uni upgrades. They're just super sturdy, so this means that they're actually just very, very resilient, just essentially immune against mangonels at some point, which is insane to say. Like, you have to say that Imperial Age Up does favor Rus in a lot of ways. Wait, Viper just gives up? No, Hat gives up, what the hell?
Hat gives up? Why?
What?
This game was far from over.
Yeah.
What? Okay, that's confusing as hell, because this game was very much far from over. Like, both players had evenly matched armies, both players had evenly matched ecos. There was nothing that was favoring Viper, I think. Maybe Hat was thinking something different, maybe Hat thought that Viper had aged up already, but...
No, that was not the case at all. Viper, it says 2-0, but I'm not really sure why. Maybe just said to go.
That's such a weird... That's such an early forfeit.
Man, it was absolutely far from over. I swear to God, this is like as far from over as one game can be. Very anticlimactic, because I think this game could have gone on for another like 10-15 minutes easily.
Very much questionable forfeit. Like, I don't understand it, because once he had the imp upgrade, maybe yes, maybe he could have gotten that advantage. I mean, he might have gotten the Horse Archers elite, and you never know what would have happened, actually.
So Hera versus Leenock is gonna be fun. Do you want to watch that? Because I don't think the mainstream is gonna go towards Viper versus Black Widow.
What else do we have here? Yeah, we could go Hera versus Leenock.
Yeah, we could watch this. So that might be like, we'll have to take a break after the series. So I'll have to just make some food.
Mike, widzisz to? Okay.
Guys, we're gonna watch Leenock versus Hera. I think it's gonna be game 1. Viper did win that series versus Hot, which is very surprising. I'm not really sure why that was a surrender, but it is, yeah, it's unclear to me at all. I think it's going to be game 1, but I'm not necessarily sure, because I think they just started. I think they must have just started. That's what I saw in the bracket. Yeah, they have just started, I think. They're just getting started in this matchup. There's gonna be Hera versus Leenock. I'm gonna change the score, of course, to 0-0. Okay guys, so we're just gonna load into the game, I'm gonna cast the series, and then I'm gonna go on a short break, have something to eat, and we might resume for the final. No, it's actually gonna be over soon. The tournament is gonna be over soon, actually. We can, yeah. We might actually finish the stream early then, or something. We shall see. Because we only have like 2 more kind of pieces of the bracket to go.
Absolutely.
So we might not be able to watch the entire thing though. Because I'm getting hungry myself. I'd love to watch this one though, because it's just getting started, so it's going to be fun to see this. So I'm kind of curious about this. And it's English versus French again, by the way. This just kind of keeps cropping up. There's gonna be, I think it's gonna be Dry Arabia then, right? It has to be Dry Arabia. Yep. It is Dry Arabia. This is game 1, guys. In the bottom, in the blue, it is Leenock playing as the English. His favorite civ, okay, his second favorite civ. I think he favors the Chinese the most. And
to the east, we have Hera playing as the French. And is another one of those English versus French
matchups, so, which I've seen so many of actually. And it does, like, in my eye right now, it does seem, in my head, it does seem to favor the English to a large extent, because we have not really seen that many wins for the French.
Yes, but we have a really small sample size, right?
Yeah, but like, really, it is a competitive sample size, though. It seems like those people are playing very good English games. I think they're able to just take over the matchup very nicely. We had Erik do this, right? We had, like, I think we had Give Anxiety do this as well. I think, generally speaking, this match can be, okay, this is a very nice position, by the way, for Hera to defend, though. Because he has the gold in the back, he has the wood lines here to kind of resist any archers. You can obviously just kind of even wall it like this, so there's, like, no access to this at all. You don't need to wall even, you can just even wall this. So there's no, like, here, right?
Yeah. That's a really nice base for Hera. I really like it.
And the deer are split as well, so you can actually just go for one and the other and just kind of spread the attention of your opponent and get them going for yourself. Again, cool stuff.
And for the English, he has really one woodline available for him, right? He has back gold, he has back berries, back stone, so really inaccessible resources for the English if he walls. But first of all, he has to wall, and that's a really long wall for him, right? He has to wall the entirety of the right side of his base. And
I mean, it's enough to build a tower here. I think if you just get a tower, you're basically safe.
Yeah,
this goes is in the back. Yeah, that's fine. So there's no big issue. Like, also, yeah, Leenock is safe. I think this is just you wall this and you're fine.
Sort of safe, but not really, because those knights are gonna be coming from the south, right?
You don't need, honestly, like, you can even wall it like this. You get safe woodline then, and you don't even need to mine gold later. I think Leenock is fine. Like, I don't think it's gonna be, if you play against a skilled English player, it's hard to do damage to them. I think that's just difficult to do damage to them, and that's what you'll probably see here.
See, I think that Leenock's gonna. I mean, I think that Hera's gonna try to do a little bit of damage if he scouts some vulnerabilities in his opponent, right? But let's see how much of that actually. Gonna pay off.
I think two very short walls here would be very good if you are getting raided, of course. But I don't think Leenock is planning on getting raided, to be honest. You see this kind of classic, like, you get 3 villagers on gold, once they finish mining, like, once you get enough food, you just send those towards the council hall. And then you just go aggressive. I think that's kind of going to give you the best kind of propeller into the kind of latter stages of the game, to the feudal aggression, which is
Exactly.
kind of the name of the game, this matchup.
And we see how well Hera defends his gold, because that's gonna be the main objective of Leenock, to get Hera off that gold, right?
Yeah.
And Hera does not have a back gold really. He has the secondary gold right next to that another gold. Look at this, one single tower denying every single resource right next to him, right? And the only other gold that Hera has is in the corner, in the like northern corner of the map. That's 2 golds, and that's about it. But it can be, I think, really easily scouted.
It's gonna be scary. It's gonna be scary initially, I think, for Hera as those archers start going across the map, because then it's just going to be a very big test for, you know, how well you can trade. Because again, like, if you are able to repel the English once, I think you're good. But if you take like an unfavorable trade early, you're just screwed for the rest of the game, because you just scramble for control, just like VortiX did against Erik.
Exactly.
Also, Hera beat it, but Hera did beat Jesus, the Muslim, which means that Hera is in a very good shape right now. I think he's in a very, very good shape. So I guess I would wager he has a very good chance, a very good shot at winning this very opening game in this series.
Let me see which matchups did Hera win against the Muslim, because you can actually see it. So
yeah.
Wait, give me a second. So where is Hera? Hera was playing Mongol Mirror first game, and then HRE Mirror second game.
And both won. Both. That's cute. That's cute, actually. HRE Mirror and Mongol Mirror. That's not something that you generally speaking see. I think like people assume that the other person is not good about Mongols, and the other person does the same, and they just force into playing Mongols. Then I think that's how it essentially goes. And we see, actually, that's a very different approach from Leenock. Leenock is going to immediately send 2 villagers. Not 1, 2. He has been, I think, Leenock is one of those people who have been doing this consistently, not sending 1 vill, but 2, to make sure that like he doesn't derp and lose the push. So even if he derps now, he's going to be safe, relatively safe anyway, to just do some damage with those towers. I think he knows where he's going to go for. He's just going to try to deny this gold. Unless he's going to go towards that wood line. That's also quite a nice opening, because of course you deny the archer production then, which is also quite huge. And yeah, the primary opponent of wood means that they're essentially like kind of in a lot of trouble. There are no safe wood lines for Hera, so if you get this one under control, you're getting a nice advantage for yourself. Hera opened with a horseman though, which is weird.
Absolutely, Mike. I've been looking at the ladder so far, and there has been 0 games going to the French in the French versus English matchup. Every single game that was played, French versus English, the English won. So it's, I think, at the moment quite one-sided when it comes to
tournament meta, you mean, right? Yes. In the tournament. You see also Leenock actually walling this nicely, so he's actually gonna probably do the gate later.
Never mind. Doubt actually.
Oh, look at this! So reinforcements are getting picked off. So those 3 horsemen taking over, 2 archers gone already. It's kind of nice actually. So Hera knows what he's doing, so he's gonna be very annoying here with those horsemen, trying to stop the trickling reinforcements. He could have probably picked up this archer too.
He didn't see it. The horsemen have really low
line of sight, which is weird. I think they should at least have that benefit, right? There should be like kind of a compromise between a knight and a scout in a large way.
Yeah, actually, Probe won against Doubt in English versus French. So
cool.
It's not as one-sided, but I think I've seen like 5 games in this tournament already, and every single one of them, except for maybe that one, have gotten to the English.
Now we are actually watching this single villager trying to build a house and completely fail. I'm not really sure why. I guess he's trying to gain some line of sight here. But he already has a single house here, so he doesn't need 2. So those horses... Yeah. Actually, this is a nice force from Hera trying to actually just somehow corner those archers of Leenock. They're going to be cornered indeed. And it is going to be a very nice, favorable trade for Hera. I think Hera is actually going to get this fight. Like, there's almost a complete cleanup here. Leenock doesn't have stone yet. He actually gets enough right now. And Harry's gonna try to contest this tower. I don't think he has enough.
He cannot kill this tower. Not yet.
I mean,
he would need like 5 more horsemen, I think.
He can auto cancel if he wants to, but he doesn't do this. I'm not sure why he doesn't auto cancel here.
That's not worth it to sit on the
tower. Now he starts. No.
Oh no. Oh no.
And Leenock knows that I think he has enough time to just walk these units across. But so does Hera. So Hera recognizes there is going to be some small force coming across. I think these horsemen actually comfortably take down this tower. There's more coming in as well, so Hera not getting knights at all. He's just gonna focus on pure horsemen, and I think this is actually quite a decent situation. But he's gonna get cornered up. Those are mostly spearmen. I think Leenock is screwed. I think Leenock is honestly just screwed.
I think he got the value from this tower though.
Yeah.
Like oh no, that was 30 villagers. Never mind. I thought there's just one villager making the tower. He's looking elsewhere.
Yeah.
Oh no. And now he's bleeding spearmen into this massive archers.
So 2 villagers dead.
Good.
The push repelled. Yeah. The French have a magnificent army actually. They have a large force here pushing into the English. I'm not really sure what the English can do right now. I mean, yes, you can play defensively, but that's your best bet. And I'm not really sure if English win a defense play against the French. The French can actually go up to castle. I think that's what Hera is doing. He's not getting knights. So
Hera has not made a single knight in this game, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's a cool choice.
Just horsemen. Yeah.
Because that's the timing, right? You just kind of catch your opponent off guard with those horsemen early, because they're used if there's like a critical mass of spears. But early on, I think it was just a very nice move. You were wrong about the tower, by the way, right? Because he could definitely take it out with those 3 horsemen. Because now they get the extra PS armor,
Mike.
so they, yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. Before that trade for like fully garrisoned tower against horsemen was really bad, because those horsemen were dying like flies. Right now, ooh.
I mean, you have to say also he killed 2 villagers, so it was worth inherently for those 2 vills inside, even if you had to lose some additional horsemen even.
And now Leenock's gonna lose a few vills. At least 1 on those gold.
No. 2 committed, but he's 2 committed. Yeah, he doesn't get that.
He's committed, but he still lost 2 horsemen to that almost.
Yeah. And the villager did die actually. Oh no, I think it was a spear. It must have been like a spear on archer actually. I think so. It's 29 villagers to 35. Yeah, that's actually a nice advantage for Hera. For Hera. So Hera is building up the villager count. He is working with a nice army. I think he's gonna go up to castle looking at the resources, right? He's not spending anything. Leenock is really far off from the castle age up.
Absolutely, yes. He has to make those numbers, right? He cannot fall behind as English.
No. The problem is, like, obviously, I think Hera doesn't want to trade too hard here. Like, Hera he's running these units in. I'm not really sure if that's... Look at how funny this animation is for the archer falling against the cavalry, but... You see, actually, those horsemen not trading that bad against those archers, but Hera does lose this fight.
Absolutely.
So I'm really not sure if he had to be doing this. I think he must have just kind of valued his own forces, or he was just overconfident at least.
Or he was just trying to get the most out of them and just get some... I think that's gonna be double blacksmith. Wait, no?
No, it's that also forces Hera to kind of delay his age up a bit, right? He can't just go tech up, because then I think he risks just directly dying to the Leenock's
that's a guild hall,
attack.
never mind. Yeah, that's a guild hall and that's a blacksmith. So I think it's gonna be like man at arms, maybe.
No, Hera's not aging up yet. No. He still needs to
run the third. It's not. So it was a double. No, it's a stable blacksmith.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
So he's gonna be getting nice. I think just preemptively he's gonna go up now, right, as well. He's gonna have enough to just go up and just kind of play it out from Castle Age up, which is huge for him, of course. He's gonna, where is he dropping that? Actually, in the very back somewhere? Here.
Right next to
CC, yeah.
And that's a guild hall,
actually he has a bunch of resources now. He can start getting the upgrades, he can produce knights. He has a very comfortable economy. Like, what this means for Leenock is that he has like a very short window of time where he can still fight Hera. Because when the veteran knights and veteran archers appear on I don't think there's even a number of spears that can hold this. I don't believe that to be the case at all. I think that Leenock is kind of doing this last-ditch effort, a Hail Mary, if you will. If he doesn't get anything done with this small push, I think he's just dead.
Absolutely. And what he can do is maybe snipe some vills, but that's about it, right?
Yeah.
There's a tower on those deer, and Leenock doesn't have enough spears to actually kill this tower. So maybe he can get a few picks, but that's about it.
Yeah.
He is gonna place the tower again and maybe force Hera from that wood line. Actually, Hera doesn't have any other wood lines, to be honest, so...
yeah, that's the problem, right? I mean, there is one over here that is kind of defended by the tower. I'm not sure what Leenock is working with in terms of, like, the... He has no money for rams. He has no ram technology. I'm not really sure what's going to happen when Hera hits castle. You have to just go around at least. You have to build a gate here. And you have to try to do something. I mean, like anything really, if you're Leenock right now, because you cannot just allow this game to continue at this pace. Because if you do, then you just lose it immediately. And there's a tower here. It's not like you can just build another tower if you're Leenock, right? It's just not gonna go.
Yeah, he's gonna see this.
He
tower
doesn't
and
see
be
it
like,
yet.
oh.
He sees it now. I think there's a knight inside as well. And Hera goes up. I think that's kind of the go-go signal for Leenock. You either win this now, or you just give up and just kind of quit.
Absolutely, and the bill's going down, so there's gonna be even less potential for those extra towers.
Yeah, so Leenock deletes the wall, which I don't really like, because you can actually use the wall still if you have a gate in it, right? Because you can just kind of use it to kite around the any cavalry.
Absolutely, and we see those royal knights just going behind those archers, right? And I think he's gonna dive the eco. I think he's going for the eco of Leenock. He's not gonna be interested in fighting those. Yeah,
it's
he's
a
going for the
possibility.
eco.
It's a possibility. Yeah, so Hera's still working like kind of inferior numbers. Like he doesn't have that many units. He doesn't have the elite upgrade yet either. I don't think he's getting that, right? He needs kind of some more time. So that's kind of the scary point.
Mike, keep in mind that every single unit that Leenock has in here, he doesn't have at home, and those knights are heading straight for the heart of Leenock. They're gonna be raiding that woodline really soon, and
I was
there's
actually
literally
wrong
no
because
answer there.
that's the veteran upgrade done. So I think Hera has a very good position right now. He needs the veteran archers. I'm kind of selecting all his infrastructure. I don't see those upgrades coming in. But yeah, Hera does have it, so he's gonna have to walk all the way around. I think it's kind of nice chopping from Leenock. But I don't think it saves him, right? I don't think it saves him from those knights. I really want to see how much damage they do. So, 3 of them actually going into the woodline, 2 villagers falling immediately, and there's also a knight against the gold. But those knights can actually pivot towards that, towards those resources here. There's a big fight over here breaking out as well. So you see those archers of Leenock fighting against the knight over here. Like they don't do any damage to the knight, man. They took like 4 volleys to take half of the HP of the unit.
That's 5 volleys.
And it's a villager massacre, by the way. So those knights are actually disposing of those villagers left, right, and center.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage. And Leenock hasn't done anything here. Literally, Leenock has not done any damage. Hera with 50 villages. Really safe, by the way. 37 for the English. And the tier advantage as well on top of things. Leenock is trying to age up. He has the resources, but I think it's too little too late. It is just going to be those knights just kind of... And the archers streaming across the map, just kind of trying to do even more damage, even more harm. And I do not believe there's like any good answer in Leenock's book right now. Leenock is actually gonna go towards the eco of Hera, but obviously there are towers everywhere. So if you walk close, you just start bleeding out archers, and you are already behind. So
and Hera is fully aware of that Leenock cannot deal any damage at home at his base, right? He can run to that woodline, but there are no villagers. He already moved them. There's nothing Leenock can do. And what else what he can do is raid him to death, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. And exactly what he has been doing for the last couple minutes, actually.
Yeah, and Leenock is again forced away from getting the tier upgrade, because I guess he would love to have a keep somewhere here, but he's just not going to be allowed the luxury of getting that. And you can see those archers just kind of killing even more villagers, like trading favorably. It's just everything going in favor of Hera right now. So that was a very good hold, and obviously the kind of the map layout was favoring Hera a bit. But still, I really do love it from her. Like how well he approached this matchup is just immaculate almost.
Absolutely, and the main thing about Hera's play was that he didn't actually use any of that gold, right? He was just using the horsemen and the archers. So even if Leenock forced him away from his gold, that wouldn't mean anything to Hera.
Yeah, but Hera's gonna lose those archers right now, so that's. I think Leenock's
but those archers don't really
match.
matter today, because that's a very veteran royal knight. They have 6 armor. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They should
5
have,
at the moment.
They should have 6, I think, in the end. Like once this
6
once this kicks in, right?
So those longmen are gonna be dealing 2 damage right now and 1 damage per shot
with the upgrade on,
royal knight. So until he gets that veteran longbow, those royal knights are gonna be unstoppable. Even
I agree. I think Hera's just done it, right? He just managed to defend this as the French very nicely. And Leenock is just gonna, even like despite his mastery on the civ, I think it's just not enough yet. I think he just needed to do things differently, maybe contest the gold. But then Hera didn't want the gold at all. He just wanted horsemen, which I think that was the turn on this game. Actually, there are also veteran archers right now streaming through, so Hera doesn't have that chivalry. So he's just gonna have the whole damage stay on those knights, but I think he doesn't mind. He's just gonna take the fight. Because with these numbers of knights, I think you can just dive the TC, essentially. You can just dive the TC quite easily as well.
Absolutely, or just dive the wound line and deal even more damage to his opponent.
He loses a knight for nothing, and second round takes a lot of damage. It's not too easy, actually. It's not that easy for... Yeah. And Leenock is gonna go up. Leenock is gonna get a second TC here somewhere. He needs the King's Palace because he's behind in terms of the villager numbers, so he needs to actually get that. He's holding. He's gonna hold.
Absolutely. I don't think that Hera can do any more damage to Leenock right now because
he can just go around.
All of them. No, but Leenock's armies are in place, right, to defend. So unless he splits in two and maybe separates the Longwoman from the eco, then maybe like a second batch of knights can do some damage. But
I mean, I'm gonna tell you one thing. If you're French, if you have eco advantage, you can trade. You can just trade knights for villages. 1-for-1 is enough. So if you just kind of keep attacking, if you're stubborn, I think you win the game because you're just kind of going to overtake. Even with the double production for Leenock, Leenock is severely behind still. It's like 20 villager of difference. And I think you can just fight. I think you can just fight.
He got the knights.
He got the upgrade. He has +2. He has +2 range defense.
Okay, so right now those Longbow are not dealing any damage to those knights. Look at this, 0 damage, literally.
And this is actually very nice kind of cold, like sandwich maneuver from Hera. He's getting those spearmen kind of in here, just gonna pin them down. All of them actually are gonna go down. And those veteran longbows are just probably not gonna do enough. Leenock is just kind of stuck with nothing. And as I said, Hera can just live under his TC at this point. He can just kind of clean up everything and anything he wishes. And Leenock has nothing to do. Like, those villages are not... He doesn't even have to garrison those even, right? So there's like actually triple barracks, but this is too little too late. Again, there's just too little forces, too few units. Those veteran spearmen just not enough again to deal with those knights, and that's just gonna be it. I think Leenock is just dead. Hera is again idling the entire economy of his opponent, by the way, so it's again huge. Those knights charging in, by the way, are going to dispose of those archers too. It's a huge advantage for Hera, and Hera is just going to take this game immediately. I think there's nothing that Leenock can do. You can try to be fancy with your micro, but I don't think there's enough in the world to save you.
No amount of micro is gonna help against 5 knights in your face. Sorry, 10 knights in your face. Under your TC, just diving your villagers right as they pop out.
No, even parting level micro is just not sufficient.
Yeah. Look at that TC doing 0 damage that night. Like, a whole volley is doing nothing.
Yeah. And Leenock is just done for. He leaves.
Even though that was an English TC, not enough against a full upgraded Royal Knight.
True.
So that's a French victory in this matchup, which is really, really favoring the English.
Which we really wanted to see, by the way. We really wanted to see the English just kind of show that, you know, sorry, the French still show that they can win this, right? Which is exactly the case. Hera are leading the series 1-0. Hera is on fire today, man. Hera is absolutely on fire today. That was a magnificent game from him.
Absolutely. And he disposed of the Muslim earlier, so really, really promising.
Yeah, looking good. No shit, he's looking super solid. So, we're gonna wait for the next match to start now. Hera is looking very decisive so far. Like, Leenock is... I think it was just very sharp build, like, from Hera that took him where he was. Like, lots of horsemen actually very early on is just going to be brutal against those kind of very few spears and those archers. So, very nicely done. But you really need to be very sharp with the time, because if you mistime those horsemen, you essentially just don't have enough to win.
Absolutely, and those horsemen actually picking up the reinforcements on the way to
slowing the push even further.
This is really massive, and I think that was the turning point.
Yeah,
for that game.
And also the tower going down. Lots of things actually went super in favor of Hera there. He did lots of things correctly.
They're probably choosing the civs right now, so.
It's a short process. It's a very short process. I'm still kind of asking myself, like, what exactly happened in that game with Hut? Like, why did he give up there? I think he had a nice position to continue going.
Mm-hmm.
We just have to wait, guys. I need to let my voice rest a little bit. Hence, I think this might be our last game of the day as well. I think this is gonna be that. So once we, I mean, last game, last matchup of the day, anyhow. And tomorrow I'm teaching, so there is no way for me to cast tomorrow, sadly. That's kind of unfortunate. I might just kind of cast the finals if there is still something happening at the end, but I teach until like late evening, sadly, because I teach extramurals, so that's quite sad. Guys, if you are following, if you still haven't followed, if you're still kind of not subscribed to my YouTube, please consider doing so. Very much appreciated as we wait for those magnificent lads to get started, right? You can obviously consider doing those two things, as we are probably nearing the end of the stream slowly. We shall see how that goes, of course, but I do believe that this is going to be very close to the end of things for us today. So we just have to wait right now for those players to be ready. I think they are. We're just gonna watch the game start right now. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. They're gonna cover this in the mainstream anyway, so I don't really think we need to have that second stream going here for the finals. Today is like way more interesting for like the the casters, like the independent casters, because we can actually just cover more series. Tomorrow is just going to be like kind of irrelevant, I think, because the mainstream is also going to garner most of the attention, I suppose. Okay, French versus Rus, that's a new one. Actually, we have not seen this today, right? Have we?
Absolutely. Mike, give me a second. I have to do something in on some other Discord server, so I'll
Sure.
be AFK for like 2 minutes.
Sure.
So
Probably we have 4 minutes anyway to wait.
easy.
So that is on the cards. We're just gonna have to wait now for those guys to decide what they're gonna be doing next, essentially, in this matchup. I really do think that like this should favor the French early, especially with the nerfs, because I do not believe that right now you can just outtrade the horse archer with horses. You cannot just kind of take the knights head on with horse archers anymore. I think you need to have something more. Because the attack speed debuff, like the nerf, and there are like some other things as well. I think these just generally speaking do not favor that anymore. That sort of kind of approach. We shall see, of course. I'm kind of very curious about this because I do still like playing the Rus, but I do think they were still kind of, they were already vulnerable before, and right now it's just getting worse, right? I think it's going from bad to worse almost. So we just have to wait to see how exactly those guys approach this matchup. But for now, I would probably favor the French, because the aggressive play seems to kind of do it against the Rus. Though of course it's Hera on the Rus, since Hera's been playing Rus since the very release of the since the very release of AoE 4. So that's the thing. So we just have to wait for those guys to load in and get started with that match.
All right, I am done.
Okay, lovely.
Okay, so let's see. Ooh, we have French against Rus. Maybe we'll see some Rus shenanigans early on, not rushing that early castle age.
Yeah, we'll see, because I think that's one of those things. Like Rus can actually essentially produce the same stuff as the French. You can just go. I mean, you can just go spears, archers. We've also seen those kind of crazy builds. I think the guy called Korix has been doing a double TC play.
There's also the point of it not being Dry Arabia, right? It's a second mode matchup, so it's not gonna be Dry Arabia. It's gonna be something different, and it's gonna be probably a map of like a river or something. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting as well. So yeah, we have not seen have we seen a single hybrid map today? We have seen the Ancient Spires once. That's it, right? We have not seen anything else. Like there was no Danube, there was no Mongolian Heights, right? We have not seen those maps at all. No Confluence either. Yeah, the Confluence is very unpopular, so that's why everybody hates Confluence. I think it's like my least favorite map outside of the obvious water maps, right? So I see why people are not playing Confluence too much.
It's a Rus play, so I don't think the map has any water.
No, because
I mean, Rus against French. I think we would see like a Delhi or something else. Not
HRE.
Rus
The
against
water maps,
French.
generally speaking, get HRE as well sometimes.
Yeah.
If this was like to be the Boulder Bay or something, right?
Yeah.
But I think people have
Because
been
the
banning
HRE
Boulder Bay
has-
because nobody
Yeah,
wants to deal with Boulder Bay anymore. Like people just hate. I hate this map personally. I just leave it because it's just so frustrating. Just kind of ships shooting for no reason on the water because you cannot afford the fishing ships there. You're
Yeah.
fighting for the fishing rights, but you cannot fish really because if you spend too much on fishing, then you just kind of lose the water battle and that's it.
Yep. The
And if you
HRE
are
has
against
that option, Mike.
Mhm.
Mike, the HRE has that option to actually place that Palace of Swabia and just make up the difference by if you don't have water by just pumping infinite amounts of vills.
But it's also trade.
Really
It's also
quickly.
trade on the water though.
Yeah, but mainly for the Palace of Swabia, I think.
Yeah, the Shrabia Palace is good as well. I agree. Yeah, it's quite decent. But you have to get there, right? And if you lose water and you just kind of get pushed in castle, then you're dead. So no Shrabia. So yeah, that's the problem as well. We'll see. Like I'm very curious about this because I want to see what Leenock does. I don't think there's going to be a water map. I think there's going to be like some sort of a Lipany high view sort of scenario that we'll be seeing here.
Absolutely. Well, we're about to see what good the map is, and
Yeah. So the map is indeed Altai. We have not seen Altai today, I think. And in the bottom,
ooh,
it kind of actually is just the west. In the west, in the blue, it is going to be Leenock. His last shot at winning this series. Okay, he has 2 more shots if he wins this one, of course. And
did you see that? Okay, and we have
Yeah, the
Hera
rally, yeah.
that, as red, playing as the Rus. And did you see that control clicking of that
Yeah.
town center on that
yeah,
scout?
I do this
was
as well.
glorious.
I do this with my second scout, but I do it only when I have like a hunting cabin, to be honest. But obviously he doesn't because he's playing the French.
Yeah. I absolutely love that control click. I mean, the shift clicking.
Yeah,
of those
that's
two.
cool because it kind of if you have some downtime early, like you don't have to do anything. You can just obviously control your units better this way. So
Absolutely.
yeah, we have Hera actually just kind of opening the standard way. I think he knows where the wolves are. He knows what to do. He's just gonna, I guess, send this cut. I think there should be like some wolves over here. One here and probably one alongside the way, like in the mountains here, right? So those are the 2 that you want to get.
Mike, do you see that relic in the middle of the mountains? Look at it, fortified.
Yeah, but it's easily accessible, it's like from 3 sides.
Now, to the north, actually, to the north of Hera's base.
Oh yeah, that's actually a nice kind of that's kind of a snail shell, right? Leading up
Yeah.
all the way there.
This is
Fun.
really nice. Actually, the regular shaped mountains, not like the Lipany ones.
Yeah.
That we've seen once. Oof.
Yeah, those are not the crazy mountains. There's no crazy town here. Okay, so generally speaking, I think there's gonna be Hera just getting what he needs, which is 250. I don't think there's any way you can stop this really. Like, Hera knows what the wolves are. Like, Lipany is not hard to tell even. So he's gonna get those. I think he's just gonna get those 2 that I kind of mentioned before. Has he got? No, he actually didn't go for it. So Leenock knows where the wolf is, but no, Leenock doesn't really. Leenock does. Okay.
He did, yeah.
So Leenock knows, but Hera didn't know about this one. So that's the thing. Like now we just have to kind of. Yeah, there is a wolf here that Leenock is going to also take. I think he's actually doing a very good job at controlling those.
Yeah,
You have
and
to- we have to see how
denying
much-
the resources.
Yeah, Hera has 160. He needs somewhat more. He's gonna get this wolf, I believe. So that's kind of nice. But he needs more. I mean, yeah, this is also a hand that's gonna be taken by Leenock. Leenock is also gonna deny that wolf. Hera is gonna head to. He knows this is the only hand there is on the map left, and I think Leenock is gonna get the majority of it before any scout arrives. Because kind of Hera is still a way off. He can take the wolf. I think that's the only kind of consolation prize he can take right now. And Leenock also did a good job with the sheep, right? He has like nice control over the sheep numbers.
And he has the sheep and he has the wolf still munching on his back.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And he cleans up the entire hunt here as well, so that's great. Hera, I think Hera might be forced to contest those wolves. Like he might be forced to take this one home, at least. So I'd love to see him like kind of use those scouts to get that done. I don't think he has enough sheep because Leenock took the majority of the sheep from the map.
Yep. So Hera is at 220, 220 bounty. I think you need 250, right?
Yeah,
For the...
250 it is, but he doesn't have enough sheep even, because Leenock took everything of the map.
And took the extra wolf. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. He still has to find 30 bounty somewhere, so that's a wolf and a sheep. But I don't think that there is any bounty left on the map.
No, because Hera needed this wolf here. He needed to take this one.
Yeah.
He was gonna be fine, and one sheep more. Yes,
Absolutely.
This was just very good play by Leenock, just kind of, yeah, denying every single point of access. And Leenock is just gonna kind of say, okay, I'm gonna take the mill here. I'm gonna build those take those carcasses myself as well. That's what I need. I think it might be also like some sort of fast castle from the English, right? Sorry, from the French right now, because he doesn't care. I think he knows he denied enough so that he can actually just, yeah, he might just go for fast castle or something. Or he might just go aggressive. We really don't know this yet.
And Hera is trying to deny that gold income from Leenock. Like, look at it. Look at that micro nerd. You love to see it.
But he's not
Because
doing much
Leenock's...
here. Like, he hasn't accomplished anything in those scouts.
No, he has, because look at that. Leenock can only afford one Royal Knight, and that stable is gonna be idle. I mean, that School of Cavalry is gonna be idle afterwards. Right? He doesn't have enough for an extra knight.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, yeah, but he's gonna have... I would say this is kind of irrelevant. It's going to be very kind of small delay, and obviously he also spends some of his APM doing this, so he's not gonna... I don't know, I think he kind of knows there's not a single wolf left on the map, though, so that's kind of sad.
He might be able to get that bounty from a...
Landmark.
No, from a boar, so...
Oh,
we'll
later,
see.
yeah, sure. Yeah, it's kind of long way off still. He needs a lot to get the boar down.
And first of all, he has to deal with those Royal Knights, which is gonna be really, really annoying for him.
Yep. And obviously you see that he's also getting like lots of gold. 8 villages mean kind of indicating that he will go for more than just knights. I think unless he's just trying to make up for the kind of difference that he was denied initially.
I think he was trying to make up the difference and also go for some eco upgrades, because that stable is still not being dropped down. And keep in mind that French have 30% cheaper upgrades, so
yeah,
it might still be on the table, right?
He's
also,
getting
don't
the mining
see...
upgrade actually very, very early on.
Yeah,
he's getting the wheelbarrow that you love.
Yeah, so the standard upgrades that I always take.
Yeah, but it's kind of uncommon, isn't it, for people to take those, like to take those eco upgrades so early. Like usually just go cast and then you get those because they cost gold. Both of those, like both the wheelbarrow, and that's why he maybe had those villagers there. Both he's actually gonna get the the double brodax as well.
Every single upgrade he's just gonna take instead of pumping out knights. I really don't agree with that because you kind of need that map presence.
Yeah.
But I think he thinks that Hera is gonna just make professional scouts, right?
Yeah.
And those knights won't do all that well against professional scouts, which is just gonna yoink those deers and maybe, fight him off with spears. So.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Right now he's just gonna get that wheelbarrow. He's just gonna enjoy himself. I'm really not sure about this. Like, it's gonna take a long time for this to pay off, which kind of indicates that Leenock is gonna be shooting for a longer game. Then I guess he's just gonna allow Hera to go after castle. Hera is not really gonna do this, he's just gonna push. Because Hera made some infrastructure, he doesn't want those units to go to waste, he's just gonna go across and try to contest his opponent. I think he's enough.
And his opponent has 2 Royal Knights only, that's not enough. Especially that they are still not upgraded with that chivalry upgrade, right? They still do not regenerate HP, the chivalry upgrade is on the way though.
Yeah, but there is
it's not gonna kick in.
No production.
It's not gonna kick in. Yeah.
He needs like this, at least another stable, I would say. Like, and especially this archery range is super late too.
I don't think that a secondary archery range would be a good call because I think he just needs a few bowmen to deal with those pesky spears because even the Royal Knights are terrible against spears, right? Right now, they currently get stunned, and
yeah, you just have to run into them. You cannot charge. You have to run into them and then auto attack. Then you don't get the charge penalty.
Exactly, and if you by mistake charge into them, then basically you cannot turn that knight away, right? And perhaps save him from the death, because he will be stunned, and before he gets out of that stun, he'll die. So I think that Hera is trying to pick up the reinforcements right now.
And the nice part
sorry,
for
Leenock.
The nice part for Leenock is that he's actually working with a very strong eco, because not only is he playing French, he's also getting those upgrades. So he's actually over time going to accumulate way more resources than his opponent. It's gonna take a while though, because he has like, not only does he have more villagers, oh, that's a very bad rally point though, you can't be doing this. He realized that he's gonna re-rally this immediately. But
to the wood, yep.
Yeah, you have a nice eco advantage as Leenock. If you can just kind of, if you can defend, if you cannot die to horse archers, I think it's possible. Oh, Hera went to Kremlin because he was expecting the attack, I think.
Yeah, and that's a really bad
Kremlin?
choice. Yeah. No, I didn't. Right now I'd have, but I totally disagree with it, because or maybe maybe Leenock actually saw the Kremlin, so
yeah,
he would like,
he
oh
just
yeah,
went
I can
like,
just.
Okay, no aggro, just go eco, and I'm just not gonna lose my units for nothing. I'm just gonna try to play this.
Leenock still has not changed the rally point, so he has lost one villager to that. Press
and
F,
he has some idle villas here as well, just kind of trying to gather those carcasses, right? So he needs to kind of maybe re-rally those elsewhere. Move those villages to like another point.
Maybe to the deer.
Yeah, exactly.
As I was saying, Caesar's Curse, of course. And we actually see some horsemen getting pumped out of that Skull of Cavalry just to deal with those archers.
Yeah, but there's spears in place, so it's not easy to deal with that, honestly. It's going to be like a lot of... There's a nice kind of unit, small kind of unit of those knights coming in. I think Hera can take this fight. I think she should just be fighting this right now. I mean, sorry,
absolutely. That's a cleanup.
Yeah, Leenock's just going to clean this up, no shit. And that's actually very good for Leenock, because as we have already said, Leenock has a nice economy behind this. Like, I don't think Hera does. Hera has a single TC only, and that's it.
Hera is walling up. Hera is walling up, actually. While, yes, there is no way for Leenock to deal any damage whatsoever to Hera right now, as of now, because there's a Kremlin down, right?
Yeah.
You cannot just walk into it.
Yeah, especially with some units behind. But the thing is, did Hera go for Pro Scouts? No, he hasn't. Yeah, see, that's the thing. He didn't go for Pro Scouts either. In some matchups, I think it just doesn't make sense. Like, in people's heads anyway, it doesn't make sense to do this. And yeah, Leenock is going to try to look for the entry point to the base, but there's no entry point at all. There's nothing that you can kind of do to go in.
With those extra sturdy palisades of Rust, it's gonna be really hard. So, before he gets through those walls, yeah.
In my mind, in my mind, those walls are like half a stone wall. Like, if I see this, I know I cannot cross it at all. Because it takes like 2 full minutes to kill this with like the units that Leenock has right now, so there is no you can get anything down here.
He's gonna try to wrap around, and once he realizes that there are walls on the other side as well, he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I just lost 2 minutes of the game basically running around.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you can't do much about this, right? You just have to kind of. I mean, Leenock would love. I think I would love both players to go for. I know this is kind of cursed strategy, but getting double TC at this point where everything is so passive may not be such a terrible idea overall.
Exactly. Especially
as Leenock, since you're growing so hard, I think you'll just double grow then with that. I think Leenock might actually have another idea. He might just go to castle first. Because he has like a lot of resources. I think Hera is also kind of shooting for that. I think both those guys are actually going towards that castle age up sooner or later. Kind of having realized how passive this game has become anyway. By the way, Hera has not still picked up that boar, so he does need to get that bonus soon, because that's obviously like some small amount of income.
That's 5% and a little bit of gold from hunting cabins, but in the late game it really matters. So I'd really love to see that, like 5 spears and like 2 archers going for that boar.
But the problem is like there are not too many good places for those cabins right now on this map specifically. Like, you can probably try to get them here. That's the only good position.
Yeah.
There's actually a charge from those knights. And that's a nice engagement from him. I don't think he should be going though. He should kind of get what he took and just run away, because he took like 1 archer. That's actually a bad trade overall. That's terrible. That's awful. No bueno. No bueno.
Knight is 1 HP.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah. Weird. I don't think Leenock has a plan. Leenock is going to go up to castle, of course. Hera is going up as well, so it's going to be kind of equally matched. Here, I really love to see a second TC drop for Leenock, because obviously like, we have the French economy, like the production from those TCs is just going to be amazing. So
I think he's just trying to headbutt into a wall, like literally, because there's a wall of, palisades.
He's gonna lose this trade because there are just so many archers on the side of Hera, so he cannot just kind of trade against this. So he just wisely disengages.
He's been trying to head, but try to find an angle where he can deal any damage at all, because he does win in open field, but Hera's base is not an open field, right?
No.
There's Kremlin, there's TC shooting at you, adding extra fire, so there's nothing you can do actually right
and
now.
the French need to have like a specific point of power, then you can actually just go and dive like we saw in the previous game, but this kind of far off still. The dive not necessarily on the cards yet for Leenock. He needs to have like some more stuff done before he is able to afford it. Obviously, like, a large mass of knights is also quite a necessity here if you want to be doing this stuff.
Absolutely, just to be able to tank.
Yeah, and Hera is not switching to gold, which I don't like, because this map is kind of... This one has actually lots of gold shortages, and mining gold is not easy here, so...
Yeah.
And Hera's actually going to take a very nice fight here too, so it's going to be a kind of a nice advantage. Like, small trades, of course, matter over time, so like getting those small kind of edges as you go into game is going to be quite nice. I don't like this placement with Siege Workshop either, because it's going to be very exposed. Like, as soon as something comes out of it, it's going to be very, very exposed of a unit. Now, it's actually going to be a forced fight from Leenock, so Leenock is going to commit here. He's going to try to at least trade evenly. I think he's actually getting a very good job done.
Those are very veteran Royal Knights.
Yeah. So
you can't care about any archers fire.
Yeah. And Leenock takes it. I think Leenock might just take the series. I mean, take this game with this.
Yeah.
Because he's going to clean up a lot of villages of the Rus. Hera very late to pull those villages back home, by the way, so he's gonna probably get like denied a lot. Also, those knights can actually fight forever almost. You can see this. So it is an army trade, but I do think that Leenock comes out ahead with all those villagers, because you have to kill those villagers. You're gonna lose those archers anyway. You just have to go for villager kills right now, Leenock.
Yeah, go for vills.
Go. 2 villages.
And yes,
3 lovely stuff. So that's what you need to do. Obviously, as the French, you're denying economy from your opponent. Very good stuff, because you're just kind of building more. Leenock working 55 villagers, like we can watch those archers die. But 56 villas to 43 is a big advantage. Like, Hera does need a second TC right now. I think he just needs to get the second TC going. Because he doesn't do this.
He gets the advantage with 5 relics, but you're not gonna be able to get 5 relics if the opponent has the map control, right?
I mean, he's
you're
on
not gonna
3.
be able to pick anything.
No, he's on 0 actually. I thought he was getting more, but I just kind of looked at the map. He has 1 here. He really needs to kind of get going with those monks, because he needs to get those relics ASAP. He needs them pronto, man. Because if he doesn't get the relics, he's just kind of at a huge disadvantage already.
Absolutely, and we also see the sacred sites are not generated equally. One of the sacred sites is in the middle, and the second one is right next to Leenock's base, actually.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great for Hera, because he would like to get that, of course, at least 1. And Leenock has full control over the middle of the map as well, so it's kind of good for him.
Absolutely. So the sacred sites are definitely not gonna be a thing for for Hera, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he can snag a few relics, but he definitely cannot get the relics north side of the map. Maybe he can get like 3 max.
Yeah.
Not many more. And with this amount of builds, that he has, it's not gonna be enough, I think.
And yeah, he's gonna get walled in as well. You can see that actually, yeah, Leenock is being a smart ass. He's gonna try to wall this, but there's a monk here who sees this, so there's gonna be promptly denied, and there are some archers coming in as well. But it's gonna be quick wall, I think, right?
Yeah, it was quick walled, but at the same time, that Vill's gonna die.
No, actually, without finishing this kind of final piece. That's a dead. No, he managed to get it, but he's dead anyway, because he can't run from this, can he?
There is no way out. Oh, is it really blocking that?
Yeah. Weird.
Mike, no.
He could have gone for any other relic, I believe, but he just went for the wrong one.
Yeah.
And this means Hera is actually going to be denied a lot of kind of potential sources of income, and Leenock is kind of booming right now, to be honest. He doesn't have double TC, but he's still kind of booming a lot.
Scoutable because it's very reminiscent of a game of StarCraft 2 where you could he could block a whole ramp with just a single pylon.
Yeah.
The same thing was happening.
Yeah, the scout was just kind of standing there like a boss, just kind of denying access. Cool. So it's a counter push from Hera. I think Hera is gonna commit to this because he needs to get something done. He doesn't get anything done, he's just out, I think, because French are just gonna outscale him super heavily, and he doesn't have access to those kind of good old comps that were just kind of winning every fight. The horse archers are no longer kind of a definite thing. He's gonna get the board, which is important because this kind of gives him the bounty tier, which is quite amazing.
Leenock has a lot of arbaletiers. There are not regular crossbowers, there are
No.
arbaletiers.
They can deploy
with
the
the
shields.
upgrade,
Yeah,
with
very hard
upgrade
to
with
kill.
deploying shields, they are literally immune to archer fire, other than longbowman fire, right? Which still
he's
deals
not
like
deploying,
2
he's just
damage.
gonna move forward and just try to micro because the knights I think are taking over the fight, and he also does need to deal with those spears. So the knights can actually just do their best. So I think he's just forced to micro forward, and those shields do actually force them to stand still, right? Which is obviously not the greatest thing in the world. Leenock pulling a single knight over to the north, and there's still kind of a continued effort to push through. A single Springle, by the way, was taken down. I think Hera did actually expect there to be some sort of siege, but he just meets pure knight crossbows. And Springle is not the strongest unit against other units that are not siege anymore, so...
Not anymore, exactly.
It's good against villagers, but it's kind of bad against everything else. But it's going to be kind of a cleanup eventually. Those Arbaletiers could have probably shielded up, but they have not, so... It's a cleanup for Hera and not much done by Leenock, to be frank. Leenock could have probably just, in the meantime, secured those relics. That's something that he could have definitely kind of decided to do. Because he has map control. He could just kind of use a few APM and just kind of control those relics, I believe.
And now he lost the control of the sacred side in the middle, so it's gonna be taken by Hera, which is extra like 3 vills, I think? Finding gold, 4 vills?
Yeah.
Just not that much, but considering the amount of vills that Hera has, it's a lot for him. So we'll probably see his army moving towards that middle anytime soon, once he gets enough spears to handle the Royal Knights.
Yeah, but you'd probably like to have crossbows, not archers as well, right? Because you need to have some sort of gold unit right now as Hera, I think. I don't think the veteran archers cut it at this point. You need to have something that is just kind of good at dealing with enemies, but this is going to be a keep drop as well. So, Leenock knows what's up. And Leenock's eco is just gonna be crazy. I think Hera has 56 villagers, Leenock it's 70 right now. 8 idle though because he hasn't built any farms here. But he's still kind of doing super well. He's getting a keep down, of course. And I think this has to be denied by Hera. Hera has to just go right now. If he doesn't deny this keep, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. He's gonna force a fight at the very least. I wonder if like Leenock does commit to building this keep, or if he just kind of takes this fight as the villagers soak up those extra shots. Also, very kind of weird micro of those knights. I think he could have just kind of tried to do something more to those archers. I think this keep is actually gonna go up. There's gonna be the trade. Like Leenock decides to kind of give up on those villagers, but he's gonna try to get that keep up. Is he gonna? Yeah, I think he has enough. Right? He might just be able to get that one going immediately here. Oh no, he's gonna be denied. Actually, not enough units here for Leenock to get this to get that keep. He needed like some extra villages, I think. So he loses a lot of villages for nothing. But this is actually a very good fight for Leenock because of that. He was kind of distracting his opponent with those villages. So he forced the archers to refocus the fire. And honestly, there's no good unit here right now to deal with those veteran knights. So I think Leenock is just gonna take this.
Absolutely.
He has had better eco for a while as well. So that's no surprise. Like the key does actually go up as well. This is gonna be kind of the nail in the coffin, which Leenock does put into Hera's game. And you have to say that there's no additional relics in that, so taken by Hera, so Hera has no income at all.
He has 1 relic only, and that's really not enough. There are 4 relics, other relics on the map still. Yeah. So, and we have forward archery rangers coming from
so
Leenock,
that's because the French bonus means that they are going to kind of be cheaper. And Leenock is also gonna go in. No, yeah, he's gonna go in.
Yeah.
And he's gonna use the College of Artillery, of course. That's gonna be his siege. It's gonna just absolutely destroy Hera, because Hera, I think, is still spending everything he has on units. And that huge eco that, you know, Leenock was able to afford means that he's just gonna go imp. He's gonna have like a huge tier advantage. Really good control, because this keep is just gonna mean that there's nothing that you can do to siege this.
And he's gonna get 15% cheaper units from those archer ranges right next to the keep. So
and
that's
potentially
really
stables
big.
later as well.
Yeah. Not on top of having actually a lot better eco, so the amount of units that he can pump out is gonna be, I think, not stoppable for Hera.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be very hard to kind of stem this flow of units from, because especially that Leenock is allowed to build up right now. He has kind of this ramp up, like he has huge eco, he's ramping up his production, he's just gonna start streaming units out of this, like we're streaming at Vampires right now. It's gonna be crazy amounts of stuff just popping out of those, you know, stables and those archery ranges.
And he's gonna be able to, Mike, and once the first cannon comes out, the buildings right in the front of Hera's base are gonna be basically deleted.
Yeah,
right.
And that's a siege workshop, right? Which is obviously
siege workshop, 2 buildings, so that's 600 wood, and like a few houses, and like a wooden fort, which is also 200 wood.
And you need cannons to deal with cannons as well, which is important. And that means that Leenock is gonna get that, especially he also is gonna get that +1 attack again on those knights. It's gonna be very, very strong position. I don't think Hera is just gonna take one last ditch effort. You have to kind of go right now even, that's kind of the worst part. Because you have to go into the keep right now. If you delay this any further, you just die because you have no resource to mount the Imperial Age. And Leenock has all the money in the world to actually do things here. The only thing that baffles me, to be honest, is, you know, Leenock at no point in this game did go for those relics and for those sacred sites. He has had complete control over this game. I understand that no double TC because that's just kind of a noob idea from me, but I don't think that he should just underestimate the power of relics and sacred sites, because that's like a huge income of gold. Plus, you kind of force your opponent to fight if you get double sacred site, which is kind of something you want to do with a keep in the middle of the map, right?
Keep cannons and age advantage, yeah.
And those are, by the way, the special French. Those are culverins, so he's gonna go against the siege with these. Those are special royal cannons, which means they get like lots of extra damage. 20% is a large number. So
yeah, but they are extremely slow, so basically they're on par speed with elephants, which is not good. That's 3 mangonels actually from Hera, so that Calvary is gonna just one-shot them, I think, right?
Yeah, the Calv does,
one shot.
Yeah, 306 damage, and these are just, one shot. So Hera tries to set up siege, but yeah, that
one shot with
is
superior range, yeah.
Yeah, I think Hera is, like, Leenock is just gonna wait right now. He's gonna try to repair. He's just gonna wait for his opponent to go in him, because he doesn't want to take a premature fight, because then you might still lose the game somehow. But yeah, he just moves in the Cal. Hera notices that he just has nothing to do. What do you against the Culverin? Like, there's nothing you have. Like, there's nothing in the Castle Age toolkit to go against the Culverin.
Oh, he misclicked the Culverin. Okay, never mind.
No, he's fine. And now the Cal is still gonna keep one-shotting units almost, right? It does almost one-shot to the spears, and it does one-shot the crossbows, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna be, again, denied. Beautiful South Hero is dead.
Absolutely. And
GG. Clean stuff. Very clean game by Leenock, honestly. Kind of nicely controlled. I think Hera just kind of overreached. Right? One more, yeah. It's gonna 1-1, yeah. We got 1-1 here.
Actually, that's a really even matchup for both players. I really like it.
And those upgrades actually came up huge in the end, because it was just kind of an additional piece of the puzzle for the snowball. And they have just started the final game, so you can actually go in. Guys, I'm gonna remind you to follow, subscribe. So if you're on Twitch, please consider following. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe. We are gonna go into the final game of the stream right now, because I have to finish streaming right afterwards to get things done at home. So we're not gonna watch the final piece of the bracket, unfortunately, today, unless we can just kind of pause the stream. But I don't really think so. I think we'll have to just finish. Those games are, I think they're very slow. Those series are going very slowly, but I think I'll take like an hour to cook and eat, so it's gonna be, it's gonna be interesting to see what exactly is happening between Leenock and Hera anyway. It's gonna be the final game of the stream, I think. We've cast a lot, though. I think we've cast enough, right? We've cast enough to kind of have produced enough content for the day. It was a very good game by Leenock, and Leenock is gonna play Abbasid into Delhi. I don't like this at all, because Delhi is I think Delhi is S tier right now, easily. And Abbasids are kind of meh.
They're not the best, okay?
They're D tier. No, they are D tier, but Leenock is good on the Abbasid. You have to say this. Leenock actually has been performing quite well on them.
Wait, what the map? They're
we don't know.
On? Okay,
I mean, Content is suggesting Danube. Maybe he has some insight into the picks, so maybe he knows. Content, do you know it's gonna be Danube? Do you know for certain it's gonna be Danube? Actually,
Delhi suggests something of a water map, so definitely this is gonna be either Ancient Spires or Danube or Mongolian Heights, I think.
Yeah. So that's kind of the thing. So anyway, looking at the matchup so far, we have Viper winning against Black Widow 2-0. And that's it. There are no other results for this part, for this segment. So that's all there is really. So Leenock is gonna have a very tough task. So if you know that Danube, that's gonna be very scary because obviously Delhi are amazing on Danube River. And I don't really like the Abbasid on the water maps. I think even the Chinese are better. Oh, so that's the problem, right? So that's kind of so that's kind of the thing. So that's gonna be Danube River, man, which Hera probably picked. So Leenock, I guess he didn't practice the Delhi too much. And like honestly, there are like two good civs on Danube. It's the Mongols and it's the Delhi. I think Mongols are banned, so there is no good picks other than the Abbasids, who are like subpar version of Delhi in many regards, really. Because both those civs kind of focus on tech, with the cheaper tech for the Abbasids and cheap villagers, right? House of Wisdom obviously being like a building that is themed for technology, but I think Delhi are just better at tech. And I don't really think the Abbasids have any strong kind of points other than cheap villas, but I don't think you can kind of benefit from like double TC on the water map too much. That's kind of the question, right? How well can you play this?
Yeah, it will come to execution actually from both players. We'll see how big of an advantage.
Oh no, it will come down to execution from Leenock, because I think he's inherently at a disadvantaged position, so he will need to find something to do.
I mean, we'll see how good the Abbasid can handle Delhi's docks.
Yeah.
Right, because it will be a water map. I really doubt that it's gonna be a land map.
Yep.
Because of the Delhi pick. So we'll see how he can handle that. If he can actually deny some of that fish, which is really, really hard against Delhi. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, denying is hard because you cannot just attack the dock, right? You have to be either, I mean, maybe Leenock just is going to expect to, or rely on those very early scouts and just kind of make double scout and just, yeah, see, I knew it, ha!
The map's here. What's the map?
Leenock, it is Danube. It's Danube, as we said. Leenock is starting with double scouts.
Nice. Alright, so he's gonna try to deny that dock from Hera.
And Hera is not moving the villager immediately. Hera, I think that's smart. You should just move a villager and start building that.
I mean, look how close. Look how close Hera is to the water, actually.
Yeah, but you see, like there's gonna be double scouts for both players. Actually, Leenock is starting villager here, like sending the villa across. There's going to be something sketchy happening immediately. There's going to be a trade. So there's a trade. Actually, very nice micro from Hera. It's gonna be small advantage. There is another scout coming as well from Leenock. He's going to take the extra hit. Is going to be a nice advantage in this trade for Leenock starting this battle of scouts. And Leenock is actually going to go behind us and start a dock of his own. So he's not going to be proxying anything. He's going to actually just
no, he's just
no,
going to
no, you can't do this. You can't lose this. Oh, that's terrible. That's actually quite a bad trade for Leenock. He still actually is making an additional scout, yeah. I thought he was getting extra scout. He only got one. And that means like you cannot deny this anymore.
Yeah, but I thought that Leenock had the slight advantage in numbers, no?
No, but I think he cancelled the second scout. He's only getting that one right now.
Oh no.
And I don't think
that's a mistake.
You cannot contest this anymore, because there's going to be a fishing ship dropping out, and that's just the end of the aggression for you.
Yeah. And also, I think that Leenock wanted to deny a little bit of...
Micro, man. Mike, look at this.
Oh no.
So it's going to be a slight advantage to Hera. I think he's going to take this one. Oh, miss micro from Hera is actually that's a nice trade from Leenock again. He's actually going to strike trade. And he's going to maybe contest this scout of Hera. So Leenock is getting nice advantages here. One more attack. Oh, he doesn't get that kind of in range.
Really close.
Time. Very cool
really
stuff.
Close.
There are 3 scouts from Leenock though. He's going to try to contest that water. I think, yeah, that's the smart play though. That's kind of a heads up play. You just eliminate that possibility to access you're just kind of going to have this kind of part of the pond for yourself. There are lots of fish here. If you can just tower this nicely, I think you're okay as the Abbasid. But I do not believe that the Abbasid have a nice opening, a nice kind of possibility later. So he needs to hold this first of all, and then he actually needs to get to castle fast. He needs to contest the Delhi. That's the plan, I think, for Leenock.
Absolutely. And
that kind of
I don't think that he's gonna be able to remove those fishing ships from Delhi, even in feudal age, because those fishing ships actually at like what 10 extra archers firing at you.
Yeah.
You can't
no,
really
you
fight
can't
next
do
to
it.
it.
You just have to make sure that you just have a plan for Castle Age, I think, as Leenock here. So he needs to kind of, obviously, you know, the Abbasids have very solid siege, right? So if you can actually make something happen, obviously a single dock and ATC is enough to support a very large production for the Abbasids. So you can go like, Archer, MAA, or even Crossbow, MAA, and Siege, right? You'll probably be fine. Or even just Archer, MAA, and just invest all the gold into Siege, right? That's kind of a good idea too. Oh, so Leenock loses Scout. I don't think it matters anymore, but he loses those sheep, right? Those are his sheep, I think.
Yeah.
He must have recklessly ran them. Again, not a big deal anymore because again, like you're focusing on the water, the food eco. You're primarily getting the food from fishing. And by the way, Hera is going to wall this completely as well. So I don't think even if you gate this, there's no way for units to pass. The ships cannot pass the gates on the water.
We actually have both players walling this off. So we have Leenock walling his fish away from Hera's fishing ships, so he cannot lose them to actually Dark Age fishing ships, right? And we have Hera walling the passage, so even after it goes to feudal, Leenock cannot send any fish, any attack ships to deal with Hera's fish. So the only possibility for him to lose that fish will be for him to lose the water, to lose the land, right?
Oh, so, I mean, this might also be kind of a sealed off zone where they'll both build docks and fight. That's a possibility. I've seen games like this. I think you've had like a VortiX game like this where they will actually just where they sealed off those kind of segments of the river and just kind of kept fighting over this patch or over this patch as well. You also have to say like overall this is a way more open kind of path for Hera because he has like the access to this part of the map and also this kind of knee or so. I guess we can call this a knee. And Hera is actually going to... Oh, he's not going to lose it, Will.
No, he's not going to lose it, Will, because the fishing ships help.
Yeah.
I think that also Zenub River, right? So keep in mind that the southwest sacred site can be walled off really easily. And there's like, it gives you 8 villagers on gold permanently until you capture it once again. So I think it's going to be also a big contest for those players. I mean, for Hera to actually take it, right?
And then Leenock knows he has to defend it though, because like if you don't, then you're obviously getting behind, and you don't want to be behind against Delhi, who are like probably like I would say they might be the strongest civ right now, even like with those small changes. I was kind of I think I was wrong because I did like a review of the patch notes, but with those fixes, I think they're already very strong. The way the power that they bring is all of a sudden just going to be immense. And it's just
strong,
really cool.
Mike. They are strong, but still they are not as strong as Mongols.
Oh no, Mongols are still broken, but nobody plays Mongols anymore. I think like very few people play because if you play Mongols on the ladder in top 1k, it just gets scrutinized. Like people just shit on you, literally. They say you effing. But you get the idea anyway. You get called names, and that's just obviously not. That doesn't feel good because you know the Mongols are just a tier above everybody else, still despite those nerfs.
Absolutely. You basically, I think that Spirit of the Law made a video about it. So basically, if you play Mongols on the ladder right now, you still get 35 more elo than you play as if you had 35 more elo than you actually have, which is quite significant actually.
I think it's more than 35. It feels like 200 sometimes because the people who are like 1.4, 1.5k playing Mongols, they still don't make villagers continuously. Still.
No.
So I think those like slobbering monsters, honestly. I have no idea, I have no respect for Mongols players myself, but I did actually try to learn Mongols, which was fun. But honestly, the attitude feels just, if you pick Mongols, it essentially feels like you're cheating in a way. But it's a super late age. I was looking at the 6:55 for Hera, and it is going to be even later for the, like 7:30 I guess for the Abbasid, right? Because it's 30 seconds away. It was always 2 minutes total, so I think it's just kind of 75% through. And there's going to be a small scout skirmish game. I do think it favors Hera because one of the scouts is quite hurt. It just kind of is going to take those scouts to, dissuade any further aggression, though. That's just going to be the only objective here. But I guess that's just
Mike, I absolutely do not understand the point of towering the jellyfish. Because you cannot get close enough to the night hall, right?
No, because they can still fish on the other side.
And even if you do, you just place an outpost that forces the opponent to either fish on the other side, which is equally as good, or just to place another dock somewhere else, and it really doesn't accomplish anything.
Yeah. I mean, you could obviously, I think, tower this. That would be nice, right? Like thing. Like,
Yes,
denying
towering
those, maybe even tower and wall this. I would say like deny this completely. That's what we see with relics. Why not do this to Delhi, who are trying to get the sacred side with those colors? I think it would be a relevant play, almost just kind of getting those two down.
Absolutely, because that's going to be a point of contest for Delhi, 100%. And I think we're going to see like a spearman probably going to that sovereign sacred site.
Yeah.
Or a veil. Because for sacred sites that are not easily wallable, it's not actually worth it. But for a sacred site like that, if you somehow manage to lure the opponent's scouts so they cannot scout it,
yeah,
it's gonna be basically 3 to 100 gold per minute.
So anyhow, right now we just don't see anything happening, right? I guess like Hera is trying to power up to castle, which he actually succeeds to do. And the Abbas are kind of far off, so I'm really not sure where it stems from, but they just have fewer resources, I guess. Especially that the fishing is even, right? Do the Delhi have any fishing bonuses?
Leenock has more fish, I think. Slightly.
Yeah, so Leenock is working with 14 fishing boats to just 12, so not a big difference there. Maybe Leenock Leenock invests into wheelbarrow as well. I think that's the point. That's kind of the difference maker, which is weird.
He didn't invest into wheelbarrow because I mean, oh yeah, he did, but Hera has free wheelbarrow, right? So
yeah,
it didn't really matter for him.
Oh, that's what happened. So Leenock is getting the double TC play. That's why.
Ooh.
So that's the delay, really. He's getting the wheelbarrow in the double TC play.
Yeah, that explains it all.
It's a substantial delay to the castle age up though, and you really need to start contesting. So that's actually quite nicely done. He brings some spears to the action here. So that's also probably the part of the puzzle, right? Why he was not able to, to get the castle up fast.
Mike, what is this tower gonna accomplish except for maybe slightly denying the sacred site?
You get vision over this kind of entire patch. You see what comes through the river, I think. Once it goes up,
it won't even reach the fishing boats, I think. Not entirely.
It will barely with the emplacement. I think Leenock, as far as tower rushing goes, I think Leenock knows his shit.
It doesn't. Oh no, it doesn't. He doesn't even garrison it. It's just there to give vision. What? Really?
I mean, I have to tell you one more thing. If you get enough of those towers around this kind of angle, you are essentially you're going to cut off your opponent from any sort of aggression on the water for the rest of the game. Because if they try to fly by, they will lose everything. And Leenock does actually start his castle. He's going to be 2 minutes behind exactly. We know this because Abbasids take 2 minutes every time. Those are really cool scouts, but I really love the graphical kind of design of the Delhi scouts. They're super neat.
Absolutely.
And also like this fishing boat, this is kind of an evolution of what we've seen in the previous tournaments. If you have one fishing boat that does actually go all the way here, this is impossible to just kind of sneak a dock in.
And just
and this is important because you might lose a game off the back of a single dock that is kind of getting placed here. So he actually sees the majority. Maybe he could even fish here, to be honest, but he sees the majority of the map now, so he's not gonna be kind of attackable. Now Hera is gonna snag those relics though, which is very, very interesting for him. I mean, important for him because he does need to get some extra gold income. He's actually kind of positioning those monks quite nicely, those scholars that is. He's going to have a lot of those kind of potential sources of gold income. And he's also going to try to wall off this sacred site, so he's going to get this kind of nice access to this without any interruptions from his opponent, which means that obviously a lot of gold income happening for our Delhi player. Now the Abbasids are going to work with triple TC, not double. It's just not necessarily, you know, a double TC song, but it's kind of close to it, to be honest. Because this is going to be a huge Leenock is going to get a massive number of villages soon. It is not to be underestimated how much he's going to get from this. He just needs to survive it, he just needs to kind of mass units. The problem is there's a huge army, it's not a huge one, but it's a large army of Hera coming through. This is 9 men at arms, and I don't think Leenock is ready to repel this yet. He starts some spears, but I don't think these trade favorably against what you know is being brought across by Hera. I mean, he's going to eventually outproduce this, right? But it's going to be like about how much damage he takes initially from this kind of early blow here. He's gonna have some crossbows, right? So he's not gonna be the end of the world. He ages up right now, so he's gonna have like some, I guess, men-at-arms queued immediately, right? He's gonna have some crossbows to deal with those MAAs. But there's going to be some initial losses, like, there's no denying that.
Absolutely. And Mike, I think I'm gonna leave you. I kind of have to, because
Okay, sure.
situation at home.
Of course.
So, thank you for having me here.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed.
This is the last game anyway,
I'm gonna
so
leave you with...
yeah, thank you so much for joining the cast. If we see actually those men are going to do a small massacre here. I do not think that Leenock cares too much about losing those villagers though. Because he can just replenish very easy, it's just 3 TCs to 1. So I think he's okay. But the Delhi do control the sacred sites now, so I think the second sacred site is going to come up as well. That's quite scary, of course. But those MAAs are going to be completely denied here, and obviously, like, there is a large kind of amount of production here for Leenock, so he's eventually going to have enough to just deal with those MAAs. There's actually a large force coming through though, but there are 2 of those doubts shooting across, so they're gonna actually shred those units of Hera. So Hera is not actually doing the best job in the world assaulting this position of Leenock. Leenock is floating a lot of wood though, so he needs to actually invest that wood into something very soon. Maybe a siege workshop would be nice actually to get some sort of a... oh, he's just gonna sell it for gold, right? He's just gonna sell it for gold. Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, I just forgot. He's Abbasid. He doesn't need to have anything else. A single Mongol, I think, is going to be a lot, but those are actually just going to rush in. Those MAs going to charge in with a forced march ability, which means they're actually going to get on top of this, and they're going to deny that Mongol from going up. The question now is for Leenock, is he able to produce enough to stop this? Because he needs to stop those men-at-arms. He needs to kind of make sure that he doesn't lose his economy to this. He needs to also keep producing. He doesn't have enough houses, by the way. He's kind of consistently supply blocked here. He needs to build some extra houses. Hera is actually going to have a time of his life, I think, just denying a lot of kind of openings here. And there's also a Bagla coming that is going to go across this. Shallow is going to probably just try to contest those fishing boats of Leenock. So Leenock is actually kind of in trouble right now. Not sure for how long he's going to be in trouble. He does lose a lot of villagers. He was like at almost 100 supply. I think he's just going to bleed a lot of those villages as we speak. So Leenock is working with essentially what is 6 crossbows. Hera is sitting on 12 MAAs. I think it's actually quite a fair defensive standpoint though, so it's not terrible for Hera. For Leenock, because Leenock is going to be okay, because he can also build siege in the field, so he's actually going to get some, I guess he's going to get some man-goes. His economy is still kind of good. Hera is at 63, Leenock is at 77, still producing villas. So I think Leenock is actually very comfy here. In terms of like what he's going to do from here. He's just going to get some of his own MAAs, he's gonna get a decent chunk of crossbows, and he's gonna be fine. The problem obviously is that he's gonna lose the sacred sites, right? He's gonna have to find a way to kind of recover that control. Also, not sure what happened to this Bagla. I think it just kind of flew by the tower or something. It swam by... No, there's no towers here. Why are those Baglaks so hurt? Baglaks so hurt, actually. I have no idea why they did lose so much HP here. So Hera is actually going to attack this tower right now. Here's going to go across the map with this large force of units. It is 4 MAAs, 9 crossbows, and a single Mango against what is actually 20 MAAs and 3 horsemen. Hello. Why horsemen? It's kind of a question mark for me again. I don't understand why he's going to go for horsemen. I don't understand this Mango, because this Mango can actually make short work of those fishing boats if he wishes to do this, if he wants to contest this. There's also an explosion that is going to break this part open, and this means that actually Hera is going to break through to the base of Leenock, and he's also going to control all those sacred sites. So there's also a timer on Leenock's hands right now. He has to find some control. So it is 18 men at arms, and it is going to be no fishing, by the way, for Leenock. Leenock is going to lose all those fishing boats. I don't think there's anything that can be done. Obviously, this explosion going out is going to deny a lot here. If you can get this to work, it's going to be absolutely magnificent, obviously. Like, this is going to kill both those Baglas, but they are going to take a lot of the economy of Leenock before he's able to actually get anything done here. So, yeah, it's going to explode right in the face of those Baglas. It has to just go off. So it kills both those Baglas, actually, but those MAAs are going to deny the dock at the same time. So this is going to be a nice kind of maneuver. But Leenock is definitely in the back foot here. He's going to bring the Mango and those small units all across the board, actually. Hera is bringing some of his own explosive ships, denying any access to the river. So I think it's going to be like kind of the game of time right now. Leenock has to find like a nice opening. He needs to find like one nice attack where he just takes over this position in the middle. If he doesn't have the possibility to do this, like Hera's just going to win because of the 10-minute timer, which is kind of started around like 16 minutes. So it's not that much time actually. left for Leenock at all before the game is just over. And obviously Hera is just scaling like crazy, like with those 3 upgrades, he's just gonna get a lot done. So the composition for Hera is gonna actually be Horsemen and MAAs, which means that the Horsemen are gonna attack the crossbows, and the MAAs are gonna try to dispose of anything else. I don't, maybe also attacking those siege engines, but there are like 3 Mangos here. I'm not really sure if you want to walk head on without any Springle backup into those 3 Mangonels. So that's kind of the problem for Leenock, for Hera, that is, he cannot just attack directly into this. And those boys are actually very nicely dodged by Leenock, so by Hera. So Hera actually manages to do this. He's gonna rush in with those men-at-arms, but he's gonna get absolutely shredded in the process. It's actually not that efficient of a trade, but he does manage to get on top of those Mangos. He's gonna delete 2 of those immediately. And actually, I'd love to see those horsemen attacking those Mangos of Leenock. Leenock is actually not doing too well. Leenock's actually going to pull those villagers against the Mangos, which is a great move overall, because he is going to deny all of them. And actually, I think Leenock coming out ahead in here, because he does manage to salvage this fight with those villagers. And he can obviously throw away some of those. He kills all those Mangos. Obviously, very large value for a single, this pack of villagers to not die at all. He lost like 1 villager total, and he killed the entirety of this kind of artillery of Hera. And he's actually kind of in prime position to move across the map right now, I think. Very good stuff. But this is not over it, because Leenock does need to win several fights in succession to actually make this work. He needs to find a lot of openings here. He needs to win this exchange, and then he needs to go across the river, and he needs to do something with the sacred side. He's on a timer, as we said, right? He's on a timer. And Hera has actually been able to take 3 relics on top. So he's two sacred sides, 3 relics to nothing. Which is obviously not great. It's not great at all for Leenock, because he has no gold income in comparison. You can look at the income per minute. Leenock is mining gold, and Hera probably isn't. If he has 10 never mind. It's not that big of a difference then. That's a 10 villager difference, essentially, right? Between those 2 players, and they're at the same gold income. So that's good. This being said, Leenock does have a huge kind of villager count, right? So he has actually gone for houses as well to get the Golden Age bonus, I think. So he's gonna try to fight this right now, but I do think he's actually losing this fight overall. He's actually gonna get cleaned up here. And he needs to be winning. He needs to be winning decisively in those fights to actually be able to push through. Which is not the case. I think Leenock is just done for. He's running out of steam here. So those crossbows are actually very, very strong against anything that Hera has, right? Knights are very kind of weak to those. Men-at-arms just gonna fall flat as well. And but this is just, you need more numbers. You need to have some sort of a kind of solid flow of units. Maybe the production is at fault as well. Maybe Hera is just out-producing. I think Hera is just producing a little bit more units. And obviously Hera has like those boats on the water, which are not on the cards for Leenock anymore. I essentially wouldn't even mind a stone wall here, to be honest. Just get the wall and just kind of secure your position in the game with those walls. You double stone wall this and you're kind of safe. So Leenock is gonna go for Hail Mary docks. He's gonna go for those here. Not spotted by his opponent yet, so he's gonna get that down and he's gonna try to find some openings from here. Trying to maybe use some explosive ships, maybe get some Dows or Baglaks of his own. Really big question as to what he does. Though he's gonna get raided as well. Hera is gonna go around, he's gonna raid. Hera is also gonna go up to Imperial very soon. So those knights are gonna do a lot of damage in this lineup of Leenock. He's gonna lose a lot of villagers. There's like maybe 10-15 villagers before those are cleaned up or dealt with. I think you just can back away as well, just kind of, take your wins. You kill like 8 villagers, 10 villagers total, and you just kind of lose 2-3 knights. That's a very good trade. Now Leenock is gonna go for a sneaky castle, for a sneaky keep. That doesn't quite work yet. He needs to kind of get this control over this location first. He's gonna try to do it right now. It's obviously gonna be great if he can do this, because this allows him to have access essentially to this river, right? He's gonna have access to into this kind of narrow, shallow passage here, allowing him to maybe break in. He needs to break soon though, because he's running out of time. He's like 5 minutes left, right? I think. Right now, crossbows very good units against anything really that is armored, so it includes the ships. The ships don't count as armored units, but the base damage overall of those crossbows means that they do significant amounts of damage to those. Like, they pierce a large portion, like, they pierce, like, a lot of that. And there's also an explode ship or 2. Oh no, you're not paying attention! No, Leenock, you have to actually use those to explode. You could have actually killed both those Baglaks. That's actually super unfortunate for Leenock. He would have definitely gotten control of the water with this, and then maybe even attacked his opponent. So he's just gonna use it as a zoning tool. I don't mind this at all, but he's not using those docks otherwise. And Hera is actually gonna go up to Imperial. I think he just needs a little bit gold to trick into his pockets, and he's just gonna go up to Imp. I don't think Leenock is anywhere near, right? He needs way more resources. He's actually spending a lot on army. He needs to sustain the production. In terms of income per minute, though, I'm actually looking at the wrong window. Actually, Hera is nowhere near Imperial Age up. I was looking at the income. So income per minute shows that Hera has way more food. But other than that, Leenock is okay. He needs to kind of maybe return. Like, he needs to kind of get a nice fight right here. Maybe he's going to be able to just kind of claw his way back, especially that this keep here is obviously quite huge. So those Springles are actually going to try to deal with the artillery. They do this quite nicely. They do have to still run away. And Leenock is going to try to push through. That's his only chance, actually, getting this kind of stranglehold on the map. Placing those additional towers and just trying to get something down here is going to be his only chance. And I do not think he can actually just outproduce Hera right now. So he actually has to do something very big right now with this army. He has to just kind of at least win some control over the middle. Otherwise, he's just down for. So it's going to be a very, very important fight just coming into this one. Those Springles deal the Mongol, by the way. So those siege units actually, like, he has full siege control, which is very important for your Abbasid fight, because you're obviously working with mostly infantry, right? So they're very, very vulnerable to catapult fire. So there's going to be a single Mongol, actually 6 Springles, which is kind of an overkill right now at this point for Leenock, and he needs to win this fight. He's actually really, really kind of in a dire situation. He needs to take this fight home. He doesn't, he's gonna get cleaned up and he's gonna lose the game, because he is on a timer. 2 minutes more passing and he's just out of the game completely. So now he fights under the keep, but he does lose the Mongol. Those crossbows are gonna keep reloading and coming back. Obviously this keep is quite strong. He doesn't have the emplacement here though, and there are actually 2 explosive ships from Hera now, trying to assert some domination here, some control at least, some semblance of control. They don't get anything done though. However, there's some villages from Leenock not microed properly though, so he's gonna lose those, but this keep is gonna repel anything that Hera throws at him, I think. Those MAs are gonna get on top of those crossbows. I do think those crossbows still kind of trade favorably underneath the keep, so that's kind of going to favor Leenock overall, but he needs to get through the river. That's the problem. It is not enough for him to actually do that. He might have actually killed a few fishing ships, by the way, as we're... No, they're here. So he needs to actually get 2 minutes at the sacred defeat. So it's gonna be 26-30 and the game is over, and Hera advances. So Leenock needs to do something. I don't think he has enough though. I think he just is running out of steam. So actually he has like nice artillery, right? That's kind of the only strength of his. He has also some of those explosive ships. Can he actually get the explosive? He can go towards it. Oh, no, that's not enough. And this one is actually gonna go off and kill the villagers. Maybe not really. No, that's not happening either. It is a huge move out once again from Leenock, trying to get the control here. Hera is building a keep in the middle too, so it's gonna be a very, very big fight over this keep, I do believe. And Hera does actually snipe a single one of those Mongols. So that a single Springle does go unchecked and does deal with a single Mango. I do think Leenock needs to actually deal with this keep. If he doesn't deal with the villagers, oh, that's over, I think. This is GG. Because those villagers finish the keep. Leenock doesn't have enough to kind of keep going. He tries to decap with villagers. Desperate move, actually. And that is going to mean that there is nothing else that Leenock can do. I think Leenock is just going to completely run out of steam. Leenock has 160 population, 160 though. He's not completely out of the contention yet. But he is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble, because this keep is going to mean that he needs to get some sort of siege going for himself to just attack this position right now. It might be a little bit better of a move, actually. There is a keep from Hera too over here, so you cannot just decap that kind of southern position. And yeah, I think Leenock knows he's done for. Very unfortunate. This was a very close game overall. Very much kind of in favor of Hera in the end, but this was a very nice show of what Abbasids could do, right, if they were a little bit stronger, I think. There's a second keep. I don't think you can contest this anymore. This is a single minute left. Leenock knows this. We know it as well. It is over. Hera advances on, and Leenock unfortunately eliminated in the round of 16, I think. So that's all she wrote for today, guys. I have to go. Thank you for joining me for the stream. It was a pleasure to cast for you. My brother had to go mid-cast right now, so it's also over for him. This being said, guys, it was a pleasure to cast. Please consider following, subscribing, depending on the platform you're using. If you're on Twitch, by the way, do consider going to my YouTube and subbing there. I produce a lot of content on Age of Empires 4 and other cool games as well, so if you enjoyed that sort of stuff, please visit my YouTube channel too. This being said, see you around. That's it for me. We might actually host somebody. We might actually get a host. No, you're all on YouTube, so that doesn't make sense. So thank you once again for watching, and see you around in the future casts of Age of Empires 4.